Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
thank you. Our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Wynn,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
and our Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is Hillary Emerson, our attorney, our Zoning Board Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. A recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, your consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to testify, you must state and spell your name, then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter an appearance to become an interested party. There are three ways. You can identify the case property address on your Zoom webinar registration. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. Following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. Second, if you're called to testify, you will be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. Third, the webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on the questions in the Q&A. Fourth, if you're participating by phone, press star 9, raise your hand, and star 6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, please refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevators. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is at Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so that we can account for you. Let's look at our schedule for this morning. Number 10, MI 2025 004 565 2927 North 12th Street. Gary Peterson is the attorney. We may have a continuance on this case. Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Chair, this may be a pro se, Gary Peterson being the listed owner and applicant. We did receive a request from a Michael Lambert
Okay.
for continuance, but
Mis-
we're not clear on what their involvement is with this matter. And unfortunately, I don't see Mr. Peterson or Mr. Lambert in the virtual audience.
So MI 2025 004 565 2927 North 12th Street. This case will be continued to 6/3/26 at 9:30. Mark must be heard. Number 4. MI 2025 004 426 2243 East Venango Street. LMR Investments Incorporated, the listed owner applicant. No exhibits. This is the first listing.
I see no hand, Chair.
So MI 2025 004 426 2243 East Venango Street. This case is continued to 6/3/26 at 9:30. Mark must be heard. And number 15. MI 2025-005-651, 2035 Moore Street. Davis Rasheen is the listed owner. Lisa Goodman is the listed applicant. No exhibits. This is the first listing.
I see no hand, Chair.
So MI 2025-005-651, 2035 Moore Street. Case is continued to 6/3/26 at 9:30 a.m. Mark must be heard. Our add-on case, MI 2025-002-914-226 Harvey Street. This is a request for reconsideration. I vote yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Kaya
Tanetta,
Wynn, yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Tanetta Graham, I vote yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to our regular list. Number one, MI 2025-001-868, 2710 North 22nd Street. Steve Masters is the attorney. There's unanimous support from Allegheny West Civic, a letter of support from Swamp Poodle Neighbors Association. Mr. Masters,
He promoted as a panelist.
okay?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Masters from Just Laws, STEVE-MASTERS.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Masters, could you identify your client and the relationships to the property?
Yes, my client is 22nd Street Water Ice, which is owned by Cherie Jackson. I believe Ms. Jackson is in the virtual audience.
Okay, our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
Sure. Members of the board, this location has an extremely long history of commercial use on the first floor. We, looking at the zoning, the zoning record, the zoning archive, it appears over 100 years before there was a zoning code that there was commercial uses on this first floor. Most recently, the first floor has been used for a water ice stand, which is extremely popular amongst the neighbors. Our refusal is simply that the designation for zoning is RSA 5, and it doesn't recognize the over a century use of this first floor as a commercial use. The petitions that we have here, we have 43 petitions that were collected, all of extremely close neighbors, all enthusiastically in favor of legalizing this business. And as was mentioned, we have 2 RCO strong letters of support, a unanimous support from Allegheny West and from Swamp Poodle. Our site photos, this is the interior of the water ice stand. This is the exterior. This is the context. To the left here is a commercial business that goes all the way to the corner. And this is the first floor, as I said, is the commercial water ice. The second floor of this building is a dwelling unit that is already legal and is not part of this application. These are some additional photos of the interior and storage areas. This is a small alley that is between the water ice business and the commercial business next door. And a views of the water. This is that commercial business that we were talking about. Here's our water ice stand in this area, and this is it's a corner store, basically. We also have our zoning posters that were posted for this hearing. We can see today's date and time and the context. This is the 2710 door that they're posted on. Our tax clearance is in this chart. This is from the OPA's website, showing that all taxes have been paid, property taxes on this property. We have a deed that conveyed the property to Cherie Jackson, who then operates the water ice stand under an LLC. And we have our submissions of the application for appeal and the project information form, and then our mailing was sent to the near neighbors, and the proof of mailing is on the last page here. It was 122 individuals that received it. So at this time, I would rest our case and ask for Ms. Jackson to be elevated to the panel.
Ms. Cherie Jackson, please.
Yes.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Cherie Jackson, excuse me, SHEREEJACKSON.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Good morning, Ms. Jackson. You heard the testimony that I've just presented to the board. Do you agree that it was true and accurate, and do you accept it as your own?
Yes.
Is there anything else you wanted to add to the conversation today at the hearing?
Well, I'd like to say that we have been in business over 30 years on that corner, starting at the corner and moving to the side. And we've been operating as a water ice business in that area for many years, with good standing in the community, and invested in our community and giving back to our community for our scholarships and things like that to students. So I would like to continue to, remain there and do business.
Thank you. I
you.
have no further questions.
All right, questions from the board?
Yes, question. So is this a walk-up like window? Is that how you're
Yes.
serving the water ice? And are there going to be any tables or chairs or anything, or are people going to just get the water ice and ice cream and go? Is that
You know what? They get the water ice and go, but we would love to do. I always thought of tables and chairs. The only thing with that is the sidewalk is really small.
Yeah,
And the area is really tight, and it wouldn't be good, like for customers coming in and out, and the tables and chairs. It would be, I think, an obstruction.
okay. Well, and you'd have to go through a whole process with the streets department for that anyway.
Yes.
And then question then, what are we doing about the trash?
Well, I have trash collection every week. We pay for trash collections from the city, and we have a storage area in the back where we contain the trash with lids and everything like that.
Well, I guess I'm more like
Or the people.
yeah, who are walking up,
Okay.
what do you have some kind of way to deal with trash from that?
Well, normally we'll take the trash from our customers we have, and we've had trash outside before at the corner about maybe 20 feet from the store, maybe less. There is a trash on the corner where people can throw their trash, but we really clean our pavement twice every day to keep the area clean. And the thing with trash, we've had trash cans outside our business. We find it to be a nuisance, a public nuisance, because people will come, they'll jump out their cars, they'll throw trash, or we have neighbors or people putting like dirty diapers, crap, things that they don't want to put in their trash in our can. It got flies. it started bringing bees. It became to be more of a nuisance than a help. So I'd rather keep the area clean as we normally do, get the trash out there constantly. And we do ask our customers not to throw any trash in front of the door payment. And if so, if they have it, they can hand it to us. But normally they will take their products and they'll walk away. But we constantly cleaning out inside our property as well as to the end of the block to keep the area clean.
And then I guess my last question is, it's a walk-up kind of business. So is it mainly for people in the neighborhood? I mean, or do you have traffic, like people who like drive to?
Yes.
And how do you handle that?
Because well, normally they don't have a problem, but across the street we do have parking lot that people use, but they normally don't use it. Usually they'll come up, pull up in their cars. They may sit for a minute, they may not, they may just come out their cars and go. I've had people travel, even from Jersey, they say they come and get the water ice all over the city. They travel far. They really like our service. They also like the way our water ice tastes. They say it's better than Rita's. So we haven't had a problem in the past as far as people coming up, like with parking, coming to the business, or it hasn't been a nuisance for the neighbors or the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from,
Question.
Go
How
ahead.
does the tenant upstairs access the apartment?
It's a door on the inside.
On the inside, so they have to go into the water ice shop?
No, it's
No,
separate.
so it's a separate door.
It's a hallway. It's a hallway.
Okay. And then what do you do for trash management when the water ice season is happening?
Like far as how they get it removed, like because we pay for trash all year, they collect it every year. When we're not in season, there's no trash out there.
Okay. And then the tenant's trash, is it commingled with the businesses or?
Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. No other questions.
Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the current audience?
I see no hand, Chair.
Planning Commission,
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission, AMY BOYD.
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 5 residential single family to RM1 residential multifamily. The property has a history of commercial mixed use since at least 1978, as evidenced by a previous zoning permit for retail and one-family dwelling. The property has had a business license for takeout at this location since at least 2018. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for takeout restaurant and multiple principal uses.
Thank you. MI 2025-001-868-2710 North 22nd Street. I vote yes with proviso per refusal dated 4/7/25.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Next case, MI 2025-004-490-2028 Locust Street. Adam Laver is the attorney.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, we now have two cases that require interpretation. So can we please hear those matters next so that we don't lose our interpreter? It's number 2 and number 9. I'm sorry, Mr. Laver.
No worries.
Number 2, MI 2025-002-710-3207 North 6th Street. Jose Matos is the owner applicant. Interpreter, please.
This is the interpreter speaking. Are you able to hear me?
Good morning. Could you spell your name, please, for then? Or
Yes, my name is Stephen Abain, last name spelled Aubain. My interpreter ID is YM288.
do you swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
Could you please call for us Jose Matos?
José Matos, si puede entrar en la línea, por favor.
Sí, buenos días, aquí estoy en la línea. Buenos días.
Could you
Eh,
ask him to state his name and spell it for the stenographer?
¿Puede dar su nombre y deletrearlo, por favor?
José Matos. José Jose Matos Matos.
Right. And then, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Juro y afirma decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Sí, juro.
Yes, I
Right.
swear.
All right. There's a letter of support from APM.
Sí que hay
Our-
una carta de
Our
apoyo
vice
de
chair has,
APM
our vice chair has just a few questions.
y nuestro vicepresidente tiene unas preguntas.
Okay.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Usted ha sometido sus documentos y evidencias 5 días antes de la audiencia.
Sí,
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Y usted quita que leamos el rechazo y estipula su certeza.
sí.
Yes.
I believe we do need to read the refusal into the record.
Okay, I will.
Así que
Thank
tenemos
you.
que leer el rechazo al registro.
This application is for use as a personal vehicle repair.
Así que esta solicitud es para uso de reparaciones de vehículos personales
Sí,
And maintenance and retail sales of consumer goods
y mantenimiento y ventas de bienes de consumidores.
sí,
Yes.
with an existing structure.
Con una estructura existente.
sí,
Yes.
Whereas the proposed use,
Y para el uso propuesto,
personal vehicle repair and maintenance
que es los mantenimientos y reparaciones personales de vehículos,
is prohibited in the CMX2 zoning district.
es prohibido en el CMX2 distrito de Sola.
Okay.
sí.
Could he please start making his presentation?
Ya puede comenzar haciendo su presentación.
Ok. Negación para personas de mantenimiento de vehículos.
We have that document, sir.
Ya tenemos ese documento, señor.
Solicitud de zonificación.
We have this document too.
Ya tenemos ese documento también.
We have this document.
Tenemos ese documento.
Formulario de proyecto.
That's the plans for the
Okay, why
project.
don't he start speaking here?
Así que puede comenzar hablando aquí.
Ok. Yo quiero para reparar la negación en el proyecto para reparación y mantenimiento de vehículos.
So I want, regarding the refusal of the personal vehicle maintenance.
Right.
Anterior había una zonificación previamente aprobada para la misma cosa. Eso fue en el 2013.
In 2013, previously, there was a zoning approved for the exact same thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Yo quiero
Okay,
seguir hacer
so
las cosas
what-
como
I think it would be if he could show some photos and maybe some of his plan. Show the photos of the property.
Si nos puede enseñar las fotos y los planos de la propiedad, por favor.
Ok, ahí está.
And explain what we see.
Y si nos puede explicar lo que estamos viendo.
Sí, se para el frente.
That would be the front.
Eso es adentro, en el interior.
That's the interior inside.
Mhm.
Eso más, ahí está la foto del post de la zonificación.
And that is the photo of the post of zonification.
Okay. How long has he been in business there?
¿Cuánto tiempo usted ha estado haciendo negocios ahí?
12 años tengo ahí.
12 years I've been there.
Okay. Keep presenting.
Puede continuar presentando.
Esa es como está de frente con la gomera ahí.
And that's the front with the tires.
Okay.
Esa es la notificación del Sony.
That's the notice of appeal.
Ese es el deed de la propiedad que ya está bajo mi nombre.
We have a copy of his deed.
Ya tenemos
Okay.
una copia de esto.
Ok.
How many days a week is he open?
¿Cuántos días de la semana está abierto?
De lunes a sábado, 6 días.
Monday through Saturday, 6 days.
And, okay, and do the tires, everything goes back in at night?
Y las llantas, ¿usted las entra para adentro en las noches?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Questions from the board?
¿Preguntas de la Junta?
Are there other repairs that you make other than tire repair?
¿Hay otro tipo de reparaciones que usted hace además de reparaciones de llanta?
No, nada más llanta.
Just tires.
Just tires. Okay. Thank you.
So is
Gracias.
this tire repair and replacement, is that what we're doing?
Así que está reemplazando y reparando llantas, ¿eso es correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And about how many cars does he service, say, in a day?
Y vamos a decir en un día, ¿cuántos carros usted le da servicios?
Como 10, 12, dependiendo.
Like 10 to 12? It depends.
Mhm. And what were the hours of operation?
¿Cuáles son las horas de operación?
De 8 a 6.
8 to 6?
Okay.
Other
All right.
questions?
What is the process for tires that are being discarded?
¿Cuál es el proceso de las llantas que se está, que está eliminando, que está botando?
La que está eliminada, por el día la pongo en un camión que tengo ahí. Y todos los fines de semana, toda la semana la llevo con Chujo, que es el departamento donde se estructuran las gomas viejas.
So the tires that are being discarded, I put them daily on a truck, and then in the weekends I take them to a facility that recycles the tires.
Okay. And then are there ever instances where the cars are parked overnight outside of the business?
Y hay instancias cuando los vehículos se quedan estacionados en la noche afuera del vehículo, afuera del negocio.
No, nunca se quedan vehículos de noche ahí.
No, no vehicles stay the night there.
Okay. And how often are people leaving their cars with you and then they're leaving and coming back and getting them later? Or are they always sort of with their vehicle?
¿Y cuán frecuente sucede que los clientes dejan su vehículo ahí y después regresan a buscarlo o ellos se quedan con su vehículo?
No, ellos entran y salen de una vez, no lo dejan.
So they stay with their vehicle, they enter and they leave with their vehicle.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Así que gracias, ya no tengo más preguntas.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the current audience?
Así que le preguntaron que si hay alguna pregunta de los abogados, Hillary
sí.
Emerson, o si hay preguntas de la Junta, o si hay preguntas o comentarios de la audiencia virtual.
I see no hand, Chair.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
Así que el comité de planeos.
Amy Wood with the Planning Commission.
Así que voy con la comisión de planeos.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX2 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location.
Así que el plan comprensivo recomienda que no haya cambio a el CMX2, uso comercial de zona en esta ubicación.
The zoning for this property dates to the original 1933 zoning maps.
La zona en esta propiedad está la original desde el 1933 en los mapas de zonas.
This property has a documented history of the use of tire sales and service shop.
Esta propiedad tiene un historial documentado de uso como ventas de llantas y servicios.
In 2013, this board granted a variance for the same use on that property.
En el 2013 la Junta o aceptó una varianza en esta misma propiedad.
Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variances for personal vehicle repair and maintenance.
Y por eso es que el Comité de Planeo de la Ciudad recomienda que la Junta le dé el pedido de la variancia para uso personal de reparación de vehículo y mantenimiento.
MI 2025
Y MI 2025
002710
002710
3207 North 6th Street,
3207 Norte, calle 6.
I vote yes.
Voto que sí.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Michael Jones, mi voto es sí.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, mi voto es sí.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, mi voto es sí.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdam, mi voto es sí.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, mi voto es sí.
You have your votes.
Ahí tiene
Thank you.
sus votos.
Thank you.
Gracias.
And interpreter, you
Muchas
have one more
gracias.
case. What is
Yes, I do have one more case.
Hillary number 9? Okay. Thank you, sir. MI 2025-004-497, 6029 Palmetto Street. Maria Linda Montillo Navarro is the current owner pro se.
Así que estamos en el caso MI 2025-004497, línea 6029 Palmero Street, y María Linda Montillo Navarro es la dueña de propiedad.
She's promoted as a panelist.
Así que ha sido promovido.
Do we see her in the audience?
You're allowed to speak.
Así que ya puede hablar.
Hi, could you
Good
please?
morning.
Good morning.
Good
Could
morning,
you?
every people. Good morning, misters. Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Linda Montilla Navarro.
Could you spell your name, please, for for our stenographer?
Así que si nos puede deletrear su nombre, por favor.
Marialean.
This is the interpreter speaking. Can I ask her to please speak in Spanish?
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you speak in Spanish?
¿Me lo puedes deletrear en español, por favor?
Okay. Marialinda Navarro.
So it's Maria, Maria, Linda, Linda, Montilla, Montilla, Navarro, Navarro.
So we're going to stay with Spanish, right? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth,
Así que usted jura y afirma decir la verdad,
the
Yes,
whole
I do.
truth, and nothing but the truth?
toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Yes, I
Excuse
do.
me, Ms. Montilla Navarro, there seems to be when you're unmuted, there seems to be a second device that's causing feedback. Do you have multiple devices on?
Así que, señora Montilla Navarro, parece que cuando usted prende micrófono hay otro dispositivo que está causando interferencias con el sonido. ¿Usted tiene otro dispositivo prendido?
No.
No. She doesn't have another device.
Okay. So our vice chair has a few questions.
Así que nuestra vicepresidenta tiene algunas preguntas.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Buenos días, usted ha sometido los documentos y evidencia 5 días de anticipación de esta reunión.
No, fue imposible hasta el lunes porque el sistema online fila no me lo permitía.
So no, I wasn't able to do it till Monday because the online system in Phila didn't allow me to do it.
Okay, thank you. I think Hillary, we have her documents, right?
Yes, we have all of the required documents for this matter.
Así que Hillary mencionó que ya tienen todos los documentos requeridos para este caso.
Okay, so this application is for use as a two-family household living in an existing structure.
Esta solicitud es para uso de vivienda de 2 familias en una estructura existente.
No change in area and in height as part of this application.
The interpreter requires verification. You said no change or change.
No change.
Y no hay cambio en esta área de altura, como parte o área en esta solicitud.
Whereas the proposed use,
Y donde el uso propuesto,
two-family household living,
que es vivienda de dos familias,
is prohibited in the RSA 5 zoning district.
es prohibido en el distrito de zona RS5.
There's a letter of no position received from Longcrest Community Association,
Y hay una carta de no posición recibida por la Asociación de la Comunidad Longcrest
and a petition of support, 23 signatures from near neighbors.
y una petición de apoyo, 23 firmas de los vecinos cercanos.
Please start the presentation.
Ya puede empezar su presentación.
Okay, so we have that document.
Ya tenemos ese documento.
Okay, refull.
We have the next
Application for
document. We have
appeal.
that too.
Ya tenemos ese documento también.
Application for appeal. Project information form.
We have that.
Ya tenemos ese documento.
We have all your documents. What I think you should do is go to your photos and if you have plans.
Así que ya tenemos sus documentos y puede ir a las fotos y los planos.
Say, and tell us what this is.
Si nos puede decir qué es esa imagen.
La propiedad fuera.
Is the exterior of the property.
Okay.
El estacionamiento y la propiedad en el exterior.
So this is the parking and the exterior property.
Right. Okay.
El
We have
task
that.
clearing.
Ya tenemos ese documento.
Y los planos.
Could you make
Los
that a little
cuales-
bigger, please?
Así que si lo puede poner más grande, por favor.
Los planos están correctos, solo el plano de la planta baja, el arquitecto lo presentó incorrecto y lo iba a corregir, pero no le dio tiempo de corregirlo.
So,
Porque el plano,
everything is correct except the ground floor. The architecture needed to correct it, and he didn't have the opportunity to correct it yet.
Say that again. I didn't get that.
Everything in the plans is correct except the ground floor. The architecture didn't have a opportunity to update the plans.
es importante que lo que yo
So
quiero,
the first, on the left would be the basement. Am I correct?
Y en la izquierda, el primero es el sótano, ¿eso es correcto?
el sótano es solamente para guardar cosas navideñas, utilidades, no es para vivir, no tiene.
The interpreter
No
requires
tiene
clarification. No, lo que
para vivir.
le están preguntando es que si el que está en la mano izquierda, el primero, ese es el sótano.
Sí.
So
ese
yes,
es el
that's a
sótano.
basement.
And the next is the first floor.
Y el siguiente, el primer piso.
Right. And then the third is the second floor.
Y el tercero es el segundo piso.
Ajá.
Okay.
La razón por la que yo pedí estoy aplicando, con todo respeto, es porque yo compré esta propiedad y ya los apartamentos existían.
So
Cuando
the
yo
reason
lo
why I'm applying, with all due respect, is because whenever I bought the property, the apartments already existed.
Entonces,
So how
estoy
long ago
haciendo
did she
todo.
purchase the property?
¿Y hace cuánto tiempo atrás usted compró la propiedad?
El 8 de enero del 2025, hace un año.
The 8th of January of 2025. It's been a year.
Right. So
Nadie
it's been-
vive allí.
And no one lives there.
right. Is there anyone in there now?
¿Y hay alguien que está viviendo ahí ahora?
No.
No.
So she buys this property, she realizes she bought it as a duplex, then she realized it wasn't, there was no variances, and so she brought it to the zoning board, right?
Así que usted compró esta propiedad, realizó que era un dúplex, o pensando que era un dúplex, y después realizó que no habían variancias y lo sometió para la zona, la Junta de las Zonas.
Sí, exactamente. Porque la idea es vivir con mi hijo, pero quiero que los planos que tenga la ciudad correspondan con los planos reales de la casa. Estar lo más estar legalmente posible.
So that's exactly true. The plans is for me and my son to live there, but I want all the plans to be accurate and legal according to the city.
All right, questions from the board?
Arriba va a vivir mi hijo con su esposa, y abajo voy a vivir yo.
So in the second floor, my son will live with his wife, and then in the first floor, I'll live.
Okay, questions from the board?
Yes,
Preguntas,
I know you
preguntas.
said the plans are wrong on the first floor. What is wrong about the plans on the first floor?
Y usted había mencionado que en el primer piso los planos estaban incorrectos. ¿Qué está incorrecto de los planos?
La posición de las habitaciones es igual, 2 habitaciones, una cocina y un baño completo con 2 medio baños, pero las ubicaciones como están no es como es realmente.
So it's still correct in the sense that there's 2 bedrooms and 1 full bathroom, 2 half bathrooms, but the positioning of each room is in a different place.
You have pictures of the interior.
Tiene imágenes del interior.
Sí.
My second question is, I'm just looking at so all the sale records define this as a single family house with 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. And now this house has 4 bedrooms and multiple bathrooms. So what was in here at sale that led you to believe that this was subdivided as a duplex?
Así que mi segunda pregunta es que estoy mirando los registros de venta y definen esta propiedad como unifamiliar con 3 habitaciones y un baño, y ahora la casa tiene 4 habitaciones y múltiples baños. Así que, ¿qué en la venta la hizo pensar que esto era un dúplex subdividido?
Porque hay una cocina arriba, una cocina abajo y todo está dividido.
Because there's a kitchen upstairs and a kitchen downstairs and everything's divided.
Including the utilities, so you have separate gas and electric meters for both floors?
Incluyendo las utilidades, eso significa que tiene medidores eléctricos y de gas separados para ambos pisos.
No, tiene la capacidad, pero no están divididos. Tiene un solo view.
It has the capability to do so, but they're not divided currently.
Okay.
Other questions?
¿Alguna otra pregunta?
So these are the only pictures you have of the interior?
Estas son las únicas imágenes que tienes del interior?
Sí.
Yes.
I guess I have a few questions. One, are these plans, which you say are not correct for the first floor, are they correct for the second floor?
Y la primera pregunta, los planos que usted dijo que no están correctos para el primer piso, el segundo piso, ¿está correcto?
Sí, el segundo piso está correcto. El primer piso, el error fue que el ingeniero estaba haciendo una propuesta de que se cambiara, pero yo no voy a cambiar nada. Yo no estoy
Permítame. So yes, the second floor is correct in the plans, and what happened with the first floor, it was the engineer that was suggesting changes, but we're not going to do any changes.
Okay, so I guess I'm having a little problem with, this looks awfully tight for 2 bedrooms. Can we go back to the plan there?
Así que el único problema que estoy teniendo es que esto se ve un poco apretado para 2 habitaciones. ¿Me puede enseñar los planos de nuevo?
Okay. So you've got, and I'm not sure what this, okay, I guess there's a scale here, but I mean, there's hardly any living space worth mentioning. And then you've got my pet peeve where your bathroom is, you have to go through the living room and the kitchen to get to the bathroom, which is, at 3 o'clock in the morning. This is not a trip that most people want to.
Así que algo que debería de mencionar es que de lo que puedo ver, que el baño está entre medio de la sala y la cocina, y eso es una de las cosas que a mí no me gustan, porque a las 3 de la mañana si necesitan ir para el baño es un viaje, o está en una distancia que no es preferible para las personas.
Sí, entiendo, pero mi único motivo es legalizar la construcción que compré. La compré tal como está y lo único que quiero es legalizar que los planos coincidan con la realidad de la casa.
Yes, but my only intent is to legalize this structure that I had bought. I want the plans to coincide with what is actually in the property.
Cuando vi la propiedad, vi una oportunidad para mí y para mi hijo de vivir en una misma casa y yo pagar un solo mortgage.
Whenever I saw the property, I saw an opportunity for me and my son to live in the same house and us to pay one mortgage.
I have a
I
question.
agree
here.
with, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. My question was, so she says she purchased the property as existing as a duplex, correct?
Así que usted dijo que compró la propiedad y como existía como un duplex, ¿eso es correcto?
Sí.
Okay,
Yes.
but it looks like the property, the units have not been fully separated yet. Is the intent for you to continue on to separate if you are allowed and granted to separate the unit, to further the construction to separate the units?
Pero parece que en la propiedad las unidades no están separadas completamente. Su intención es separarla después. Si le permiten o le dan esta propuesta, usted va a separar las unidades y construir o hacer las unidades separadas en el futuro.
Las unidades están separadas, lo que no están separados son los biles. Y cuando compré la propiedad, desde el principio, en lo que me di cuenta, antes de comenzar a pintar, me di cuenta de que no había una división legal en la ciudad. Cuando me asesoré, me dijeron que tenía que obtener un permiso y eso es lo que estoy haciendo.
So the
Tener un
units,
permiso.
the units are separate. It's just the bills are not going to be separate. Whenever I was going to start painting the house, that's when I noticed that they weren't divided legally according to the city, and that's why I came to ask for a permit.
Okay, so.
Creo que comencé con todos estos planes desde el mes de
Stephen,
marzo del 2020.
Stephen, listen,
Mhm.
listen to me. This is where we're going to go. We see the plans, but we need to know what it looks like with photos. The only thing she has pictures of is the steps going up to the property. What I would like to do is, there's going to be a resumptive hearing, and she's going to have to come back, and she's going to have photos of everything, how you get into the second floor, every room and things like that. And that way we can make a conscious decision on what to do with it. So I'm going to continue this. Well, tell her that first, that what we're doing.
Así que nosotros vemos los planes y esto es lo que nosotros vamos a hacer. Parece que solamente tiene algunas fotos de las propiedades, como subiendo las escaleras y cosas así, pero nosotros vamos a programar una audiencia resumtiva. Y cuando usted regrese para atrás, usted nos va a traer más fotos de todas las entradas, de cada habitación, cada pasillo, para que nosotros podamos tomar una decisión consciente. Eso es lo que nosotros vamos a hacer. Vamos a continuar esta audiencia, y va a continuar ahora.
And the date of that
Perfecto. Yo
is
voy a
going to
poner
be,
esta foto
the
con
date of
mis
that is going to be 4/28/26 at 9:30 a.m.
Y la fecha de esa audiencia va a ser 4/28 de 2026 a las 9:30 de la mañana.
Okay?
¿Está bien?
Thank you.
Okay, and interpreter, thank you very much. We do appreciate all the work you do for us. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for using the service. Interpreter disconnecting.
Number 8, MI 2025-004-490, 2028 Locust Street. Adam Lavers, the attorney.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Mr. Laver, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Adam Laver, L-A-V as in Victor, E-R, blank Rome, 1 Logan Square.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do.
Mr. Laver, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Certainly. Blank Rome represents the residents of 2028 Locust Street, Allison Friedman and Sam Miller, a married couple, beneficiaries of the David Friedman 2012 GST Trust.
Okay, and before I give it to our vice chair, there is a letter of non-opposition from the Center City Residents Association, and also we have 6 letters of support from near neighbors, including adjacent neighbors. Our vice chair has a few questions, sir.
Good morning.
Madam Vice Chair.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, Ms. Graham, we have.
Okay, thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. As I mentioned, I have the privilege of representing Allison Friedman and Sam Miller, who are the occupants of 2028 Locust Street, which you can see in front of you. It is the brick structure with the round window above the main entrance. Allison is a 4th-generation Philadelphian. She was born in Center City, nearby to the subject property. 2028 Locust Street, which runs south to Latimer Street, as seen in the purple in the middle of the screen, is located in an RM1 residential multifamily zoning district. This is just west of Rittenhouse Square. You can see in the aerials on the screen, the square is the trees to the right, the Dorchester, the large high-rise with the swimming pool on the top, sits on the square. And then I'm trying to get my cursor over here. Here we go. Circled in yellow is the back of Allison and Sam's single-family home, which backs up to Latimer Street. Here is another photo. Circled in yellow is the front that I showed you at the start of their property, again running from Locust to Latimer. And here you can see one last aerial that I wanted to bring to your attention. Latimer Street dead ends not far behind their property. In this photograph, circled in yellow, is their property on the left. Allison's mother lives close by. Sam and Allison are fixtures in the neighborhood. Allison is sitting behind me in the hearing room today. Her husband, Sam, is participating virtually. And Joe Morrison, architect of record, is here should any questions come up. Here is a view of the property at the rear off of Latimer Street on the right. The subject property was sold to the current owners in 2022 as including a deeded parking space that is in the listings. That parking, as you can see, is off of Latimer Street at the rear of the subject property. This is what brings us before the board today, to document and to confirm an existing accessory parking condition that was not apparently part of the official L&I approvals of record associated with this property. I'd like to bring up a couple bird's eye aerials, if you will, and you can see in red the front where the trees are. That would be Locust Street. And then the back, Latimer Street, I just showed you some close-ups of that from Latimer Street. And what you'll see is that 2028 Locust Street includes a small courtyard area containing a carport that is actually behind the neighboring property's home. So Allison and Sam's property runs straight through and then juts to the left a little bit west. That's the property line. Here's another closer up aerial of what I just described. Moving to the notice of refusal, if I may. The accessory parking space itself is approximately 12 feet 3 inches deep instead of 18 inches deep. However, it would actually be 18 feet, not 18 inches. A standard parking space requires 18 feet deep. A compact parking space requires 16 feet depth for compact car parking, which is what is depicted and proposed. What we are seeking then is effectively a variance of 3 feet 9 inches for the existing condition. There is no parking, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, along Latimer Street, along that dead-end street. There's no public parking. I would be scared to go out and take a look in this snow what it looks like, although Allison just told me that Sam shoveled the entire street for the neighbors. So kudos to the young man who did that. There is an existing curb cut at the location.
Maybe you could stop by my house.
We'll add that to the list. There is an existing curb cut at the location, which you saw in one of the photographs I shared, and I'll share a few more with you shortly. Also, it's very important to note for the record that the Streets Department has approved the proposed parking, noting the dead-end condition actually in their official approval. And here you can see a photograph from, this would be 21st Street running east towards the Dorchester, that high-rise, and then the square, just to give you context, clearly showing no outlet, clearly showing what I said, that there's no parking on this small street, although you will see momentarily that there's lots of off-street parking that neighbors have close by. I'd like to run through some photographs of that street for you. So here I'm just giving you a sense of streetscape, and you can see with that beige garage, that's a neighbor of Allison and Sam's there. Here on the right, the yellow vehicle is parked in Allison and Sam's space, showing that compact parking can fit adequately within the existing condition. You also see the curb cut that I mentioned before. There's another view. I know we have a little bit of a lag here. There's another view. So their house is the beige on the right, and then you'll remember that they have that carport, which is part of their property, just to the left or the west. Here is another photograph along the street, seeing the condition actually of people who are parking their cars behind their homes. I would respectfully submit that what's existing and what's proposed is better because it's within the property line. But it's important just to show you some context here. Just some other street photos. And here you can see again that yellow car is within their space on the left. Going back to the notice of refusal, in addition to the documentation and confirmation of this parking space, the overall proposal before the board includes the removal of a one-story addition with a second floor deck at their property And in the footprint of that removal of demolished work, adding a first floor deck and creating a backyard with open space. So this is a reduction, if you will, in intensity of a non-conforming condition. Also included, and I'll show you the plans momentarily, is the removal of a bay window at the second floor and reuse of existing windows too in a new framed wall, replacement of the existing condition, and powder room at the first floor. I'm getting beyond the strict nature of the refusal, but we wanted to share the totality with you. There is a refusal for what I just said because we're going from non-conforming, removing it and replacing, but we're replacing with less. So a deck is prohibited in the required front yard. Interestingly, as is often the case, as the board knows, even though a layperson might look at Locust Street as the front, both are being seen as fronts. So Latimer is treated that way, and we understand that. This is an existing non-conforming condition that would be improved with the new proposal, increasing some open area. Here you can see that beige structure with the brick and the second floor deck. This is the area that would be demolished and replaced with less structure. Those are a couple photos there. And here you can see the proposed site plan. And maybe I'll zoom out for a moment and move in a little bit here. Please bear with me for a second. That's a little bit better. Okay, so I highlighted in yellow what I shared with you, removal of some of that structure and replacement. You'll see in elevations momentarily, and we can see the parking space area as well being documented. Let me move to the elevations here, and I want to make this as large for board members as possible. On the left is south elevation existing. On the right is proposed. The new work is shown in yellow. And I have another set of plans for you to see from the side, being the west. Left is existing, right is proposed in yellow. You can see in both that it is less structure, if you will. I'm going to go back to the mode of presentation I had and move to the non-opposition letter from Center City Residents Association. But most importantly, beyond that, are these letters from truly the most impacted neighbors. 2022 Locust Street notes that they share the back alley and offer support. Then we have, my screen sharing is not, oh, there we go. 2018 Locust Street, all close by. 2026 Locust Street notes that Latimer Street deads end, that the legalization of the rear car parking will not interfere with any neighbors and would be conducive with other properties on the same block. As I'm going through this, I should note that the plans that I've shared with you have been shared with all the neighbors. 2030 Locust Street, our house is directly next door to 2028 Locust, and they support. 2028 Latimer Street, our house faces directly 2028 Locust in their parking space. We are in full support of the application. So this is at the rear of the property where all of the work would be taking place, all of the documentation of existing use.
But that's what the city calls the front.
Yes,
The front.
yes,
Right,
yes,
right.
Mr. Chair.
So you're saying the rear, but the city's saying.
Yes, yes.
I got
yeah,
it.
Trying to be precise.
Right.
And 2030 Latimer Street lends their support. So a complete package of support from neighbors, non-opposition, as is the custom from CCRA in matters such as this. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the authorization of variance relief will not alter the character of the neighborhood or district or be detrimental to the public welfare. The photos reflect that the proposal fits the neighborhood. the non-opposition of the coordinating RCO and the extensive support of the most impacted neighbors speaks to the granting of relief being of benefit to the public and within the spirit of the zoning code. The proposed variances, too, once again, would represent the minimum variance to afford relief and will represent the least modification possible of the regulations at issue. The grant of variance relief will not substantially increase congestion in the public streets. To the contrary, it actually relieves a little bit of congestion. This will not increase the danger of fire or otherwise endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare. There are no lighter air issues. The most impacted neighbors have attested to that. This will not adversely affect transportation or unduly burden water, sewer, school, park, or other public facilities. There are no environmental issues. And I should note that these letters of support occurred well prior to the homeowner shoveling his neighbor's sidewalks.
Okay.
Allison is here to
Why don't you
adopt.
bring her on to adopt your
Allison, would you
testimony?
please come up?
And if we need questions of the architect, we'll bring them on later. Hi, why don't you get a little closer? If you just pull that reel as close, as no, that's it, right, okay. All right, could you state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Allison Friedman, Allison Friedman.
Right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Good morning, Ms. Friedman. You've been present for the entirety of this hearing before the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment, correct?
Yes.
And would you adopt and affirm the testimony that I've offered as your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes. Okay. So Latimer is, I'm seeing trash bins and what have you. So is that where the trash is collected? Like a trash truck comes down there?
Ms. Friedman, can you please respond?
Yeah, yes. For everybody on that block, they're Tuesday mornings, the trash and recycling, like a little mini version of a dump truck comes down.
Wow, interesting. And this, okay, there must be, but there's adequate like turning radius. This is usually a question that Board Member Johns gets into, but
I actually did, but my microphone was off for some reason.
Okay. I mean, it's awfully narrow, and I live on a narrow street. It looks even worse than mine. But do we have this? Did we run this by the Streets Department, and have they approved this?
Yes, Ms. Gaston, this has been fully vetted by the Streets Department.
Okay, all right. That was my question. It looked awfully narrow.
I have walked this block. I agree with you. It's one of the narrower blocks in Philadelphia that we're all thinking of, particularly during events.
Now you're
such as-
downplaying the snow, like it's not that hard of a job, it's so small.
Well,
But
I
it
mean, that's the
works.
thing. I was looking for the turning radius that would have been submitted, I would think would have been submitted to the Streets Department. Was there a plan done that showed the turning radius? How do you get in and out? I mean, clearly with a tiny car, it looks like, they obviously fit in, right?
Right.
But if approved, we can't make a designation that it only be for a subcompact car, correct?
I can't speak to that, but I can speak, Mr. Johns, to that. Yes, this was reviewed by the Streets Department, and the approval was secured.
Can I add something?
Feel free.
There are about 6 other neighbors on that block that park their cars behind their houses, and
Mhm.
all of them are SUVs, including like an Expedition that one of our neighbors has, and an Escalade. I'm not saying that the turning radius is easy, but it is doable.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm sort of looking at the Google of that street, and you can see people they're just sort of pulling in. They're just driving across the pavement, and clearly that not parking perpendicular to the the street. So, so the turning radius is an issue.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RM1 residential multifamily. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. Moreover, a 2000 variance for the addition under AP 000901051 was granted with proviso of no parking. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variances for deck in the required yard and parking.
Just for the record, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this is a completely separate and distinct plan that's been proposed, and the approval of the Streets Department is a distinguishing characteristic along with the unanimous consent of those most impacted.
MI 2025-004-490-2028 Locust Street. I vote yes per refusal dated 8/26/25.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes, with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes, with proviso.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Aya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Members
thank
of the
you.
board.
I'm sure your husband's a little tired, right? I mean, right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 5, MI 2025-004-428-151 Meadow Lane. Maureen and Michael Eibel are the owner applicants.
Maureen will be joining us as a panelist.
Okay. Hillary, we're coming back for Tamika, right? Yep.
Trying to get the video. There it is.
Good morning.
Good morning, Maureen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Maureen. Could you please state
can
your
see
name
us.
and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. It is Maureen Eibel, MAUREENEIBEL.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So this application is for the removal of an existing interior parking garage and the creation of one service parking space at the existing front yard as required parking accessory to the existing single-family household living. Whereas surface parking spaces are prohibited in the required 8-foot front yard. There is a letter of support from Mill Creek that was 14 in support, 7 in non-opposition. And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and the chair just read your refusal, so did you stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay. Sorry. Do I have to start sharing?
Yes.
I don't see it.
There should be a green button at the bottom, right? You should open your documents and then
Okay.
hit share
Let me do
screen.
that. I don't see the option. More. Hold on, let me try this. Yeah, I have options for microphone and video. I don't see the share screen.
You see a green or a black arrow and a green box that above the word share at the bottom of your screen. next to raise hand.
I apologize. I'm sorry. It is not next to my raised hand. I have Q&A next to that.
Okay, so why don't we do this? We'll see if you can figure it out. We're going to come back to you, okay?
Okay,
Maureen?
thank you.
Well, you're right. Take a look and we'll come back to you before the end of the day, okay? Before the morning's over, I should say. Okay. What case do you have? Come on. Is it? Thank you. Come on up. So number 14, MI 2025 005-590-4814 Trinity Street. Lee Weinberg Moskowitz and Sajina Patnack are the owner applicants. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer? Are you going to testify? And you're going to work the computer?
We're gonna
Do it together. All right, so then you're both the owners? I'll bring you in, right? So is your microphone on? No, I don't think so. Okay.
Yeah, it's not on.
All right, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Leah Weinberg Moskowitz, LeAHWeinberg-Moskowitz.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sanjina Patnaik, Sangina, last name Patnaik.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, so this application is for use as a two-family household living in an existing semi-detached structure, no change to height or area, whereas the proposed use, two-family household living, is prohibited in the RSA 3 zoning district, whereas 2 parking places are required and none are proposed. You do have a letter of support from the Cedar Brook neighbors for this. Yep, okay. Our vice chair has just a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
We have.
Great. And the chair just read your refusal, so do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
Hi, thanks so much for hearing us today. So we're here before you today to discuss 4814 Trinity Street, which is a twin property. I am actually the owner of 4812 Trinity Street, which is the adjoining twin, shares a wall. And then in 2023, Leah and I purchased 4814 Trinity Street together. And we spent the subsequent time doing make-safe repairs on 4814 Trinity. It was zoned an uninhabitable structure when we purchased it.
And it was adjacent to your property?
Yes.
Okay, yep,
Twins.
right, okay.
And so you can see actually this is 4812 and 4814.
Yep.
Can you speak up some or put the microphone closer to you?
Is this a little better?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
Great, sorry.
And this is
So-
Trinity Place, correct?
Well, it is both Trinity Place and Trinity Street. There's a sign on either side of the block that has one and the other. And I actually, when I was doing historical records, at some point, the deeds shift over from place to street, but it exists in both ways in different parts of the city.
Yeah, because it's a 48, because it's another one that's a street. And when I hit it on Zoom, it went to a completely different neighborhood. So, but okay.
Oh, yeah. There is another block of Trinity somewhere else in the city.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
But this is a one block street between 48th and 49th. And the entire block is
Yep.
on the historical register of
Oh,
Philadelphia.
okay.
So we spent the last 2 years doing make-safe repairs in conversation with the Philadelphia Historical Commission. The property is currently zoned RSA 3, and we're seeking a zoning variance to convert the property to 2 units. In order to anticipate the needs of aging parents who will soon require in-home care, the idea is that we'll be able to have 1 unit for a family and then another unit to make the property self-sustaining. And just to be very clear, I reside in 4812, the property next door. Our plans require no modification to the exterior and attempt to preserve the distinguishing features of the house that put the block on the historical register in the first place. The way that we're modifying the house can be reversed in the future because we know that housing needs change over time. And in fact, we're trying to restore some of the original distinguishing features of the house. The staircase was altered in weird ways in earlier renovations. And so we're going to return it to its original state. And as you said, our coordinating RCO, Cedar Park Neighbors, unanimously said a letter of support for our project. So we're seeking ZBA approval because the property, the refusal is because the property is currently in an RSA 3 zoning district. And the other thing that is cited on the refusal is that 2 parking spaces are required where none are permitted. So we wanted to present a couple of things that we think might affect your contemplation of our appeal. We have a sort of unique feature of our property, which is that 4814 and 4816 Trinity Street share a driveway that runs all the way to the back of the house. It's the only driveway on the block, and it fits 3 cars. And then the other thing that we'll just note, because it is a 1-block, one-way street, there's ample parking on the street. I get miffed when I don't have the parking spot right in front of my house, because it's usually the case that neighbors each park in front of their own houses. So this is 4812 Trinity Street. This is just a sort of Google Maps panoramic picture of the area. Here's 4814, and you can even see some of our construction in progress. And then this is the other, the westward facing view of the block so that you can get a sense of the parking situation on the street. So 2 factors that might also affect your decision about the use variance. First, as we learned when we went to the RCO meeting, properties on the historical register are allowed to have an ADU without seeking a variance. But because we live next door in the Twin and not in the property itself, we're not able to do that without a use variance. And the second is that there are multiple other properties on the block that are converted into multifamily units already. The houses are about 24 to 2,500 square feet, which is large. It's listed as a 6-bedroom house. Our understanding is that they were converted into multiple units at a time when zoning was perhaps not as strict. So even though they remain RSA 3 properties on the books, they have multiple units. So this is the RCO letter of support. We had a really lovely meeting with the Cedar Park Neighbors Zoning Committee, and all members were present, as well as a member of the 46th Ward Democratic Committee, and a couple of neighbors who showed up in support. And we actually ended up spending a long time talking about the history of the area because Kathy does historical research as an architect, and I ended up doing a lot of research for the property when we put it on the National Register of Historic Places. So now we'll show you some photographs of the property. First, in its existent condition, both the exterior, although that will not change by the zoning variance, and then the interior, and Leo will talk through some of the modifications we proposed. But we wanted to show you some of the work that we've done in order to give you a sense of the kind of ethic that we're bringing to our project. So these are images from from a structural engineer who reviewed the property. And as you can see, there's extensive spalling of the brick. The brick was, as if you might know, West Philly brick is soft brick, and someone decided to repoint it with straight up cement. And so the brick is spalling pretty badly. The porch is very dilapidated, and the roof, as Ellen and I noted, needed to be fully replaced. Here's a close-up of the porch with the footings falling apart and the gutters. And here's the underside of the roof system of the porch. So all of these were parts of the L&I Make Safe permit. The house has a really beautiful two-story wooden porch that was original to the property, but it was in pretty severely dilapidated condition. And just a couple more photos showing the underside of the porch and spalling in the back of the house. And then you can see the tiles, the slate tiles.
Just move forward a little
Oh,
bit.
sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
You back up a little bit when
Oh,
you speak.
apologies.
Okay.
The slate tiles are just sort of sliding their way off of the roof. These are some pictures of the property taken recently in the past month. As you can see, we've completely replaced and repainted the underside of the roof. Here's the inside of the porch. We had spindles. There's a wonderful carpenter in West Philly, Lou Tannen, who fabricated spindles that exactly match the Existence spindles, replaced the porch with mahogany, and we are playing around with porch colors right now. Here's a picture of the underside of the porch there. We had to pour new footings, replace the brick, and rebuild the screens for the porch. Here you can see we replaced the roof with slate and copper fittings and historically appropriate, sort of historical commission approved regular shingles for the porch. And we've had the original windows redone, and we're working with a carpenter to weather strip and weatherproof and paint the windows.
No, I think everything you're talking about is wonderful, perfect, but I think maybe you might want to talk about the duplex.
What we're about to do.
Well, that's nice. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Great.
All
Okay.
right.
So I'll toss it over to Leah.
Okay, so interior plans and
Yes.
proposed
There you
modifications.
go.
So we'll just go floor by floor. This is the first floor. The only alterations to the layout are moving the entry door to the middle room from the hall to the kitchen.
So it currently is right here. It's going to move right here.
The bathroom only had a toilet, so we're adding a tub and a sink. And the house originally had a vestibule that was removed at some point, and so we're adding that back in. Instead of one door to the interior, however, there'll now be two, an entrance per unit. And we're working with Lauren Mariani Carpentry, who has extensive experience restoring West Philadelphia Victorians in particular. And I'll leave it there, though we do have more information if anyone wants additional detail. And then here are some images. This is the vestibule with the walls removed, which will be added back in. And the staircase that will be partitioned to allow for individual entry.
And so the wall that you could sort of see would run right here on the outside of the staircase.
Enclosing it, yeah. Alterations to the second floor. We will enclose the staircase while preserving the banister and add a kitchen in one of the second floor bedrooms. And here is a photo of the room designated for our proposed kitchen. And then there will be no alterations to the third floor. And I believe that's it. So thank you for your time.
Yep. And then the only other thing, we uploaded originally the tax clearance for last year, but this is the updated tax clearance for this year.
Okay. Questions from the board?
On the first floor unit, are you going through the bedroom to get to the backyard? Please tell me no.
No. So there's actually that second floor porch that I slid through some photos of it. So this is the kitchen. It's the original kitchen, and it has this large door right here, goes into a back porch, which then goes into the backyard.
Okay, so this middle room is the bedroom.
This middle room, yeah, it's currently, I think, the dining room. It'll become the bedroom.
That'll become the bedroom.
Yeah.
Okay. And then this front space will be the living room.
The living room, yes, as it
So
currently
living
is.
room, kitchen, back porch, rear yard. Okay.
Correct.
Is there a basement to the property that will
There
be redone as well? And
There is a basement. The entrance is right here.
that basement, that first unit will have access to the basement, and what will the basement be used for?
The first unit will have access to the basement. It's it's a typical West Philly, finished in that it has plaster on the walls, but otherwise unfinished. So it'll just be for storage.
And I noticed that there's a space for cars in the driveway. Is there also the intent to store trash cans, receptacles for each unit, or where's trash going to be stored?
So trash for the units are currently stored in the driveway, sort of alongside the two buildings. And there's still room for cars with the trash there.
Question. So then the second and the third floor are one unit? Is that?
Yes. So first floor is one unit, second and third floor is one unit.
Can we see that again, please? Thank you.
So here's the second floor. And the entrance again is down on the first floor. And so you'd come up the stairways. And then this is a very large room. This is another very large room. This will be, this was the sort of, I think, master bedroom that we're making into the kitchen. This is the bathroom as it currently exists. And then back here is the enclosed porch. It's a 3-season porch. It's actually large enough to be a small bedroom, but the entrance is from this room right here. And then the third floor, as you walk up, there's another 3 rooms, and then the bathroom as it currently exists. I guess the one alteration that we are going to do is that we're going to put a stacked washer and dryer right here in the edge of the hallway.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a question about the separation of utilities. Since this is moving from a single family home to a duplex, where will the utilities for the second floor unit, or second and third floor unit, be located so that they have access?
Yeah. So we're working with our electrician right now. I think we'll put the panels up on the second floor, and then we're going to need to figure out how to either to do a separate entrance into the basement in order to do. And we have architectural plans for that from our structural
Would
engineer.
that be through the rear of the property or through the driveway?
It's
Okay.
through the rear because there can't be any changes that are visible from the exterior because it's on the historical register.
Right. Okay.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson.
Just 2 clarifications. One, I don't know if this is the same PowerPoint that you submitted previously, but if not, just please upload this so it's included for the record. Also, did you say there was this house has a driveway?
Yes.
So it does have parking?
Yes. So let me go to page 3. So this is the driveway this runs from the street all the way to the back of the 2 houses. And it fits 3 cars.
Okay. That may be something that you may want to have documented, since it says on here there's no parking. And it also, the access point where it comes from the front actually might generate you another refusal. So I don't know. I mean, you could potentially get an amended refusal here to clarify that there's parking, or you could do it separately. But I think it's possible that it might generate another refusal. But it was just noting the inconsistency on the refusal.
We've been emailing back and forth with them. They're aware of the fact that we had the driveway, but then because the original refusal had it on, she couldn't take it off for this hearing. But she said actually there wasn't a reason to refuse because of the driveway. So I don't, yeah.
I mean, we can, I mean, I can ask for a corrected refusal. We can just hold this for a couple weeks and I can ask for a corrected refusal. That shouldn't be an issue normally if there's parking there and it's just not existing parking, it's not noted, they can change that.
Great.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
We were speaking with Willow Jessup.
Yeah, yeah, I saw she was the examiner on the refusal. I can reach out to her supervisor for clarification on why that wasn't adjusted. 'Cause normally they will note that if there is parking. So,
All right, so we'll go through still,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
Questions or comments in the audience or the virtual audience? There's no one here, but so it's virtual audience.
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the current RSA 3 residential single-family zoning. This property is designated historic and it currently has parking. The appellant has demonstrated that there are unique circumstances that additional parking could not feasibly be added. Citywide Vision Recommendation 8.1.1 calls to preserve culturally, historically, and architecturally significant buildings, sites, structures, and districts. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variances for a two-family and no parking.
Right, so Hillary will hold this for, you want to give it a date?
Next week is February
Second and third would work.
3rd. Yeah, let's say February, hold on. Actually, no, I think it's the 4th. 1 second.
Yeah.
February 4th. Yes.
February 4th, and it's closed, right?
Yeah,
Everything?
aside from the corrected refusal.
Corrected refusal,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, you. Number 6, MI 2025-004-480-100 East Wyoming Avenue. Ali and Sarah Johnny are the owner applicants.
Ali Janu will be rejoining us as a panelist.
Thank you.
Hello?
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, sir. Ali Johnny, A-L-I, last name Johnny, J-O-N-N-Y.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes, sir.
So this application is for the proposed uses, retail sales of food, beverage, groceries in the first floor with two-family household living above within an existing structure. Whereas the proposed use, retail sales of food, beverages, and groceries, and two-family household living are prohibited in the RSA 3 zoning district. Whereas no more than one principal use is allowed in the RSA D, RSA, and RTA zoning district. There is a letter of unanimous support from the 42nd Ward, 7 total votes. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Okay.
Good morning. Have you
Good morning.
submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the chair just read your refusal. So do you waive the reading of the refusals further and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can share your screen and start your case.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I co-own this property with my sister. Her name is Sarah Johnny. This is a notarized letter stating that she's allowing me to speak on behalf of her in regards to the matter. Here we have the letter of refusal.
We have all your documents.
Okay. So should I start with?
What I would recommend you do is go to your plans and/or your photos.
Okay, I'll start with
Show us, and why don't you basically tell us what you're trying to do too?
Okay, sir. So when me and my sister, we purchased this property, and it was already zoned for mixed use. Here's the zoning, the original one from 1958. If you look to the right there where it says date, it was zoned for mixed use. So it was a commercial on the bottom and then residential on the top. So this is how I purchased it. And then when I started doing some work, I got a letter. So I had to go downtown to apply for a permit. And when I went downtown to apply for a permit to start doing some work, the guy, he said that I have to zone it. So I said, okay, because I'm naive, this is my first project. I said, okay. And he ended up zoning it as a single family instead of what it originally was. So that's what got me into this mess. And I went in front of the RCO on October 16th, and I explained that to them too. And they saw what I've done already on that neighborhood, because I actually grew up on this block. This is the house right here that we're talking about. I also recently purchased this property, and as you can see, it looks way better than it did before, and a lot of people are happy in the neighborhood. But this is the property that we're speaking on today. As you can see, the front of it, it's already right next to a Chinese takeout restaurant. And then directly across the street, we have a lounge. And behind here, we have a limousine service in the yellow building. And in this building right here, that's the one that I own. And we're starting to finish up working on it. And then also there's more commercial space across the street here. And there's more commercial space right here. So it's in alignment with the layout. I also want to add, everybody is really happy because this property was abandoned for a very long time, over 15 years. It's been abandoned. So now that somebody's taking ownership of it, we're going to make it look really nice, and it's going to be beneficial to the outlook of the neighborhood. Because right here on Wyoming Avenue, if you're coming down, this is where it begins to start, like the whole Wyoming. So this is like the face of Wyoming almost. And this house right here has just been an eyesore for the longest time. So I grew up in this house over here, right behind the one with the bricks. That's where I was born and raised. So I'm very invested in this community. And also, let me show you guys this. This is this is the letter of support. You guys have this. This is the inside. This is the second floor. This is the second floor. How it looks in the inside. When I got the house, there was a squatter in there, and it was like a hassle to get him out. But we finally achieved it, and everybody was happy because he was bringing drugs to the neighborhood and everything, guns and stuff. Here's more pictures of the interior. Sorry, I'm breathing heavy. Here's the second floor bathroom. This one here is a picture of the second floor front kitchen. This was already in there. I didn't do anything. This was already there. And this is the second floor rear. If you look through that window right there, that's where the backyard is. If we go through with it, I want to make a passageway back here so that whoever's in there have an access to the back, because in the back is where we're going to store our garbage. And here's the second floor efficiency. And also the house it's not designed as a single family. I have the layout, it's right here. So it's not even designed, like if you're on the second floor, you can't get to the first floor. So it's not originally designed as a single family home. If we look at the blueprints here, this is the basement all the way on the left. The top is going to be the front of the building. So it's the basement is just going to be utilities only. And then this is the retail space in the middle. This is where the front of the building is on the top of the page. And this is the corridor right around here in the middle. And more retail space. The whole first floor is just going to be commercial. And the last, on the right side of our page here, we have the plans for the apartments that are going to be on the second floor. So it's a bedroom, bathroom, washer, dryer next to the bathroom. And then we have the small kitchen and a small living area, and almost a mirror of the layout for the backside. And to give you guys an idea, if you guys are thinking, hey, that looks a little bit too small for two apartments, look at how long the building is. So that way you guys can get an idea. The doorway will, right on the left of the doorway, it's going to be like the middle section, like right around here, it will be divided.
Are you gonna have an entrance in the front there?
I want to. Yeah, originally there used to be one, I believe, because it looks like this brick here is not the same as the other brick. If you notice that, so I think there might have been an entrance way that was there, and it was just covered up. But I do plan on making an entrance in the front. This way, the commercial can have their own entrance, and then I was gonna have this doorway just be utilized for the upstairs apartments. And if we're gonna talk about the garbage. Remember earlier, we do have a doorway for the first floor, but I was thinking it's going to be hard for these people who live up there because the garbage, it needs to go behind this gate. So I'm coming up with a way to have them, hopefully, maybe even a staircase that goes straight from that up there down here. I don't know if it's going to be easy to do like a fire escape style, something like that for them so that they don't have to go out through the front to put the trash all the way in the back. What else? Parking. So for parking, I know everybody's always worried about parking, but if it's going to be a commercial building in the first floor, it's only going to be operating during normal business hours. So when everybody's at work, like the neighborhood is all going to work, that's when the commercial parking will be like happening. It will be from 9 to 5. So after 5 o'clock, when everybody returns home from their day at work, they'll be able to find parking easy. Other than that, it probably 2 vehicles, one for each apartment. That's going to be one person living in the top here, and then one person living on the top there. Like I said, we already did this one, and it looks really good. Everybody really likes it, and it did improve the neighborhood. We cleaned this whole sidewalk. It was a lot of bush good that was there. Right now it's a lot of snow. We already put salt and stuff down for the people that walk around in the neighborhood. I can show you guys something else too. The project information form, tax clearance.
We have all that.
Okay. Here's the deed. You guys have that. What else? Do you guys need anything else?
Well, we're going to see. Questions from the board?
What are you selling? It just says retail. So is it
Well, I would rent it out. I wouldn't do the business. I would rent it out. I would probably maybe do something like paperwork, like maybe immigration, because we have in our neighborhood, we have a lot of people from different countries. They need a service where they can apply for tax ID numbers or maybe something like that.
Hold on. So you remember when I read in the beginning, right?
Yeah, I read that. It said something about food.
Retail sales of food, beverages, and groceries on the first floor. Is that not true?
That was the plan, but we could go that route. It's just that we already have a corner store across the street, and I don't think that the guy who put that in there, his name is Danilo, he misunderstood it. So he put retail food, but it was just retail. It wasn't supposed to be food. But we can work with.
But retail's not, people coming for paperwork, right? For their citizens.
No, that would be
it
a
would be
business and
more like
professional
business.
office.
Right.
Sir, if that is not the use that you intend, I strongly recommend that you get an amended refusal, because this is zoned as a residential single-family property. If you go and try to apply for a different use, if we approve the use on here, the retail sales of food, beverages, and groceries, and then you decide to do a different use, you will have to come back to the zoning board for a variance for that particular use, because basically no commercial use is allowed on properties that are zoned RSA 3.
Food and beverage is okay. We'll move forward with food and beverage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because you,
Yeah.
like I said, you do have the option of asking for the refusal to be amended to change the use, but if you would like to stick with that, then we can certainly do that.
No, we'll just stick with the food and beverage.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that opens up new questions. So the first question is, are we doing hot food? And
No,
will there be live cooking on site?
no, no hot food. Probably snacks, beverages, refrigerated items.
And then
So
what
no
would be
food
the plan?
preparation.
No preparation, no.
So what would be the plan for the business, the commercial business's trash?
The trash it would go in the rear of the building over
So
here.
everything's going in the rear. So the rear is now just a trash enclosure. It's not going to be used at all as any type of backyard or recreational space for the tenant.
Yeah, we'll just have bins in the backyard
Okay.
with lids.
And then how do you access the commercial space currently?
Well, right now I had to board it up because of the squatter. I didn't want him to come back again. So we go in through this red door right here.
So the red door has access to the
The red
stairway
door,
as well as the commercial unit currently?
yes.
Okay.
So can you go back to the layouts of the units?
Sure.
So I think it'd be very difficult to try to get them to access the rear yard or trash. And the units are for 2-bedroom units. They're just, the living space is tiny. To have a living kitchen, it's more, just not enough space for 2-bedroom
Sir, that
units.
was already, the kitchens were there, and this house originally already had this zoned for mixed use. So these rooms, they were already divided.
Yeah, I'm just saying they're small. That's what I'm saying. They're just yeah, you can barely fit a chair, a sofa, and a TV and a kitchen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no problem.
I'm looking at the dimensions that you have.
Yeah, I want you to see something here.
Right.
You see the length of this building right now?
I see it, but
keep that in mind.
You're creating 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, kitchen, 2 bathrooms, storage space. They're small. You know what I mean? The living area is small. If they were 1-bedroom units, they'd be, decent size living space, right? They're tiny. So that I have a concern with. The other thing is people are not going to come outside their unit to put trash in the backyard. There's just, human nature is not going to have that. They're not going to do that. So if you're going to deal with the trash, you're really going to have to deal with the trash within the unit, whether it's a vented trash closet or something. And then you said the hours of operation would be from 9 to 5, and if it's a establishment that is for food and beverage and that type of sales, they're usually 7 a.m. to 10 at night, generally. So I think the hours of operation don't sort of match with the proposed use.
I'm gonna second what Mike said. I know that you're saying that they were existing, but I'm actually concerned that that second bedroom is actually not up to code. Isn't a code conversation, but just so you know, like I do think that it's going to be very hard for you to fit all that in, and I would recommend doing a vented trash closet for the upstairs units.
Other questions from the board?
I did have one more question. Is the commercial space the only space that has access to the basement?
Let me see. No, that you can have access through the corridor. This
Anybody can access the utilities only portion of the basement.
Yes.
Okay. Other alternative is that you could have a trash room
in
the
the cellar.
basement
Yeah,
that
that's a
everyone
good
can
idea.
access as well.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
Questions
Also, I
for-
think they have a hatch right here that they could.
Questions for our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 3 residential single family to RM1 residential multifamily. The proposal for commercial mixed use is consistent with the other properties on this corner. The proposal for 2-family would be allowed by right under the recommended zoning. Additionally, this property has a documented history of multiple dwelling units and commercial use. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variances for multiple principal uses, retail sales of food and beverages and groceries, and two-family household living.
Thank you. What we're going to do is we're going to vote on this next Wednesday. Okay, we're going to take it to executive session, and then we'll vote at 9:30 a.m. next Wednesday. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Sure. Number 7, MI 2025-004-485, 3617 to 23 Lancaster Avenue. Zen Jin is the attorney. There's a letter of non-opposition from Fountain Village Civic Association, a letter of non-opposition from Council Member Gauthier.
Zanjin will be rejoining us as a panelist.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Council. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Zenjin, Z-H-E-N, last name J-I-N.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is Fernando Entertainment Inc., which is actually a tenant at the property and the operator of the business for which we're here today.
Okay. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have
Morning.
you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
Thank you. I'm going to share with the board what was previously submitted. Oh, sorry, hit the wrong button. Has my exhibit come up on your screen?
It has.
Thank you. This is an application which is a special exception for use of the space here at 3617 to 23 Lancaster Avenue as an assembly and entertainment space within an existing structure. The proposed use, given it is a CMX2 district, is a special exception in this particular district. This particular use actually is a renewal of what was previously approved for the same use. This was granted as a temporary back in 2018, and it was for the same activity. I'm sorry, my phone seems to be making a lot of noise. Let me turn that sound off so there's no interruptions. So it is for the same use again before the board this time. What the use is that this is a proposed assembly space for gaming. When we talk about gaming, we're talking about board games and card games, little games that are not gambling in nature. These are actual board games that you would see in your typical shopping center. The people that come to this space can be students and can be local residents, and what they share is an interest in various type of games, board games and other games. They're given the opportunity to have snacks, and generally speaking, these games sessions will take place at different tables where individuals as part of that particular game will be able to socialize and play the game. We met with the RCO in the district. One of the biggest problems on Lancaster Avenue has been trash from various businesses being outside. That was the primary issue that came up when we had our first meeting. The RCO wanted us to show them again that a proper management of the trash is available for this business, given the problems in the area. So we had a second meeting scheduled, during which time in between my client was able to get their process together for trash maintenance. And after the second meeting, we were given the support of the neighborhood after showing that we are making the effort as a business to make sure the trash is controlled, and also agreeing to having additional pickups if needed through commercial trash pickups. The space, again, is located on Lancaster Avenue. It is shown here in the photos. This is, again, a block that has multiple businesses on the block and is generally consistent as a commercial mixed use. This is the party game lounge front, as you see here. This is an interior of the space. Again, snacks are available and the rooms are set up for various gaming activities within the space. The layout of the space is shown here in the plans. As you can see, it's basically various seating areas, storage rooms. There are slightly private rooms here, which for some games, in order for the participants to not be interrupted by noise from other games, they're given rooms where they're going to have the gaming session. Some games allow more open type seating because noise really isn't an interference for that. There's a storage room, and again, there's cases and food and a service area to provide the drinks and the snacks. So that is essentially the application here before the board. Again, this is, while it's assembly and entertainment, this is not a club. This is not a use that is going to cause a lot of noise or have overflow of people coming out of the space. One thing the community recognized and verified is that this space has been a quiet and generally non-intrusive use in the past years when it was operating under the temporary permit. So with that, I will ask that if my client is present to verify my testimony, and we're happy to try to answer any questions from the board. Thank you.
Why don't you bring your client on?
I'm going to see if he's available. I tried to communicate with him this morning and did not hear back. Mr. Zhang, can you please raise your hand virtually if you're present? Wei Can, Vincent?
Vincent Zhang will be promoted to panelist.
Great.
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Hi, sir, could you please use your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yeah, my actual name is Wei Kan, Weikan. Last name is Zhang, Zhang.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Could you please turn on your video if you have it?
Of course.
Yeah. Counsel?
Thank you. Good morning, Vincent. Can you verify that you saw the screen that I presented to the zoning board and heard my testimony before the zoning board?
Yes, I did. I was there all time.
Thank you. Can you verify what I have represented to be true and correct and adopted as your own testimony?
Yes, that was true and correct.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Question for you. If this is approved for entertainment and assembly, will they need to come back for a specific use if that use changes, or is this open to any type of entertainment and assembly?
Well, I guess the question too, Hillary, do we give it a temporary that way? Doesn't stay that way forever.
So yeah, so it's the way it's written is assembly and entertainment as a broad category. So that could include a nightclub, public event space,
Right.
private event facility, and a couple other categories under assembly and entertainment. So that's how it's written. Sometimes when something doesn't fall into an exact category under assembly and entertainment, Ellen and I will just categorize it broadly as assembly and entertainment.
Right.
Would it be
Gotcha.
possible, Hillary, to have a proviso limiting it from certain more concerning uses as assembly entertainment? I mean, this space is back before the board a second time already because of a prior temporary permit.
Yeah, so just give me 1 second to pull up all of the categories. I think I have them in my head, but I'm just going to double check. So for assembly and entertainment, there's casino, nightclubs, and public entertainment venues, movie theater, and event assembly facility. those are the 4 categories.
And I believe my client's space is basically an event assembly space for gaming. So, you know, we certainly wouldn't have any issues with restrictions against nightclubs and certain other aspects that would also fall under assembly entertainment.
So, in this, this is based on like reservations, right? It's not like a public, people just walk in.
Right. This is
Okay.
this is a private gaming club in a sense,
Okay.
gaming room club.
So, I mean, I would think that limiting it to an event assembly facility, I think you would be fine since that is intended for private functions.
Thank you.
What about, is there alcohol?
Vincent, you do not have a liquor license at the location, correct?
We don't have alcohol license. No, we
And
do
you
not.
don't serve alcohol, nor do you have any intent to serve alcohol, correct?
Yes, we don't.
Thank you.
Was
Under
there,
this, could people bring their own alcohol? Like, you know, they have these sort of new event spaces where you bring your own bring your own bottle or whatever. They do
So
that here.
basically what we're doing is about mind games. If you are drunk, you can't play.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
was there any
Okay.
thought of maybe having some kind of, I don't know, agreement with the community?
No, I personally don't drink, so I hate drinks.
No, I don't mean that. I
Oh,
mean,
so-
Okay.
is there
Yeah.
any, not about the drinking part,
Okay.
but about the gaming and what have you, that's what's going to go on there, and that, you know, I mean, the RCO did approve, but was there any thought of maybe having some other kind of like agreement with them to make sure that?
When we met with the RCO, because they've been aware of this space since it's been operating,
Okay.
some of the neighbors and RCO members have actually been inside.
Okay.
They didn't seem to have a concern to do that. I mean, I understand that sometimes a community agreement would be thought by RCO, but in this case, they did not.
Okay.
Does the lounge operate any other space besides the first floor? Like the basement, second floor?
No, only the first floor.
Okay, so the basement is not utilized, or if there is a basement?
There is a basement, but the basement needs to be renovation, like very
Okay.
hard. Yeah, so it's like basically not using.
Questions from our attorney?
I just wanted to clarify on because the refusal wasn't totally clear. I noticed this previously had approval for dwelling units on the second floor, and then the lease indicated that the space being leased was the first floor and partial second floor. Are you able to clarify?
Yes, the second floor is for residential.
Okay. All right, so there's still residential up there, and you're
Yes, it's still
not-
residential.
Okay, and you are not using any of the residential as part of the business.
No.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank
Wait,
you.
do we have a proviso for this? Where do we stand?
So if we could do a proviso limiting the use to an event assembly facility.
Questions or comments from the audience, virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the current CMX2 commercial mixed use to CMX 2.5. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use will not cause detrimental impacts beyond what would reasonably be expected. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant this special exception for assembly and entertainment.
MI 2025-004-485-3617 to 23 Lancaster Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Event assembly facility only and first floor only.
Michael John, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Aya Wynn, my vote is yes with provisos.
Thank you. Thank you, council. Number 11, MI 2025-004-600, 1302 to 04 Ruscombe Street. Eileen Quigley is the attorney. There's unanimous support from the Logan Civic Association, 20 votes in favor. We were going to hold a vote on this over the taxes. Yep.
Eileen Quigley will be rejoining us as a panelist.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair Bergman, members of the
Good
board.
morning, Good morning, Council. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, Eileen Quigley, E-I-L-E-E-N, Quigley, Q-U-I-G-L-E-Y.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Yes, so as I said, my name is Eileen Quigley. I'm here with my colleague Pooja Patel. We're here on behalf of Logan Hope School and Jim Sovakul, the head of the school, as well as Christine Furman from Atkin Ocean Shade Architects, a design professional, are also here to present or answer questions as the board may request.
Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning.
Good
Have
morning.
you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And you have several refusals here, so do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Graham.
You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Can everybody see that?
Say it.
Okay, just as a clarifying point, a tax exempt application, a real estate tax exempt application was filed on behalf of this property because part of the application for these improvements for the expansion of the school included a consolidation of 1302 to 04 Ruscombe with 1328, which is the adjacent property. The exemption was denied by the city, timely appealed in 2025, and a hearing has been scheduled for March 11th, 2026. So we haven't submitted the tax clearance. We're working with the city with regard to those, to the exemption and any potential taxes that may be owed, but this has been a school for many years. So as Ms. Graham said, we have quite a few refusals. We also have a lot of exhibits, the deed, the affidavit of posting, as you noted, the unanimous support of the community, and that letter of support is at Exhibit 14. We have the neighbor notice letters we sent out with the certificates of mailing at Exhibit 16, as well as a project information form at Exhibit 17, and the approved consolidation plan at Exhibit 18. That was approved by the City Survey District and Board of Surveyors. The site, as we noted, is 1302 to 04 Ruscombe Street, to be consolidated with 1328 Ruscombe Street, which is the adjacent vacant lot you're looking at. And here's an aerial view. This is an existing building. The educational use was permitted at this site back in 2010, and so this application is essentially for the natural expansion of an already permitted use. As you can see, the site lies in the RM1 zoning district, and it abuts the RTA zoning district as well as the CMX2 zoning district to the rear on Albanus. So the refusal, there are 4 separate refusals. The first of which is the on-site landscape and tree requirements. While we do meet all of the interior on-site landscape requirements. We were refused because the species of tree. So under the Planning Commission planting list, there is an Acer rubrum red sunset tree species. We are proposing, I know, I hope I said that right. In our landscape plan, we are proposing an Acer rubrum, but it's a Armstrong Gold. So it's a different cultivar, and the reason why it was proposed was because it's more columnar, so it's actually more fitting for the restricted space and the urban setting. We did submit a letter requesting waiver of the tree type to the Planning Commission, along with a landscape architect plant selection memo. The Planning Commission denied that waiver, so we are here now asking for a variance to allow this Armstrong Gold instead of the red sunset. But again, it's still Acer rubrum. It's just two different types of cultivars. It's still, what we're planting will still meet the intention, the role, and the purpose of the trees to be planted anyway. So that is the first refusal. The second refusal was for an 8-foot wide buffer, an 8-foot wide landscape buffer between the zoning districts. So between the RM and the RTA, there was an 8-foot wide buffer. And just so for you to recall, this building here at 1302-04 is an existing building. It's been around for many, many years. The buffer would be along this area right here. We don't even meet the 8-foot deep dimension, so we wouldn't be able to provide that 8-foot wide buffer anyway. But besides that, there are steps here. There's an egress here out of the rear of the building. Any type of buffer along here for these existing conditions would create a hardship. And Logan Hope does own these two properties to the rear. The only property that isn't owned adjacent on those adjacent property lines is this property back here. The third is the rear yard. So we have a gym and an all multi-purpose room as part of the expansion. And this multi-purpose room gym is about 39 feet by 62 feet. If we provided a 9-foot deep yard, rear yard, which is adjacent to the CMX2 property, you would be cutting this 9 feet off. You'd have a 30-foot deep building or for extracurricular and interior activities for the students. So you would be greatly limiting what they can do here, which causes another hardship. And finally, the parking. There are 2 spaces based on this development that are required, and we are providing 1 because it's more beneficial to provide a handicap van parking space, which would take up all of the room, instead of providing 2 regular vehicle passenger cars here, because this allows handicapped students to access the van directly from the school, and then they can go to outside activities. So not having that right on site actually presents a hardship to those students who are handicapped and would have to go or wait for the van, come down through the steps. So this is actually more beneficial to those students. I'm going to go to the rendering so you can see what the plan is. As you can see, this is the multi-purpose gym area. This is the interior of the site, but it's outside play area, an outdoor classroom garden area. This is where the ADA van will be parked. This is the extension of the existing building. You'll have the lobby. They'll have additional classrooms. And there will be a connection from the existing building to the gym area, as well as this addition will connect to the existing building. Here's a rendering of the expansion of the existing school. So again, not allowing the natural expansion of a use that has been permitted would create a hardship for this school. They have a small student body. They don't anticipate a great increase in student body. It would really just be very minimal and would likely more so be siblings of existing students. There's no anticipated increase in teachers. It's really to provide more amenity space for the students, larger educational facility spaces and classrooms. There were some photographs of the site again. The landscape waiver request and landscape architect memo at 11 and 12. I don't know if the board has any questions with regard to what we're proposing here.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we have your client, your client come on, adopt your testimony? And then do you have an architect with you too?
Yes.
Right, so if there's questions relative to the architect, then we'll bring the architect on. So to move it forward, bring on your client, adopt your testimony.
Okay, Jim,
I understand also, Eileen, we're not voting on this today, am I correct?
if you're waiting for the tax clearance certificate,
Right.
well, I guess if you need to withhold the decision until we get
Yeah,
the tax
right, that's
clearance.
right, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So
Well,
why
we
don't you
wouldn't
bring
have
it-
to appear. Is that accurate? It would just be in
You will not have to appear, no.
closed door session?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a closed door session, but we'll.
Oh, I understand,
we'll
right.
vote-
You would,
we'll-
yeah,
you would
vote-
announce it publicly.
Right.
Yes,
we'll-
the vote would be
My
publicly
mistake.
announced, but there's no need for you to appear.
Okay. So we have Jim Sovacool.
Jim Sobacool has been promoted to panelist. He's on.
Hi, Jim, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Name James Sobacool, James. Last name Sobacool, S-O, V as in Victor O, C-O-O-L.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Mr. Sovacool, you heard my presentation to the board,
Yes,
and would you testify that that presentation was accurate as to what is happening at the site?
yes, I would.
And if you were to testify, would you adopt my presentation as your testimony?
Yes, I would.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question. You have the van accessible parking space, but I'm trying to figure out how does one in a wheelchair get to that upper level? I see the elevator, but I only see stairs up from the lobby. So how does one traverse this site since a lot of it is sort of raised? And the
Yeah.
elevator doesn't appear to go down to the lobby.
Yes, the van parking space would be at street level. And so
Right.
if there's someone that could exit out the front doors of the building, take a left and turn over to the parking space at street level.
Yeah, I get how I see the vestibule. I see how the van parking space is there. I'm trying to get from the vestibule up to this upper level because all I see are stairs. I see stairs that say up to a landing, right, to an elevator. I'm still trying to figure out how you get to that upper level.
Yes, the elevator, if we're looking in the welcome space, there's an elevator just past the vestibule that would go up to the landing that is in
So the elevator does open up at the lobby area.
correct. It goes from the lobby and then it goes to each of the 3 floors of the building. The second floor would be the area that could go out to the yard space area.
Okay, because it's not clear on the plan that it opens. It shows that it opens up to that landing space, but it doesn't. It's not clear that it opens up to the lobby space.
Yes, it does. It does open up to the lobby
Okay.
space.
Okay.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RM1 residential multifamily. The appellant is subject to the landscaping and tree code, and the appellant refused to comply with the requirements for landscape buffering from a residential district and plant species selection from a pre-approved list. In this situation, Planning Commission staff could consider a waiver from both with a fee in lieu of providing 6 trees. For this application, this is calculated to be $6,000 fee, which should go to Parks and Recreation. The appellant chose not to seek a waiver for the planting requirements, which is considered fee avoidance. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances that would prevent the property from being used in conformance with the rear yard and parking requirements. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variances for landscape buffering, plant species selection, rear yard setback, and parking.
Thank you.
If I may,
Sure.
Mr. Bergman, just to respond to that, I understand the Planning Commission's note that it would be $6,000, it would go to the Park Service, but this is a nonprofit, and that $6,000 is going to the amenities for the students. This is, Logan Hope is engaged in fundraising to provide these improvements for the natural expansion of this school that was permitted by the zoning board. So it's not fee avoidance, it's really it's a business decision when you're a nonprofit where $6,000 is going to go. And again, the buffer is their existing conditions. We don't even have an 8-foot setback there.
All right, thank you. Hillary, what do we want to do for a date for this?
I'm not sure, given that it doesn't have a hearing until March. I think we unfortunately may just need to leave it, hold it, close the record except for proof of tax compliance for both of the properties to be consolidated.
So the record's closed, and we will notify them when we're ready? Or how do you want to do it?
They will let us know when they have proof of tax compliance,
Sure.
and
You
then
will
we
let
will
us
vote.
know, and we'll vote then. Okay?
Yes, I'll keep Ms. Emerson apprised of negotiations with the city because this may be resolved before the March 11th hearing.
All right.
So we will move to have it
Thank you very
reopened as soon as we have
But
the
everything else,
information we need.
everything else is closed on us other than the tax issue. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. That
All right.
concludes my business. May I please be
You
excused?
most certainly can.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day and stay
Number
safe.
3, MI 2025-004-411, 2783 Roberts Avenue. Tamika McCoy is the attorney. Possible, Hillary, she's not done yet? Okay, good.
Tamika McCoy will be rejoining us as a panelist.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, good morning, counsel. How are you? Could you state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Tamika McCoy, spelled Tamika. Last name is MC, capital Koy.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure, I represent Gracie Painting LLC, who is represented by Maud Martin, who is also present on the meeting.
And there's a letter of opposition from Ridge Allegheny Hunting Park, RCO.
Yeah.
Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. So this submission is for making permanent a assembly entertainment use variance that was previously granted on November 9th of 2022 for a assembly entertainment space in a current industrial facility. The facility essentially houses intimate gatherings that are medium in size, basically too large for a home, but not big enough for a large commercial venue. So things like baby showers, bridal parties, that sort of thing. I'm gonna show you what the facility looks like. And it's actually this center structure. here, and that's one of the entrances to the facility. It's a total of 4,016 square foot. And as I said, this was previously approved with a 3-year proviso. We are seeking to have essentially accommodations for up to 75 people. It operates essentially when the other functions within the building are not actually operating. So basically in the evenings and on the weekends, there is photographs here. Actually, this is the direct view of the building in question. This would be the westward direction. And this is a photograph of the eastward direction. We do have just limited interior photos and the posting of the affixed sign. Here is a floor plan that basically shows the extent of the first floor structure that would be used. In this particular proviso, it's only the first floor that would be used for the assembly and entertainment space. I would just generally like to note that this is an industrial area. It's not residential. There were notifications of this request sent to the affected properties, and those affected properties have not expressed a opposition to the actual use. It is apparently folks who live in a residential area quite a distance away. I did pull up, just for purposes of being able to demonstrate the location, and I'm gonna share this with you as well. Okay. So what I've depicted here is similar to the photos that were shown earlier. This is the structure in question. This is actually a Google Maps. And so we are able to kind of canvas what the characterization of the neighborhood basically is. I'm scrolling up the road so that you can see Roberts Avenue and the distance from the property. Hold on. To the nearest residence. And this is just for informational purposes. And this begins a street area where there's a small set of residents that begin. And so that's basically the distance from the location in question to where any residents are. Everywhere else are industrial in nature and non-operational at the time of the assembly, because it would be, as I said, evenings and weekends. So this is the property here. And then in the other direction, it's very similarly segregated from actual residences where people would, be living, which is quite a distance from the place in question. Just for demonstrative purposes. I'm gonna go back to the actual submissions. Oh, wait. We did hold a RCA meeting. The meeting essentially didn't offer a lot of insight as to what the actual opposition was, just the fact that they may have had some ideas that it may have been for a nightclub, when that's not actually what the use is. The use is actually for baby showers and those kinds of gatherings. But we do have a copy of the sentiments from the association. And basically it didn't offer any insights really as to what the specific nature was. But as I demonstrated, the actual affected properties did not participate, from my understanding, in the actual RCA meeting, and have not posed any sentiments one way or another with regard to the proposed use. It has been operating under the proviso for the last 3 years without any recorded issues. And with that, I would address any questions that the board may have.
Want to bring your client on first, counsel?
Sure, I would ask for Maud Martin to be allowed into the session.
Martin is going to be promoted to panelist.
Just made it. Hello, Ms. Martin.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon, sorry.
Did you hear the testimony and information?
Hold on. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Maud Martin. That's spelled M-A-U-D-E, Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Ms. Martin, did you hear the information and presentation that was made to the board this morning?
Yes, I did.
And if you were to testify yourself, would you testify similarly to the information that was presented?
Yes, I will.
And you are the representative for Gracie Painting, who is the deeded owner of the property located at 2783 Roberts Avenue?
Yes, I am.
I would submit with that.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, the space that you're talking about using, is that the entire building? Did that encompass the entire building?
No, it's just the first floor.
First floor.
Just the first floor.
Okay. And what kind of, it says in the temporary variance that the hours are like Thursday through Saturday, 8 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Correct.
So what kind of activities are we doing here? I mean, I heard baby showers, but I didn't know baby showers are going on that late in the evening. So what other kind of activities are we talking about here?
We're talking things like birthday parties for adults only because of the hours. And we also have like holiday parties or like all these nights. We have like domino tournaments or bingo tournaments. I mean, that's not for gambling, it's just for, for people to get together. And we have like memorial gatherings, like if someone dies, that they would go there and they would have the praying and whatever. It's a very large space, so it's not like a very little tiny place. And it's open place, and whoever having whatever they're having, they would bring their own decorations, their own tables, etc. And when they leave with this.
Okay, so you're just providing the space.
Yes.
And people provide. And is there liquor served?
No, we do not have a liquor license, and we will not be trying to get one either.
Okay.
Can people bring with BYOB?
No, we're not advertised as a BYOB.
Okay.
Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Chair, this is Jason Hand. I will be stepping in temporarily. I do not see any hands raised for this matter at this time.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current I-2 medium industrial. The property has a documented history of assembly and entertainment, and the proposed use will not injure the use of adjoining properties. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for assembly and entertainment for 75 people.
MI 2025-004-411-2783 Roberts Avenue. I vote yes, proviso. First floor only, temporary variance that will expire 1/28/29.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Excuse me, Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Aya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you. We're going to go back to number 5, MI 2025-004428, 151 Meadow Lane, Maureen and Michael Eibel.
Mr. Chair, they're coming back in as a panelist.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hi, Maureen, are you testifying?
Well, we're both here, so it's both my husband and I.
Okay, all right.
Should I
could
get sworn in, sir? Yes, sir.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Oh, it is Michael Eibel, Michael. Last name Eibel, spelled E-I, B as in boy, E-L.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
How are we doing with the computer?
So
We got the green thing now.
Oh, I do have share screen now. I think it was just a difference. We changed computers.
Can you bring it up?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Share entire.
Thank you for your patience with us.
Okay, so why don't you do this? Why don't you start by saying what you're intending
sir.
to do? We have all your documents, and then what I would want you to do is to show us drawings and maybe photos, okay?
Yep. Yes, sir. So the front of our home was a garage. We replaced the garage with siding. We were unaware that in our zoning district, we have a driveway out front. Our driveway is not considered off-street parking.
Right.
So you need a garage. We had no idea to that. So what we did is we replaced the garage with, like I said, siding. Can you bring this?
Do you have photos of that? Why don't you show
Yes.
photos?
Thank you.
So, hold on, I have it here.
So that's your garage
Yes.
there now with the door.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we have pictures of before and afters.
Right.
We're getting those now. And we didn't realize that the driveway wasn't considered off-street parking. We had no idea. So I think our variance is to request that is off-street parking. So
Right.
here's what it looked like previous.
Right.
And this is what it now
Without
it
the
looks
car
like.
blocking it.
Right. Okay.
But we still have.
What did you build inside there?
We just beautified our basement. She
Okay.
has a picture showing that too.
All right. Okay, so you went to the RCO. Tell us about the RCO.
All right. That's the Millbrook, correct?
Yep.
So we went there, and I think we were third. And what we asked for, they asked what we did, and we stated we didn't change the footprint of the house.
Right.
That's the exact same.
I think the confusion was everyone thought we were expanding our driveway or the footprint of the street. And we just confirmed that nothing happened to the footprint of the home.
Yeah.
So you built like a little cocktail lounge in the garage,
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
Seriously,
And-
yeah, it's right. All right.
And then
you
so
you
all
closed
we
it
did-
up, right? You
Yes,
closed
sir.
it up. Okay.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Exactly.
Well,
So-
don't thank me yet. I mean.
No, I know, but
So,
Go ahead.
you know, part of what we would like to show also is that the reason we didn't understand that we needed this kind of variance or that the zoning was such was because there are multiple properties just on our block of Meadow Lane where 8 other properties already have this enclosure.
Right.
And so you can see we're viewing, this is our street, Meadow Lane. straight down here. And then there are, you can see all these properties. This is 137.
Yep, I got it.
So there's a few houses, and that's just on our block alone.
Yep.
If you go to the other Ridgefield and existing, where we sent all the letters for the RCO, there's more and more properties with the same type of setup.
All right, questions from the board?
Yes,
Questions or comments?
when, I guess when
Go ahead.
there's people utilizing that new space that you've built in the garage, where is it just for you too, or are other
Oh
people?
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it's no different than if we had people over for dinner.
yeah. We're not no multiple dwelling unit. It's just our space.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just fixed up the basement.
Our kids have recently gone to college, so we turned it from a playroom to our room.
Yeah.
Questions from questions from our attorney,
I like
Hillary
that.
Emerson.
Not at this time. Mr.
Questions or
Chair.
comments from the virtual audience?
Chair, I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 3 residential single family. There is no evidence that the conversion of the garage was done without with the benefit of permits. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for parking in the required front yard setback.
MI 2025-004-428, 151 Meadow Lane. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Iowyn, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Number 13. MI 2025-005-131, 2101 West Ontario Street. Joseph Vaccaro is the attorney.
The chair, they'll be coming back in as a panelist shortly.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Counsel, we're fine. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Vaccaro, Vaccaro, on behalf of the applicant, 2101 West Ontario, LLC.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your client again?
2101 West Ontario, LLC.
All right, okay. And our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did, and I updated those documents with proof of tax clearance this morning and a copy of the application for appeal. Forgot to include that application for appeal.
Thank you for doing that. And secondly, do you waive the reading of your refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case. Share your screen.
Okay, thank you very much. If I may share my screen. Okay, can you see my letterhead?
We can, sir.
Okay, so we're good. All right, so this is an application to permit 6 dwelling units on this property. It's zoned RSA 5, single family. By way of history, back in 2016, the previous owner that owned this property obtained a variance from the board to permit 6 units. So they had gone through the zoning process. They got their variance for the 6 units, but they never did anything with it and they never proceeded with it. So the variance lapsed. So we're here again to redo what should have been done 10 years ago. My client had purchased the property in 2021, May 1st of 2024. I misspoke, May 1st of 2024. And I could scroll down to my exhibits, starting with my letter of representation, overview of the project, the deed, here's the past use permit per the zoning decision of 2016, permitting the 6 units. There was a proviso, no grocery store, no retail on the bottom. That's the same application, the same proposed use that's before the board today. All we're asking for is the 6 units that were already granted previously. Here's the decision from 2016. We had sent letters to the near neighbors with the proof of mailing, and we could discuss that a little bit further after I show the, here's the poster that was put up on the property. Another view of the poster. Here's a picture of the property, basement, first, second, third floor. It's a 3-story property. We're not looking to change the dimensions of the structure, either by height or by width. This is the 21st Street side. Here's a view from the southeast corner, looking towards the building, which is on the northwest corner of the intersection. Here's a view of the back. Here's a view of the North 21st Street side. My client already painted it and made it look nice. The property is currently not being occupied. We're going to get to some photographs of the inside in a few more photographs. Here's the inside. The property still looks as it does. It's down to studs. Hopefully, if we get this approval from the zoning board and my client proceeds with the proposed use for 6 units, then he'll get the appropriate permits to complete the work. Here are the plans for the property. Basement, this shows the basement. The basement is just going to be for utilities and storage. If I could zoom in. And expand the photo. Here you go, basement. Again, just storage and utilities only. On the first floor, there would be 2 units, a front unit and a back unit. On the second floor, there would also be 2 units, a front unit and a back unit. And the third floor also a front unit and a back unit. Here's the third floor. They're both labeled as second floor plan here, but each floor would have 2 units. Bedroom, kitchen, and living room in each unit. Bedroom, kitchen, and a living room. There's already an existing open terrace on the second floor. Trash would be stored on the 21st Street side. There's a little nook area. Could show that to you going back. Here you go. This is the 21st Street side. This is the sidewalk area. So this would be the area where trash can be stored. Additionally, if I could just check my notes over here. Again, my client had purchased the property in May 1st of 2024, thinking that this property was already a 6-unit property. There's ample parking, especially on the 21st Street side, where there's parking already permitted on both sides of the street. And there are also multiple units, properties in the area, both on Ontario and on 21st Street. Again, my client's not looking to increase the height of the building or increase the dimensions of the building. All he's asking for is the 6 units that were already approved back in 2016, but the previous owners, they just never completed that process. We were scheduled to have a meeting with Allegheny West Civic on the 20th of January, but at the last minute, Allegheny West had canceled the meeting due to her illness. I had inquired to see if maybe another RCO could have picked it up, if we could have had an RCO meeting with either another RCO or with other people, especially since my client had sent out the notices to the near neighbors, and considering that we were so close to the zoning hearing date. But I didn't receive any. The only response that I received from Allegheny West was, no, we're the only ones that could handle it, and I didn't get any other proposed dates. So here we are. At this time, I'd like to promote my client, Guillermo Verona, who's on the Zoom. He's the principal and sole shareholder of 2101 West Ontario Street. So he could adopt my testimony and we could answer any questions that the board may have.
Your client has been promoted to panelist.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Guillermo, are you there? You need to unmute yourself. Guillermo? Okay. Well, I would ask that the board accept my testimony as an officer of the court.
We understand that. Questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So Hillary, this is a large project, and I know that it was approved in 2016.
2016.
Yeah. So I'd like to have some kind of communications from the board. I mean, from the RCO.
That's fine, Mr. Chair. Let's see, and one of the affected RCOs, Swamp Poodle, did request that the vote could be held. I don't know when a meeting will be rescheduled. Mr. Vaccaro, you don't have another date for a meeting at this point?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. But if that's what the board's inclined to do, we could certainly work with Swamp Poodle. We could work with any RCO, including Allegheny West.
Okay. Well, if we want to give this 30 days or so, I mean, end of February is the 25th. The last Wednesday in February is the 25th is also.
But it's closed other than hearing from the RCO.
Right.
And you'd have a chance to respond to it if there's something there that you disagree with, okay?
But why don't we give it a date, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Do you want to do?
Why don't you give me a date?
I mean, do we want to do February 25th or go to the following week
February
in March?
25th, I think, is more than ample time.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
And I think
Okay.
planning still has their recommendation as well.
All right, planning?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 5 residential single family. In 2016, this property was granted a zoning and alteration permits for 6 units. There's also a documented history of previous multifamily and commercial, including a permit for commercial and 5-family from 1978. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for 6 dwelling units.
Thank you very much. And we'll do this on the 25th at 9:30? 9:30, okay, Mr. Vaquero?
And then I just upload the letter from the RTO if we get that.
Right, that's right.
Okay,
All right,
much
thank you, Mr.
appreciated.
Vaquero.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, so we're going to break for lunch. We have, I believe, one case left, and that attorney has two cases that are going to start off the 2 p.m. list, so we'll do it then. Is there anyone other than 3527 Mount Vernon Street in the audience that the case has not been called?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Okay, so see everyone at 2 o'clock, and at 2 o'clock, we're going to start with Meredith Furlicker. She has two cases, and we're going to head this one too. All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
So morning, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to have one case less from this morning, so we're going to go to that first. MI 2025-004-602, 3527 Mount Vernon Street. Meredith Furlicker is the attorney.
She promoted as a panelist, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. Could you, we're going to finish this one case up from this morning. Could you state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Meredith Furliger, Ferleger.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
My client is 36 Haverford LLC, which is the owner of the property, represented here today by Rami Shrine.
And there's a recommendation of support from the Manchwood Civic Association. The vote was 9 in support, 1 in non-opposition. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
All right. Give me one moment. There it is. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. The property before you today is 3527 Mount Vernon Street, which sits just west of mid-block between North 36th Street and North 35th Street. The exhibit packet that I've provided to the board today has 16 exhibits, which includes the letter of support from Manchwood Civic Association that Mr. Chairman referenced at the beginning. Starting first, just to orient you to the location of this property, as you can see on the aerials I have up on the screen here at Exhibit 9, this property sits on a diverse block that contains some existing and some newly constructed multifamily dwellings. As you can see in this image, just on the next block west, a new low-income housing tax credit project has been recently completed that contains about 40 units and was also further last approved for a very dense mixed-use project with both residential and retail components just on this corner here. Looking at the zoning map at Exhibit 8, you'll see that this property is zoned RSA 5. Despite the RSA 5 zoning, which took effect in 2017, this block is surrounded by RM1 multifamily, which is consistent with the use of many of the properties not only on this block, but also in the immediate neighborhood as well, as you'll see momentarily. If I turn to the photographs here at Exhibit 16, again, you'll see the currently vacant lot at 3527 Mount Vernon Street that is proposed to be infilled with a new development. The photographs show that this block is a mix of older 2-story dwellings, as well as some newer 3- and 4-story construction. Even the existing structures that sit on this block are not necessarily uniform in facade or color, with a mix of gray, red, and some tan exteriors as well. And again, you can see looking in the opposite direction, some of those newer 3-story developments that have gone up here as well. In addition, as you can see in images like this one looking towards 36th Street, as well as looking in the opposite direction towards 35th Street, and then again looking from 36th Street towards the property, and looking from 35th Street towards the property. The newer construction here has been pretty uniform in terms of the upper levels. There are no examples of 3rd or 4th stories having any form of a setback, even where some of them abut existing 2 stories. We did also provide photographs of the timely posting in the exhibit packet as well. By way of history, there was a structure on this lot until about 2010 when the city demolished it due to its dilapidated condition. Back around the time of its demolition, the property was owned by the Housing Authority, who sold it to the last owner prior to my client. The Housing Authority retains a reversionary interest in this land, which requires that some kind of a residential structure be erected on this lot to comply. Unfortunately, even prior to my client, and since my client purchased it in 2018, construction has been impossible on this lot due to the rezoning that took effect just the year prior to his purchase, despite the existing character of the block and area, which is dominantly multifamily. The current proposal, as shown on the zoning plans at Exhibit 5, is for the erection of a new 3-story structure to contain 3 dwelling units. As with all of my clients' developments in Mantua, the structure is elevated above grade by 5 feet. A 20-foot rear yard is left in the back, which connects to a 3-foot wide alley. Each unit occupies a full floor. As you can see on the floor plans at Exhibit 6, Unit 1 is just over 1,100 square feet, containing 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. And Units 2 and 3 are 1 bedroom, 1 bath units of around 750 square feet each. The roof deck is a shared space providing common outdoor areas for gathering. Trash will be stored within ventilated trash storage closets in each unit, and there is additional space in the large rear yard and within the lower level, which is half reserved for storage and mechanical space. A rendering of the proposed structure is also included at Exhibit 7, and we do also have the architect available should there be any questions on the layout or the design. From the front, you can see that the facade is a combination of white brick and gray siding. And then we do also have some views looking down from overhead as well. This is a similar design that my client has used on surrounding blocks in Mantua to try and activate and blend the facade where the existing structures on the block are somewhat diverse in terms of color and height. Now, regarding the refusal, this proposal received 2 refusals for the proposed multifamily use as well as the lack of 3rd floor setback. The applicant submits to a hardship in terms of the use concerning the viability of constructing a new single-family home due to both unique features of this property and the block, which subject the property to unique conditions warranting grant of relief. Constructing a new single-family home on this lot would represent a deviation from the predominantly dense multifamily development in this area. As you can hopefully very clearly see on the map I've shown at Exhibit 11, this block alone has other dense multifamily, such as the 3-unit just at the corner of North 36th Street, an approved 18-unit on the opposing corner, 4 units recently approved just diagonal from the property on Mount Vernon, and a 5-unit just a few doors down from there. As the board knows, every single one of these proposals has needed to come before this board to seek relief for those multifamily uses, with the one that I showed mid-block being approved most recently in 2023. Although not reflected on the map, public records would also suggest that the property immediately next door at 3529 Mount Vernon is at minimum occupied as a duplex. It's not clear from public records, but at minimum it looks to be occupied as a duplex. Furthermore, just a block away is slated to see the construction of over 140 new residential units, with commercial uses that will thrive on additional density in this immediate neighborhood. Larger developments aside, from this map, you can also see the proliferation of other similar multifamily homes immediately surrounding this property, many of which exceed the 3 units proposed with this development. This map is only a sampling of the streets that are immediately abutting the property, so a lack of a star on this map should not be taken as a representation that the rest of the area is necessarily single family. Furthermore, as I mentioned, this property is obligated by its recorded history to be developed in some capacity. PHA's lack of interest in the land can be evidenced by the repeated extensions they've granted to this and prior owners to fulfill the reversionary interest terms. But the fact remains that the lot is contractually bound to be developed. That obligation was put into place before the land was rezoned from RM1 to RSA5, with the prior RM1 zoning allowing the density that is proposed with this development. This is further evidence that the proposal is the lease minimum, particularly given the density in the surrounding neighborhood, which all greatly exceed 3 units. As presented, the project was designed to include large, comfortably appointed units that are consistent with other units my client has constructed in this neighborhood. In terms of the required 3rd-story setback, the applicant submits that compliance with this particular requirement of the zoning code would represent a significant deviation from the character of new construction in the immediate area and would further significantly jeopardize usable living space. As was shown, although the lower level is predominantly above grade, over half of the below grade level is reserved for storage and mechanical space. Intruding into the 3rd floor by 8 feet would eliminate nearly the entire front usable space of the 3rd floor, unnecessarily in this case, given the precedent of the new construction in this neighborhood, which has no evidence of 3rd-story setbacks. This requirement of the code is applied ununiformly in this area in particular, given the proliferation of existing vacant lots around Mantua. Where the vacant lots abound, the requirement is not triggered. So this has created a clear hardship to any lot, particularly this one, that will be an infill, particularly on blocks where there has already been new 3- or 4-story construction that is not subject to this requirement. Overall, we submit the proposal will not increase congestion, harm neighbors' properties, or impair light and air. A full analysis is provided in the memo of law that I've submitted to the board at Exhibit 12, and I would be very happy to touch on any particular point in more detail. If the administrator could look for Rami Shrine.
Do we see him?
I see no hand.
He should be on here.
Yeah, he's on there.
Please promote Rami Shrine. Thank you.
I'm back in momentarily.
Sure.
Hello, this is Rami.
Hi, could you please state your name spelled for the stenographer?
Sure, it's Rami Shraim, R-A-M-Y, last name S-H-R-A-I-M.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Rami, you were present and heard all of the testimony and evidence that was offered in front of the board today.
Yes.
And do you agree that that testimony was true and accurate, and would you adopt it as if you had provided it to the board yourself?
Yes.
Happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board?
How many, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Michael, yeah, we're good.
Can you, yep. Can you go back to the plans?
The
Looks
floor
like you've got a
plans?
decent, yes, it looks like you've got a decent height out of the basement.
Correct.
And so the rear part of the basement is just for utilities. Is that it?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. And how is one, so we've got this condition where we're going through a bedroom to go to the backyard on that ground floor unit, I see. That's problematic. And the basement is part of the first floor unit, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the access to the roof is only for that second floor, for the
No,
third floor apartment.
in
Is
this
that for
case,
everybody?
yeah, in this case, the access to the roof deck is common. It really depends. My client has been in front of this board many times. Sometimes it's private. Sometimes the design will allow for it to be accessed by everybody. And in this case, it is a common roof deck.
How are you dealing with trash?
Rami, if you want to
see
address
trash rooms.
how you deal with trash on your properties.
Sure. So what we do is we have a private hauler that is contracted. So they pick up the trash from the properties 3 days a week. We have it. On some of the larger properties, some of the smaller properties, they go 2 days a week. But they are on a route that will go on. As Meredith mentioned, we developed several properties that are in the immediate neighborhood.
So you have pickup how many times? 3 times a week for this?
So we have
for this
3 times
building?
for the large properties and 2 times for the smaller ones. So this would be
So this will
considered a
be 2
smaller
and
property, so it'll be twice a week.
okay, and where will the tenants store the trash in between those pickups?
So typically they leave them in ventilate. What we do is we provide closets that are for trash. So that's what they
They're
would
not
typically
shown on your
do.
plan.
We also I mean in this case there is an alleyway in properties that don't have access like from the front. We could take out a portion from the backyard because there are 20 feet there, and we can enclose that and store there if needed.
Well, on your first floor, you're going through a bedroom to get to your backyard, which is problematic. So you
Yeah,
matrixing your
so
trash through the bedroom.
Yeah, so actually, I'm not sure we've in our previous and I apologize. This is an older rendering. So what we've done in the past is we've actually put in the kitchen area to be in the back so that it's accessible to the backyard, and then we put a bedroom in the front of the property. So I'm not sure why the design is not reflecting on it right here. But typically, yes, we do. We have the kitchen in the back so that it's access to the backyard.
Okay, so these plans are not correct.
Well, just the bedroom kitchen on the first floor. Everything else seems to be accurate.
Okay.
So swapping the kitchen with opening up the area in the back. Yeah, I'm not sure why these.
So opening up the area in the back, and it's still a 2-bedroom unit.
If this actually would end up being a 1-bedroom unit with the kitchen and the 2 back bedrooms will be kitchen living opened up, and then the room would be in the front of the apartment.
Okay, that makes better sense. Say it again.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize about this. We actually we revised the plans a bunch of times when we met with the community. And actually, some from the RCO vice president is on here as well to speak about this. But that's why I think that's where the mix-up happened, where we went back and forth and changed the plans a few times. But apologize about the mistake.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Will you submit revised plans that show that change?
Yes.
We can do that if you'd like to.
All right.
Hold the vote for 1 week.
All right.
We can submit revised plans within a couple of days.
Okay.
I have a question about the neighbors. This is an infill, correct?
Yes.
And do you have the support of both neighbors on either side?
Rami, if you can address.
So we held a community meeting. Actually, there was an official community meeting that was where the vote took place, but we spoke to immediate neighbors. I'm honestly not 100% sure if the next door neighbors were present when the vote happened, but you know, the overall consent from the community was that they were in support of the neighborhood. There was of the development, sorry. There was no objections from anyone, but I'm not, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure if the next door neighbor was present or not. But we flyered everybody, and you know, we did all the notifications that we're required to do.
Yeah, well, they will be the most impacted, given that this is infilled and just, you know, thinking about the underpinning stuff. So I think that would be a good idea to make sure that they are aware of what's going on.
The to the left is owned
Okay.
by the housing authority, so I don't know how they handle any form of notifications to tenants and things of that nature. So that always presents somewhat of a challenge, but certainly, you know, in terms of construction, they would be required to provide notification. In fact, based on the current administrative code, they're required to get sign off from the neighbors. So there is a heightened level of interaction that is required to address some of those concerns relative to construction.
And just as an addition, I think that there's some new legislation to provide even more notification requirements in situations like this.
Noted. We'll keep an eye out for that.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Just in terms of the revised plans, that's just a change to the floor plan that's being requested to be shown, correct?
That's
Yeah.
my understanding.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
yes.
correct. So
Yes,
we're just
yes,
literally what
yes,
we're
that was
doing is
good.
we're swapping the kitchen to be in
Good.
the back where the access to the backyard is, and the
Okay,
bedroom
then-
to be in the front.
Right.
Okay, so we
Right.
don't need revised plans in that case because we don't stamp floor plans because those don't get reviewed till the building permit stage. So there's no need for revised plans in this case unless the envelope of the building is changing.
Understood.
Okay.
Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
I see two hands. One
Sure.
from Easy Home Care. I'm gonna allow them to speak. She's allowed to speak.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Okay. I have another hand.
Okay.
Her name is
Sure.
Iman. I'm gonna allow her to talk.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Hello. My name is Iman Elkalban. My spelling is E-M-A-N, Elkalban, E-L-K-A-L-B-A-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes, I live at 522 North 35th Street.
Okay.
And I attended the RCO meeting and I did vote in favor and in support of this project.
Okay.
Myself and other community members, we expressed our support for the project because it will have more desirable, like 1 and 2 bedroom units rather than, you know, these larger single family homes that eventually just end up getting occupied by, you know, college students and they become like more party houses. But these smaller and like more affordable units are needed in our area for young professionals and young families like myself and, you know, some of our senior neighbors who are looking to downsize as well.
All right. Thank you very much for taking the time to call us. Do we have
Absolutely.
anybody else with their
Thank you.
hand?
No more hand, Chair.
Okay, Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. David Fecteau, F-E-C-T-E-A-U, with the City Planning
Do you
Commission.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2017 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. There are no unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested use variance for 3 dwelling units and the proposed dimensional variance for not setting back the 3rd story.
Thank you. MI 2025-004-602, 3527 Mount Vernon Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Aya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Is
Thank
there
you.
anyone who, any cases left from this morning? We're good. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman. I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Secretary Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
President, Mr.
Board Member Ty Wynn,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
So here is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, our zoning board director, Ian Haggerty, and our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party. There are 3 ways. Identify the case property address in your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address for the property of the appeal case. The following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed by the chair, you must raise your hand in order to be recognized to speak. If you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. The webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on the cases in the Q&A. And if you're participating by phone, press star 9 to raise your hand and star 6 to unmute. Please refrain for our attendees. Please refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevator. Water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of an emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside of the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. Let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number 1, MI 2024-003-927, 5344 Ray Street. This case is continued until 4/29/26 at 2 p.m. The case is continued and will be marked must be heard. Number 8. MI 2025-005-737, 2118 to 34 West Norris Street. Case is continued till 4/29/26 at 2 p.m. Any other requests for continuances?
I see no hand, Chair.
Okay, we're going to go to our add-on list. Number 1, MI 2025-006-672, 3408 to 50 B Street. I vote yes with provisos. Per refusal dated 8/26/25 and revised plans, 3 pages, stamped by ZBA on January 28th, 2026.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with provisos.
Aya Wynn, my vote is yes with provisos.
Number 2, MI 2025-001-083, 249 East Cambridge Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Aya Wynn, my vote is no.
Number 3, MI 2025-005-349, 1117 North 40th Street. I vote yes with proviso per amended refusal dated 1/23/26.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Aya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 4, MI 2025-005, 350, 3430 North Bodine Street. The vote in this matter has been rescheduled to Wednesday, February 4th at 2 p.m. Number 5, MI 2025-004, 309. The vote in this matter has been rescheduled to February 4th at 2 p.m. And number 6, MI 2025-004, 256, 753 North 44th Street. This is a request for reconsideration. I vote yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Aya Wynn, my vote is yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
We're going to go to number 2 of our regular list. MI 2025-004, 976, 3960 Parish Street. Meredith Furliger is the attorney. Counsel,
Mr. Chairman,
could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer? You've already been sworn.
Meredith Ferliger, Ferleger.
Could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
I certainly can. Just switching out my documents here. All right. My client for this.
Hold on 1 minute, right? I noticed there's no RCO letter or summary that we've received yet. Have you?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Gwen Morris from Mantua Civic was on for the last case. I believe she should still be on now to share that Mantua did support it.
Right. And then one other thing, our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do, yes.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, my client here today is the Door LLC, which is the owner of the property. And that LLC is represented by Alex Mesendez, who should also be on. Let me see. All right. All right, the request before the board today concerns one property in Mantua located at 3960 Parish Street. The board has seen quite a lot of activity on just this particular block in the last few years, having approved a similar proposal at 3956 Parish Street in 2023 and one immediately next door at 3962 Parish Street just in 2024. Let me first orient you to the location of this property. As always, the deed and the tax clearance are included at Exhibits 2 and 3. As you can see on the aerials shown at Exhibit 8, and this is looking along Parish Street right here, this property sits on Parish Street just east of North 40th Street, which is in Mantua, West Philadelphia. From these aerials, which are admittedly out of date as they do not reflect some of the new construction on the block, the board will start to notice the unique nature of this block of Parish Street. Up until the 2 recent new construction projects that you'll see in the photographs, the property and all of its immediately adjacent neighbors fronting on Parish Street were entirely vacant, extending all the way from Union Street to 40th Street. The investment in this particular block has so far focused predominantly around North 40th Street, which has had quite a lot of new development. From the south view here, again, you can see the corner of North 40th Street here, which was recently built out with a new 5-unit building that extends all the way back to Parish Street. Across the street, but further towards Union Street, are a row of residential homes. And then directly across the street from the property on slight diagonal, the board will notice the commercial use that has largely spilled into Parish Street due to the lingering vacancy of the block. Turning to the photographs at Exhibit 15, you'll see the existing vacant lot, which is currently fenced off in the photograph, that is the subject of today's request at 3960 Parish Street. These photographs reveal a closer look at the progressing character of this particular block, which is slowly seeing some additional investment. Immediately next door at 3962 Parish Street, a new 6-unit development was recently approved and constructed. A few lots away, and again, this is looking towards North 40th Street. This is the 5-unit development facing 40th Street. And then a few lots away, a new triplex is also under construction and nearing completion. The long-standing vacancy of this side of Parish Street has so far been an impediment to new development, and today's request will be one more step towards the reactivation of this block. This is another view towards Union Street. And again, another view from Union Street looking down towards 40th Street. And then this view from 40th Street should give you a better perspective of the property in relation to the new multifamily buildings, both at the corner as well as in relation to the automotive repair garage, which is directly across the street. And then this is just another view of the property as well. And just a few other views. This is a little bit further down towards Union Street. This is the Pico substation off towards the corner of the photograph. Photos of the zoning posters are also included in the packet just beyond these photographs, which I will return to momentarily. And again, you can see the timely posting. Referring to the zoning map at Exhibit 4, you'll see that the property is now zoned RSA 5, having been one of the many blocks that was previously zoned RM1 prior to the 2017 Mantua rezoning. You will notice that the RM1 line stopped just short of this block, with the automotive repair garage across the street retaining a CMX1 classification that would effectively permit multifamily density due to its adjacency to the RM1. Because of the location of this lot, it is not only adjacent to RM1 zoning and uses, but the lot across the street is further capable of significant multifamily development based on its zoning classification. To the northeast, you'll also note the start of the industrial zoning that you saw in the photographs that encompasses Pico substation on the next block east. And then just north of this map, a bit out of view, the board just recently approved a new 87-unit development, further illustrating the shift in residential character of this immediate area, and particularly in regards to this block. The proposal for 3960 Parish Street is shown on the zoning plans at Exhibit 5 and includes one new 3-story structure that will blend with the character of the newer development on this block. Architect Logan Dry is on the line to answer any technical or design-related questions. Although the identically sized next-door property was recently approved for 6 units, this building will contain 4 dwelling units, but is otherwise designed to match the setbacks and the height of 3962 Parish Street. A rendering is included for reference at Exhibit 7, and the floor plans are included at Exhibit 6. The project has been designed to maximize private outdoor space for many of the tenants, including a private roof deck and rear decks at the upper levels. Like its immediate neighbor at 3962 Parish Street, the building is designed with a slight L shape to open up the side of the property to allow for additional light and air. As you can see, the units are all large, with units C and D both having 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, and are each over 1,000 square feet. Units A and B are 850 square feet and are bi-level, predominantly on the first floor, with additional office or den space in the lower level. And again, you can really see the intended height above grade that is going to match the one immediately next door as well. There is an interior ventilated trash storage area in each of the units. All the units have in-unit washers and dryers. Furthermore, another unique benefit in terms of this particular lot is that my client purchased the project at 3962 Parish Street just after it was approved by the board. So they will be the joint owner of both of the adjoining properties, further ensuring the efficiency in trash storage and maintenance, removal, as well as attention to resident quality of life. Since they did just construct the building at 3962 Parish Street, I did also include photographs in the exhibit packet here of some of those newly constructed units to give you a sense of the layouts and the designs as well. And obviously these photographs are taken of an unoccupied unit as this building was just very, very recently finished construction. And again, you can just get a general sense here of the design intent, which would follow for this property as well. Regarding the refusal, the proposal only received one refusal for the proposed multifamily use. No dimensional variances are required for this particular structure, and it is designed to be shorter than the code would allow. The applicant submits to a hardship given both the history of this property as well as the continuing shifting character of this neighborhood and the block, which are both highly relevant to the applicant's entitlement to a variance. We also submit that the proposal represents the least minimum variance. Historically speaking, the lot at 3960 Parish Street has been without any form of improvement since at least 1942, having been rendered vacant sometime between 1910 and 1942. Although the block has been largely vacant for many years, the available zoning history shows that this block historically was nearly an exclusively multifamily block until the structures were demolished over the last several decades. The historical use of this lot in the block is consistent with this proposal. Furthermore, aside from the historical multifamily uses, erecting a new single-family home on this lot would also represent a deviation from the predominantly multifamily dwellings that exist and have been recently constructed on this block and in the immediately surrounding neighborhood. As you can see on Exhibit 10, a map is shown indicating the location of new and existing developments with densities ranging from 2-family all the way to 6 units, consistent with today's proposal. 5 and 6 unit proposals, much more dense than this proposal, were approved for 3946 Parish Street, 3801, 3860, 3933 Brown Street, 844 and 846 Union Street, and 833 North 40th Street, which are all in the immediate vicinity of this property. Although the property next door on the identically sized lot was approved for 6 units, this instant proposal reduces that slightly to 4 units to provide slightly larger units than its immediate counterpart. As the board is aware, this and prior boards have granted countless variances permitting multifamily use in this neighborhood due to the established limited viability of constructing a new single-family dwelling in an area that has become characteristically multifamily. This is especially true here due to the unique situation of this lot being immediately adjacent to dominantly RM1 compliant uses and further across the street from an automotive-based use, in light of the abject vacancy that has burdened this block until variances began to be granted in 2023, which is what has sparked the new development on this block. If or when developed, the lot immediately across the street could accommodate, based on zoning classifications, up to 18 units. The proposed density is consistent with the density of surrounding structures, as you can see, and is most appropriate for the interior layout and is further not overbuilt from a dimensional perspective. These units are quite varied in size to accommodate a wider range of rental price points and tenant preferences. We submit that this proposal will not increase congestion, harm neighbors' properties, or impair light and air. More detailed analysis is provided in the memo of law submitted to the board at Exhibit 11. Just a brief note about the RCO. I do hope that Mrs. Morris is on the line here, but just to kind of clarify, the proposal did receive a letter, did receive support from Mantua. The final vote was 4 in favor, 3 in opposition, and 3 abstained. The meeting was held just 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately, that vote does not take into account who is a near neighbor and who lives in Mantua at large. And in fact, at the beginning of the meeting, I had asked if anyone in the room lived on this block or even in the immediate surrounding blocks. And not only were there no hands, but we identified that the closest resident in attendance lives on 40th Street, several blocks away. So simply put, there were no near neighbors at that meeting, with some folks even admitting they lived as far as the Cedar Park neighborhood. As a result, even though Mantua, I hope, is on the line to confirm that they intended to send a letter of support, my client did also seek to secure additional expressions of support to show the board that the immediate community is supportive, and a petition of support with 12 signatures of near neighbors is included in the packet at Exhibit 14, and you can see that up on the screen. So at this point, I would ask if the administrator could look for Alex Mesendez.
Is that your owner?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Is allowed to speak.
Hello,
Hi,
Yeah.
could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Alexander Mosens, Alexandr, last name Mosendz.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Alex, can you confirm that you are authorized to speak on behalf of the Door LLC, which is the owner of this property?
I am.
And were you present and heard all of the testimony and evidence that was offered in front of the board this morning or this afternoon?
I am.
And would you agree that testimony was true and accurate, and would you adopt it as if you had provided it to the board yourself?
I would.
We're happy to answer questions, and again, we do have the architect on the line if there's technical questions as well.
Questions from the board.
So your basement, your first floor units, there are 2 first floor units, correct? That have they're bi-level, and they're full bathrooms in the basement. What's the use of the basement? Is that not a bedroom?
That is not a bedroom, Mr. Johns. That's intended to be either a home office or just a den space. It is not a bedroom on either.
And so the one in the front has 2 full bathrooms in the basement.
That is
right?
correct.
Am I reading this correctly?
That is correct. There are full bathrooms. Can we bring the architect on if he can hopefully clarify that design?
Someone talking on
Look for
the
Logan Dry.
background here.
Yeah, I
can't
hear background from somewhere.
background noise.
Not from here. It's
No, it's fine. It stopped.
And then in the front, you've got a full bathroom in the basement there, and the washer and dryers in the basement.
What's the architect's name?
Logan Dry.
All right.
Is allowed to speak.
Logan,
Yep,
could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
sure. Logan Dry, Logandry.
Logan, could you turn your video on too, please?
Yep,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Logan, did you hear Board Member Johns's questions regarding the lower level design in terms of the bathrooms?
Correct. The back unit there, Unit B, has 2 full baths in the basement just because on the first floor there's not a bathroom. So usually, like people use that basement as a gym space or what, they tend to like a separate bathroom from the one that the bedroom might have. So you have a little bit more of a master type scenario. It's not en suite, but the person could have their own private bathroom in addition to the public bathroom that would be used for the gym space. And then the unit in the front, again, has
What's
a
the
full
public?
bathroom.
But I don't understand what public gym space.
No. So
What's
so
the
for instance,
public
like
gym space?
so for instance, like in the basement, not public for everybody to use, but for instance, like if somebody has a bathroom that they want dedicated for their bedroom, they can keep that bathroom separate, and then the space that's used in the basement is like a gym or an office space. It doesn't necessarily have to be using that same bathroom that would be, sort of like the owner's bath. Again, it's completely optional. We just had the space for it, so we stuck it down there. We could remove it if it was a issue, but
No,
that
that just seems odd when the challenge is always dollars and cents that two full bathrooms would be put in a basement, and it's almost like, well, if they wanted to convert that to a bedroom and kind of, fool the audience, they could. That's the concern. But
right, and
go ahead.
that's what I said. We can
That's
certainly
I'm
remove
not-
it. Yeah.
Logan,
I don't have any
I
problem with
apologize for catching you on the fly
Question.
with this question because I don't know if you can answer this, but is this layout consistent with the one that was just built immediately next door as well at 3962?
I'm not sure about that just because we weren't the architect on that, but I'd imagine that building, if it had to fit, I think it was 6 units in that one. I'd imagine that one probably had a great deal of more bedroom living in the basement just to fit everything, but I'm not familiar with the plans because we weren't the architect on that one.
All right. And what are you doing for trash?
So the upper units, the second and third floor have a vented trash closet. The first floor unit in the back has access to the rear yard for their trash, and in the front unit, we do a vented trash closet there. I know it's not shown on the plan, but typically we'll build something like that at the end of the kitchen right there, or seal a little bit of space from the bedroom closet.
Mm-hmm. And what's the height of the basement? The depth of the basement slab below grade?
Meredith, do you have the plan on that? I think the depth
Is there
below.
a section? Is there a section or elevation or something that shows?
So, Logan, I know you had provided updated.
Can you zoom? I can't really read that there.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. Yeah, so
So it looked like it's almost 100% below grade.
It's about a foot or so out of grade, but we had to match the zoning plans that the other designer put together. So I mean, when we build it, we could certainly adjust it and pull it more out of grade. I think we're able to go another 3 feet or so before we trigger a need for a revised zoning permit. But we could do that.
What's your height? What's your building height?
33
What's the
feet.
building height?
33. Yeah, we're at 33. So I mean, LNI has a provision where we could change the height up to 3 feet more, and as long as it's still within the maximum height, we could do that to get that basement a little bit further out of grade. Which honestly, they're probably going to look to do that just to match what was built
next door.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, 8 feet below grade is lower than, I make this comment all the time, but lower than the depth of a grave. The unit next door that you have in the picture is a much better condition where the window is almost fully above grade, and you get, you really get natural light. On a day like today, I imagine the people who have these basement apartments that are completely below grade are completely buried with snow. Completely buried with snow on a day like today. So
Alex,
that's always a concern for me.
Alex, are you still with us? I don't see you, but are you still? Did the owner get muted somehow?
Hello?
Hi, Alex.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know why I got muted.
So, Alex, I assume you've been on and listening to these questions. So, you are also the you would also likely be the builder of this particular project. Is that correct?
I will not be the builder of that particular project, but to coordinate the building, the front facade for the new, hopefully for the new building, will match 62. So that elevation is going to be a little bit different to match the height, and it's not going to. It's sloped in the rear. So it's a little deeper in the back than it is in the front, but we had to regrade that from the previous. So the basement will actually be much higher than 8 feet. And then going back to the additional bathrooms in the basement, we've noticed from just from feedback from the community, they prefer an additional bathroom because it's just a convenience. But we try, since the units are so big, and if you have company, you don't want to have everybody go through your bedroom to go to the bathroom. So we all typically add additional bathrooms where we can, and for us, it's an expense we don't mind to do extra, just for the convenience and the comfortability to live. We try to make it as comfortable as possible for everybody to live in these units, and they're bi-level.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board?
Okay. Am I looking at this correctly and going back to this whole thing with the bathrooms? So these are bi-level units?
Yes, there's.
So the rear, the first floor has, the first unit is, okay, there's bathroom up there, bedroom, living room, and then we're going down into this other level. Is that what I'm seeing? And there's the other other bathroom, and then living room down there.
So the first floor has the master bedroom area, and then the basement has the den area / office with the bathroom. Yes.
So where is the bathroom where the bedroom is? Am I missing something here? Is there, I see a living room.
No, there are two bathrooms in the basement. There is no bathroom attached to the bedroom that's on the first floor. Both the bathrooms are on the basement. So if you're in the bedroom on the first floor, you have to go to the basement to go to the bathroom.
Oh, that's even worse.
To one of the bathrooms.
For the rear, but for the front, we have one in the front.
Even,
Sorry, I apologize about that.
all right.
I thought you were talking about the front unit. So
I'm still okay. So that's even worse than my, concern about wandering through the kitchen and the living room. You got to go down to the basement to go to the bathroom if you're in that unit. Is that what we're doing here?
Correct.
So,
yes.
And
yes.
with due respect to the board, I think they've heard your feedback on this, and I think that Logan, correct me if I'm wrong, but based on this feedback, you would very much be willing to revise to provide a bathroom on that first floor.
And I want to add too, I want to know what's the hardship of having the 4 instead of if a 3 could accommodate that. And my concern is that there is no type of storage space for the unit. So if there's 3, that basement could be used for some storage space for these units.
I hate to pile on, but I think taking what Board Member Gaston, Graham, and John said, I think, while the second and third floor units are well laid out and they are generous, I think the unit A and B are not. I think there's a lot of just logistical things. I think the living room, kitchen area in unit A is really small. I also think it's completely crazy that the front door opens and blocks the refrigerator from opening. Anybody that's ever gotten a double door fridge knows that that's like the absolute worst place and location to have a fridge.
All right.
So I feel like
So listen to me. Meredith, no, listen to me. There's too many issues that have been brought up. I want to see plans that try to address these issues, and I'm going to give this a resumptive date of 4/28/26 at 9:30 a.m.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, if I can just very briefly, my client
But,
is
but
fully
Meredith,
willing to
nothing,
accept
listen to me,
3
listen to me,
units. If
Meredith,
that,
listen to me. That's what we're going to do. I have a lot of people sitting here. We just can't keep dragging this out. So you
I
have
understand.
a resumptive date of 4/28/26, okay? Thank you. We're going to go on to the next case, and Meredith, it's yours.
All right, give me 1 second.
Number 7, MI 2025-005-602, 1729 Cotman Street. Unanimous support from Ron Hurst Civic Association. 6 total votes.
Okay.
Okay, just state your name for the record.
Meredith Ferliger, Ferleger.
Right. And could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is Vatsal LLC, and that is the owner of the property as well as the applicant, represented today by Manish Patel.
All right, our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon again. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did.
Okay, and you have a host of use refusals, so do you waive the reading and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do, yes.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen up again.
Thank you. This property before the board today concerns 1729 Cotman Avenue, which is in the northeast and sits just at the corner of Frontenac Street. This is a very straightforward case, as I think you will see, so I will be brief and can expand on any point should the board require additional detail. The exhibit packet includes 16 exhibits, and in the packet at Exhibit 15 is the letter of support from Ron Hurst Civic. Starting first with the property overview, as you can see on the aerials at Exhibit 10, this newly improved building sits just in a dense commercial and multifamily area along Cotman Avenue, just a few steps from Northeast High. Just next to the property is the Country Club Diner with a gas station and pharmacy at the corner of Glendale Avenue. In the opposite direction is a strip of diverse one-story commercial uses that you can see here, such as a barber shop, daycare, and a few restaurant tenants. From the photographs at Exhibit 16, again, you'll see the 3-story commercial building that was just recently completed. This view from Cotman Avenue shows that it was improved as a commercial building with large first-floor glass windows, with more traditional office aesthetics above. From Frontenac Street, the building adjoins a multifamily complex along the rear. I do have a few additional views. Let me zoom out. This first one looking towards Glendale, where again you can see the diner in the distance. This next view looked along Cotman Avenue, looking down Frontenac Street. And then we did also include photographs of the timely posting on the property. Looking at the zoning map at Exhibit 9, you'll see that the property is zoned CMX1. Here is the crux of this case. As you can see on the next page, this property was rezoned along with many others from CMX2 to CMX1 in 2022, after my client was already in the process of constructing this building. The Planning Commission's district plan did not recommend the rezoning, and in fact recommends a higher density commercial classification for some of this area. At Exhibit 5, I've included the original zoning plans that were approved in 2020, authorizing an addition to the former Ukrainian Credit Union Bank building. Although no signage was originally approved with this application, you will see that a monument sign was clearly contemplated at that time to be located at the corner of Cotman and Frontenac Street. Even on the elevations that were included with the zoning application at that time, the contemplated locations for building signage were identified on these elevations. At Exhibit 11, the zoning permit dated December 23rd, 2020 is included, which shows that the uses were approved as business and professional, retail sales, and on the second page was otherwise identified as vacant commercial space on the first floor. You can see on the zoning permit that at the time it was zone CMX2. The building permit is shown on the next page and was approved January 27th, 2022, and the CO was issued just in September of 2025. Again, as you saw moments ago, the remapping occurred almost a year after the building permit was already approved for this commercial project. I did also include the approved floor plans at Exhibit 6 that I can walk through if necessary. As you can see on the refusal at Exhibit 1, there are two categories of issues that were created from this remapping. First, there are two use refusals. As the board may know, CMX1 restricts office, retail, and commercial services uses on the first floor to no more than 2,000 square feet, and no commercial service uses may be on or above the second floor. This application, as I'll show you, includes personal service, medical, and office uses throughout the entire building, since it is a commercial building. The hardship here is quite bright, since the building was approved and constructed in accordance with the then CMX2 allowances, which contemplated a commercial use throughout the entire building. Now, based on the CMX1 zoning, nearly the entire building would be rendered without a permitted use. This ultimately stems from L&I's practice not to approve uses at the time of the original permitting for commercial projects, since most people at the time of their permits aren't sure who their eventual tenants are going to end up to be. I am not intending to go through this in extensive detail, but so the board is aware and we are happy to expand, I have included about 40 pages worth of slides showing detailed information about each of the tenants, which include administrative offices for the Easy Home Care Agency on the third floor, Shogun Grocer, which is an Asian and South Asian grocer that will occupy roughly 3,000 square feet on the first floor. Smile Dental, which is a sole practitioner dentist who will occupy a portion of the second floor. And a beauty salon, which will occupy a portion of the third floor. The final tenant and the basis for the other use refusal is a Subway restaurant, which will occupy roughly 900 square feet on the first floor. Takeout restaurant uses are prohibited in the CMX1 zoning district. Although not by right under CMX2, this takeout restaurant use would have been subject to receive a special exception under the prior CMX2 zoning. In this packet, as I mentioned, I have detailed information about each of the tenants, including hours of operation, trash management, and other pertinent details. I should also have a representative from each of these tenant spaces on the Zoom should you need any additional information. However, given the incredibly unique nature of this particular hardship, I will save you the 40 pages of review unless there's any clarification. The second category of refusal here pertains to the building signage, which again would all have been permitted under the prior CMX2 zoning. It is not common for property owners to get approval for signage before their building is even complete. First, freestanding signs are prohibited in CMX1. Second, the amount of signage slightly exceeds the maximums allowed by less than 10 square feet on the front neck side and roughly 60 square feet on the Cotman side. At Exhibit 8, I've included the proposed signage plans. These signs are entirely consistent with the size and location contemplated in the original zoning set. The Cotman side, which is shown up on the screen, proposes 90 square feet of signage, where only 30 square feet would be permitted in CMX1. Visually, that would be as though only a sign slightly larger than this proposed Subway sign would be permitted on the entire Cotman frontage of roughly 135 feet, and would certainly be insufficient to properly identify two separate tenants. The building frontage itself is set back from the first lane of vehicle travel by nearly 75 feet. The signage on the Frontenac side is only slightly larger than even the CMX1 allowance and predominantly identifies the multiple tenants that are on the second and third floor and is placed above the entrance to those spaces. It does also serve to identify the subway, which occupies that corner tenant space. If the CMX2 zoning were still in place, the building could have 234 square feet of wall signage, where only 142 square feet is proposed. Finally, as was contemplated at the time of the initial approval, a corner monument sign is proposed to identify all of the building tenants. This is a standard monument sign that you would expect to find on a strictly commercial property, and is critical to ensure that the various tenants can be quickly and safely identified from the main roadways. The sign itself complies to the dimensional allowances that would have been in place under CMX2 zoning, which is the most appropriate dimensional comparison since freestanding signs are not permitted at all in CMX1. Naturally, all of this was entirely outside of the applicant's control, as they permitted their project in accordance with the zoning standards that were in place at the time, as well as in accordance with L&I's typical procedures and standards, which unfortunately do not always contemplate intervening rezoning measures that render a building like this one in perpetual purgatory without grant of relief. We submit the proposal will not increase congestion, harm neighbors' properties, or impair light and air. Full analysis is provided in the memo of law submitted to the board at tab 12. And like I said, I'm happy to go into any additional detail on any aspect of this should you need it. At this time, if the administrator could look for Manish Patel. Manish, if you could raise your hand so they could identify you. Property owner, Manish.
Mr. Chair, this is Jason Handel. I'll be taking over for this
Sure,
session as
thank you,
co-host. Manish Patel will be coming back in as a panelist.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Manish Patel, Patel.
Why don't you spell your first name too, please?
Manish, Manish.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Patel, you've been present for today's session and have heard all of the testimony and evidence that I offered in front of the board today.
Yes, I did.
Do you agree that that testimony is true and accurate, and would you adopt it as if you had provided it to the board yourself?
Yes, I did.
We're happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Question or comments from the virtual audience or the current audience? Hi, why don't you sit down?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Alice Yudovich on behalf of Councilman Brian O'Neill.
Oh, Alice, it's the first time all these years I've ever seen you here. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please proceed.
The councilman has no objection to the granting of the variance at this location. I am aware that he changed all of the CMX2 properties in his district to CMX1 and created a hardship in this case.
All right, thank you very much for coming down, Alex. We're glad to meet you in person. Anyone else in the audience? Planning Commission.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from CMX1 to CMX2 commercial mixed use. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2022 and a council requested map change. The City Planning Commission recommended against this map change. The proposed takeout restaurant would be allowed with a special exception in CMX2, and the freestanding accessory sign would be allowed by right. The short side sign nonconformance is de minimis, and the dimensions of the long side sign will, while in excess of the code's allowance, is proportional and consistent with the scale of signs for similar businesses elsewhere in the neighborhood. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed use and dimensional variances.
Thank you. MI 2025-005-602, 1729 Cottman Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Number
you.
3, MI 2025-005-129, 912 to 14 South Front Street. Rachel Pritzker is the attorney.
Back in as a panelist now, Chair.
Sure. So there's a letter of support from Green Village neighbors and a letter of non-opposition from council member Squilla.
Good afternoon.
Council, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. Rachel, Rachael, Pritzker, Pritzker.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Council, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, so my client is Justin Beasy on behalf of the owner of the property.
And our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I got a new camera and it's making me look really, really far away and I do not know how to fix it, so I apologize.
I thought you were backing up from us or something here.
No, my camera broke, so sorry you're seeing my whole office. Luckily, I cleaned it. So, okay. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Okay. So, here's a copy of the refusal. As mentioned, this is 412 to 14 South Front Street. This site is zoned RSA 5, and we're proposing a lot line relocation to create one lot from 3 lots, to demo the existing structure, which I'll talk about in a minute, and to erect 3 single-family homes with a shared driveway and parking spaces, 2 per property on this site. The prior approval for this project, which I think was 2024 by this board, allowed for 6 units in this existing structure. But the plan that we've proposed is more in context with the surrounding block and neighborhood, which is single family homes. And so, we're reducing what's allowed there by taking 3 units off and having 3 single family homes. A lot of the refusals that were generated, the 3 here on the screen, are because the lot is zoned RSA 5. We're not proposing multifamily, which is what was already approved, but putting 3 homes with a shared driveway on the same lot triggers multifamily. So that's a lot of these refusals. It's also worth mentioning that while we originally submitted for 44 feet in height for the properties from the permitted 38, we've reduced that to 42. And as we'll show in the plans, we're asked to provide a lot of off-street parking for these homes and remove the front-loaded parking. So we have now ground floor parking, which required no living space on the ground floor. So a little bit of that extra height is so that we can have more livable space and accommodate the off-street parking. This is the application. Just want to get down to the photos. This is the deed for the property. So as I mentioned, it's RSA 5. It's comprised of these 3 lots. It's these 2 here and then this sort of odd shaped rear one. And it's bounded by single family homes in the front and in the rear. And then it is directly adjacent to a baseball field. So there's nothing on the right side. And you'll see we oriented the 3 homes so that it's not attached to, there's like a fence between the property and the ballpark. So we oriented in this way just so that we don't have the side of a house next to an active baseball field. Again, just showing sort of the weird makeup of this. You'll see when I show you the aerial that despite this being 3 lots, the existing structure takes up almost 100% of these 3 lots together, even though they were not, properly consolidated. So part of the work here is to consolidate those, and again, it includes these 2 properties here, and then this sort of squared shape one in the rear. More the same thing. And as mentioned, this is the pretty large baseball field and rec center directly adjacent. So this is a visual, like I said, of this property. Just click on this. Just so you can see, this is the existing structure that's there. It has front-loaded parking right now via a curb cut, and then stretches, all the way back to the rear of the property. This was approved for 6 units. We're demolishing this and just putting 3 single-family homes with parking, removing the front-loaded and doing a drive aisle so that you don't have this backing up into South Front Street situation that goes now. And again, as you can see, this baseball field here is kind of a unique adjacent, situation. So trying to orient the home so that the side of them is not against a baseball field was part of the design here. Again, just more of an aerial for the existing property. This is just the zoning posters. Again, as you can see, the current property next to this fence, which houses the baseball field. This is the current structure from the front. So kind of like unique, out of character. And again, it was 6 units approved in this structure. So a little bit odd for what's already, next to that block. Again, the sort of front parking conditions, a lot of the concern with the neighbors was just like not having, the parking be front facing because nobody else's is like that. Even though this is a lot wider and bigger of a lot, it's a little over 5,000 square feet. And obviously, eliminating, putting a home here and having a more clear drive aisle will also help with safety and traffic, and allow, again, not as big of a difference between what's there and what's being proposed. Just another front view of this. I'm sure someone thinks this is lovely, but I think what you'll see, we're providing a little bit more in context with what's there. And again, just an angle so you can see the baseball field. That was one of the main things we were looking at. How do you, put single family homes here without having your sidewall be attached to a baseball, baseball field here with that fencing. This was the prior refusal for the 8 units. It was originally proposed as 8 units, but the board granted 6 units via proviso, maximum 6 units. Again, we're reducing it by 3, so it's just 3 single family homes, which obviously the community was more supportive of. Again, putting 3 single family homes on 1 lot causes the refusal for multiple principal uses. We will do PUD documents if we are granted a variance through the building permit process. Also, we'll do the PUD documents, plan unit development. So they will be 3 separately deeded properties, but we can't subdivide them through this process in the way that we want to orient them. So again, they make sense for the site. This is just where in the code we don't meet. As mentioned, we met with the community. We had a lot of back and forth with them through multiple revisions, but we originally met with the Queen Village Neighbors Association on November 12th. And they asked for a number of revisions, which we made. One of them was not having any front-loaded parking. So when we show the plans, you'll see that all the parking is located interior to the site. None of it is front-loaded. They wanted us to align as much as possible with the Queen Village overlay. So we put a window in the front so that it matched up as best we could on the front property. We reduced the height by 2 feet while also keeping, again, enough clearance for the driveway and enough livable space for hopefully families. And I think the only other thing we did was driveway, lights, and height, those three items. We met with them a number of times, both like this and through their, back and forth with their committee. We met with them December 20th, 11th, December 12th and 11th, also to show them those changes. And then ultimately, as a result of sort of that back and forth and collaboration, they submitted a letter of support for our application. The meeting wasn't crazily attended by a lot of people, but they were very involved with the process, and all the adjacent near neighbors, at least two or three from the block, expressed mostly concerns around construction. How is this going to affect them? Are we going to dig up the driveways? And so we've, given contact information and assured them with some of that stuff as much as humanly possible. We also have a letter of non-opposition from Councilman Mark Squilla. And we did submit the proviso plan form and the plans to, address the revisions we made. I'm just going to pull up the plans, or if we can promote Zamir Garcia, our architect, to go through the plans.
Mr. Garcia?
Okay, they will be joining as a panelist shortly.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Garcia?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Zamir Garcia, Zamirgarcia.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, please proceed.
Thanks. Zamir, I want to just have the plans up on my screen. So if you could just walk through it, that would be helpful.
Definitely. This plan shows the location, the existing conditions where Rachel was mentioning the existing home occupies most of the lot. And there's a shed at the rear as well, and a pergola in the backyard and the drive up at the front. It is, as we talked earlier, it is a large lot. There's 37 feet wide frontage on Front Street. So that's how we were able to accommodate for these entry drive aisle. The next slide shows the overall view context of the site. To the north, there's a cluster of single-family homes that are 3 stories brick at varying heights and styles. And then to the rear, there is a cluster of a gated community there off of Christian Street, 112 Christian Street. It is 9 row homes that are 4 stories in height and 41 feet tall. And then the baseball field to the south, and to the east is the elevated Delaware Expressway 95. And then if we go to the next slide, this slide indicates shows you the location of where the proposed 3 homes would be on the long lot. They're stacked behind one another on Front Street. And then this also gives a couple of context photos. On the right there's a photo of the existing property from in front of Front Street. And then the next slide will have some images of the neighboring site of the. So this site shows down on Christian Street, when you turn the corner, there's a mixture of different styles. The development that I spoke about earlier, the cluster of 9 homes, is shown at the top left corner there, and on the bottom left. Those are 4 stories, more contemporary design, large windows, brick fronts, 41 feet height with roof decks and tall parapets. And then they do have a gate as well, as you can see in the photo there. And you can see also down at the very corner there at the bottom right, there was a picture from the field. The original yeah, we can keep going from the original site that was submitted, as Rachel indicated, we were originally proposing the front unit A had parking access off of Front Street, and the other two units were shared the private drive there in to access their parking off of the south side of the lot. And the houses are all located up on the north end of the lot, so they are away from the large fence for the baseball park. And then there is a gate proposed for the drive aisle. And all the houses were proposed at 44 feet height, as we mentioned, with a 42-inch parapet and a roof deck. After our discussion, so the next slide just indicates um, the the proposed elevations massing that was initially submitted with the 44-foot height. After we met with the RCO multiple times, went through and reviewed various iterations with them, the final revisions came down to the parking was relocated for Unit A to be off of the drive aisle off of the driveway as well, on the south side, away from Front Street. And we added along the Front Street side to meet the requirements for the Queen Village overlay. We added a door that accesses directly into the garage, as well as some windows that are required by the Queen Village overlay on the first floor of the Unit A. And the overall height of the buildings, as you can see here, was reduced to 42 feet. And the parapet height was also reduced to reduce the height of the building. We reduced that to 36 feet. You can see in this section, the building at the rear, the height of that as well with the parapet and the roof deck. We're only 1 foot higher at this moment. And as Rachel mentioned, to keep the garages accessible and the living space, we would require the additional height for that. The next elevation shows the front street side and the rear most building. And then again, here we had to revise it to have the door there so it's more street level friendly, with the door off of the main Unit A at the front, and then 2 windows, and then the parapet height reduced down to 36 inches, and the overall building height down to 42. The front of the building is brick, and we have windows and some balconies on the front as well.
Yeah, just to be clear, this gray color is not the color that we're proposing. It's just the owner hadn't decided on the color yet, depending on pricing and other things. So this is just a gray looking, but we're not proposing gray. Okay. Anything else, Samir?
No, that's we did. Oh, the other change we did make for the RCO was that the front facade there, the upper bay was changed to from a metal panel to a brick to comply with the Queen Village overlay requirements.
So happy to pause for questions, or I can bring on my client to adopt my testimony.
Why don't you bring your client on for adoption?
Sure.
And then we'll get
Okay.
questions then.
Is there a Justin Beasy in the audience?
Yes, counsel, they have been promoted to panelists. They will be coming back in shortly.
Thank you.
Yes, this is Justin.
Hi, Justin, could you please state your name as spelled for the stenographer?
It's Justin Veasey, Justin Veasey.
Could you turn your video on if possible?
Yes.
All right. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Justin, are you there?
I think he's trying to find his video,
Okay.
or maybe took himself off here. Hi, Mr. Veazey? Justin?
Mr. Veazey, are you still available?
Okay. Rachel, you're an officer of the court. We'll take your testimony.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
On the site plan, if you can go back to the site plan,
Sure. This is sorry.
so
about
I'm right. So I'm looking at this site plan, and the entrances to these units are off of this driveway.
Yes.
And unless I'm driving, it doesn't appear to be a defined pedestrian space that separates the pedestrian from the driveway. If I'm coming from my house and I'm the one at the end, how do I get to the pavement? I've got to walk down this driveway, open these
So
garage doors, or
the front property has a
the
door.
front. That's the front. The front.
Yeah.
The front is easy. The front
Yeah.
is because that's fronts onto Front Street. The
I can
issue are
answer
these
that.
two other houses.
Mr. Garcia,
right?
go ahead. Mr.
Yeah, I
Garcia.
can answer that. So
Mhm.
the driveway right now is 12 feet. There's a demarcation line right there, and then there's a 3-foot paving for walking. You could see, if you can see in the, I don't know if Rachel, you can point to where the gate is. There is a separate gate for pedestrians that goes right up against the homes. Yeah, right there.
Do we have that on one of the plans so we can show it?
Yeah, because it's not clearly defined here.
It's hard to see. I agree with that.
We show the in the elevations, we show a railing for safety along that.
In these elevations?
Yeah, in the front. The not those, the newer ones
Um,
with the revised height.
I see a railing there.
These are the old elevations.
do you have it on your screen?
Right there. There's a railing at you can see it here underneath the bay. There's
Okay,
railings.
so
There's protection
so
there.
that's so there's a railing. So you've got the railing. That's the 3-foot walkway. So that's where your 3-foot walkway is, behind that railing
Yes, sir.
for the pedestrians.
Yes.
Okay, and then you've got and that occurs. Where does that? I see it at the front unit. Does it occur anyplace? Oh, I see it in the middle unit.
In
And
the
then
middle unit.
there's not one and then there's not one at the rear unit because the entrance is there. Okay.
Yes.
And that would be private
All right, good.
access, right? Like you would have to have some type of code or whatever to get back. Like the public just can't go back there, correct?
Correct.
Right.
That means mail would probably be delivered in the front.
We could put mail, yeah, it would have a mailbox at the front for all 3 units.
I mean, you'd have to if it's private because not going to give the mail guy a fob. So that's a good point.
Right.
Hmm.
And so these would be condoed.
Yeah, so we would do a plan unit development, a PUD, same terminology as a condo.
Right. Yeah.
So they would be fee simple, but they would have shared pedestrian and vehicular access to the
Shared.
driveway. Yep.
Gotcha. Yep. Okay.
Rachel, that's that old shot tower behind her, right?
Hello.
Yes, correct.
That's the old shot tower?
Yes.
I'm on, Rach.
I'm
Okay.
Mr. Veazey. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Justin Veazey, JustinVeasey.
You want to adopt, do you swear or
Yeah.
affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, please proceed, Rachel.
Yeah, Justin, have you heard my testimony today? Do you believe to be true and accurate, and do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that you heard about one of the concerns was just pedestrian walking. So we explained that there is a railing adjacent to the drive aisle, and then the other comment was about making sure that mailboxes are at the front so that because it's a gated driveway, so that the postal service can put the mail there. They're not going to have an access to a fob to get into the space.
That's correct. Yes, we're going to take that into consideration with the gate design to have a special side gate for postal entry. So the mailboxes will be in the front.
Okay.
All right, questions from the board? Any other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr.
Questions or
Chair.
comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
No hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning of this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2017 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. There is no indication the owner cannot continue to derive economic value by using the current building without demolition. This is a single-family block face. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the proposed use variance for 3 dwelling units, the proposed use variance for multiple principal buildings, and the proposed dimensional variance for maximum height.
If I can just respond, so
Sure.
the site is zoned RSA 5. It was approved for 6 units on the site. The developer is proposing 3 single-family homes as opposed to 6 units. They wouldn't use a giant building for 1 family home if it was approved for 6. So the thought here was to actually provide something more in context with just single-family homes, which is what we're providing. So a little confused by that testimony, to be fair.
Okay. All right. So MI 2025-005, 129, 912 to 14 South Front Street. I vote yes with proviso. Revised plans, 2 pages, stamped by ZBA, January 28th, 2026.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
And McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Iowan, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Rachel, I know you have another case, but I got several lawyers sitting here, so I'm going to try to take them
I'm happy to be
before they
patient.
attack me up here. So,
No, I'm happy to be
Thank you,
patient.
guys.
Thank you.
all right,
I
number
appreciate
4.
it.
Number 4, MI 2025-005, 480, 5334 Vine Street. Tamika McCoy is the attorney. Michael Johns has recused himself from this case. Hi, Tamika. You've already been sworn today. Just for the record, state your name.
Tamika McCoy.
Right? Do you could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure. My client is Deborah Hodges. She's the deeded owner of the property.
Right. And there's a letter of unanimous support from the 44th Ward RCO, 9 total votes. Our vice chair has just a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. The property located at 5334 Vine Street is proposing a variance relief to construct a 3-story structure that will contain 2 spacious bi-level apartments. I'm going to go to the location and images. Existing right now is a empty lot, and the proposed structure would essentially match the character of the area that it is actually in. Just adjacent to the property is two multifamily units. Which are reflected here in this rendering. And at the end of the block is also a woman's shelter. So the proposal essentially is consistent with the construction of the existing neighborhood and the character which accepts or is consistent with established multifamily dwellings. The structure itself, which is situated here, would be 3 stories, but it's actually going to be proposed to be 33 feet in height. It's going to be less than what's allowed. What's allowed is 38, but the brick and the porch kind of matches the nature and character of the other properties that are immediately in the area. These are photographs of what is directly opposed to the view of the property. And if you were looking eastward, this is what you would see. Those are the 2 properties that would be next door that are both multifamily. And then westward toward the other end of the block, at the end, there's a woman's shelter that's situated at that particular location. Here we have the notices that are demonstrated so that any member of the public would be able to view and see what the anticipated situation is on a property. I'm going to go to the plans so that you could have an idea as to what is contemplated. And I'm going to zoom in so that we could take a better look at the interior design. So it's color coded. Unit 1 is in blue, unit 2 is in pink, and the common area is in yellow so that you clearly see the distinctions between the units. So essentially, both unit 1 and 2 would access the property through the same main entryway. They both would have access to a shared porch. The first unit, essentially, once you come in, there would be a spacious bedroom with a walk-in closet and a private bath. Going back further deeper into the building, there's a powder room for, guests of the property, a trash area, closets, a living and open dining with a kitchen space. If the first floor unit take the interior stairway upward, you would come to the second level. And in that second level, there is a corridor that leads to a main bathroom, a laundry room with the utility closet, and 2 generously spaced bedrooms that are in the back, each with ample lighting from outside through large windows. Similarly, the second floor apartment, you would essentially take the front entrance and arrive at the second floor. It's here depicted in pink. On the first area that's a living area is the bedroom with a bathroom and walk-in closet suite that has a large window area in the front. If you were to take the stairway up to the third floor, there are 2 spacious bedrooms with the living area on that floor, the living room, dining room, kitchen. There's a bathroom that's shared for both of the bedrooms that's on that particular floor, and all of the mechanicals, the HVAC, laundry, trash room would be on the main area, which is the second floor of that unit as well. I would ask, I'm just gonna take another bird's eye view, and this would be what the structure would look like once it is completed. As the chairman indicated, there is unanimous support for the project. A RCO meeting was held after notifying 113 affected neighbors. There was unanimous approval for this project once it was demonstrated and articulated for the community at large. And at this time, I would ask for Ms. Deborah Hodges to be admitted into the building so we could address any questions you may have.
Sure. Ms. Hodges?
Just please accept to become panelist.
Sure.
And there's one correction I'd like to make. I refer to
Sure.
units as apartments. They're actually going to be 2 condos that are going to be
Okay.
designed for family living. I just want.
Okay. Thank you, Tamika.
Yes, we're back in now.
Hello,
Hi, Ms. Hodges. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Deborah Hodges, DEBORAH, Hodges, HODGES.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Counsel?
Ms. Hodges, did you hear the testimony that was provided to the board today, and is it truthful and accurate?
yes,
And you would adopt it as your own if you were providing this testimony?
yes.
And I would essentially present Ms. Hodges for your question.
Sure, thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yes, is there a basement for the property?
No,
No basement at all, so it's a slab?
yes,
Okay, and the support of the neighbors, the 2 adjacent neighbors, have you spoke with them and received their support?
yes.
They were among the neighbors that were notified of the RCO. Both are in agreement with the project. None have expressed any objections.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson. And Hillary, you have an issue about parking?
Oh, I was just noting, I don't believe, so this is zoned RSA 3, which would require accessory off-street parking, 1 space per unit. It did not appear that there was any on the plans, and it wasn't called out on the refusal, so I just wanted to note that for the record.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1971 in a council-supported map change. The other homes on the south side of this block face have multifamily dwelling units ranging in number from 4 to 22. So the proposed 2 dwelling units matches the character of the other homes on this block face. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use and dimensional variances.
Thank you. MI 2025-005-480, 5334 Vine Street. I vote yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Number 5, MI 2025-005-490, 5001 Chestnut Street. Vern Anastasio is the attorney.
Be coming back in as a panelist, huh?
Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon. Council, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, it's Vern Anastasio, Anastasio, on behalf of Mr. Daniel Hossein.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Vern, do you have anything from the RCO by any chance?
I do. I have a letter of support.
We don't have that, do we, Hillary? No. Do me a favor, just whenever you're done, if you could show it to us, and then maybe send the copy to Hillary.
Yep.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Got it.
You're on mute.
Have you submitted your
Val.
documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and begin with your case.
Thank you. We'll start with the letter of support from Walnut Hill Community Association, dated 17th January, 5001 Chestnut Street. We did meet with them. We went through everything, and as you can see, letter of support. I will be sure to pass that on to the administration. Also moving that into evidence. This is the property of 5001 Chestnut Street. This is the side of the property. I'm going to show you the front in a minute, but it's important that you see the side. As you can see here, we have a lower level, and there are 2 doors that the plans will show. This lower level has a long history, decades, of being a hair salon, full-service hair salon. The ceilings are just under 8 feet tall inside. You can walk right in from the sidewalk. So that's always been there. And then upstairs has always been a 2-family dwelling. In fact, we have evidence that we're submitting today of current rental license for both of those, and that they've been that way forever. As you know, this is 50th and Chestnut, so all the corners are multifamily. There is I'll show you in a minute. This is the front of the property, as you can see. And let's take a look at the plant interior layout. This is that lower level I was talking about that I showed you previously. And there are 2 entrances currently. This entrance here will be for the apartment, my client's unit. Living room, large kitchen for eating, and a home office with a closet, and 1 bedroom and a bath. And also there will be access through a door to the shared laundry room from the interior just for this unit. Of course, it'll stay locked. It'll be a steel door because of the different use. The entrance, the separate entrance towards the back of the street, is for the shared laundry. There's also a breezeway back here, and there'll be storage beyond the gate of the breezeway for 3 trash containers and recycling containers. So each unit will have access to this rear. In fact, there it is again. It's between the garage, which is my client's, and the house. There's a gate here, and that's how you get there. So that's the lower level. This is what would traditionally be the first floor through the porch. There's a sunroom, a living room. As you can see, a kitchen, 2 bedrooms, and a full bath. There is a door off the bedroom. It does not mean it opens to a yard. It does not. It opens to some stair for emergency egress. But there's no yard there because obviously, even though this is the first floor, it is it's more than 10 feet above grade because that lower level has whatever concrete patio there is. If the board decides that this rear egress needs to be removed, then obviously my client would be happy to seal that up. Again, there's no access to a rear yard there, but there is rear egress in case of a fire. And that's a pre-existing condition. Same thing here. This is the top floor. You have your living room in the front, your kitchen in the rear, your hallway that houses the bedrooms, and the full bath in the center. Again, there's a rear egress door for stairs to get outside so that they can escape a fire if there happens to be a fire in the front. But again, there's no door that leads to a yard from here unless it's down the stairs. This is the refusal. We refused because it's the multifamily, despite the long history of it always being 3 units. I submit the history of the property also today in this packet. This is the property in question. Right across the street is a large, many multifamily dwelling. And then we have another one on this side and a multifamily as well here. So all 4 corners are already multifamily. There's RM1 across the street. This property is actually longer than most of the RM1 properties, but it is burdened currently with the RSA 5 designation. Here's some interior photos. That's the sun porch. Very well maintained, very well appointed, very well kept. With the 2 tenants, we've never had any trash issues, any problems like that. Only time we've ever run into an issue was when somebody illegally dumped someone from somewhere else because it's a corner, you know, sometimes that can happen. My office was notified of that recently. Within hours, it was removed by my client. He's very serious about, you know, maintaining the property. Again, this is the history that goes pretty far back as far as it consistently being 3 units, just one of them being a beauty shop. And I'm going to move all of that into evidence.
Okay.
Here's the proof of mailing. 122 individual households were mailed. The RCO meeting was held. And as I previously stated, they are in support. I've also included, just so you know, all the lead safe certificates. And this is a good, my top client is a good landlord. There's proof of posting and just wants to continue to maintain the property in the condition that it deserves. And with that, I'd like to call Daniel Hossain. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm back in as a panelist.
Daniel?
I'm here.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Daniel Hossain, Daniel Hossain.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Thank you. Daniel, did you hear my presentation to the board today?
Yes, sir.
True and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, I guess one, there's if you can go back to the plans.
Yes, sir.
There's definitely something to be said about the old buildings and the old apartments. They're livable.
They're beautiful,
unlike
right?
some of the new stuff.
They're
Yeah,
beautiful.
unlike some of the new stuff that's being built, you touch one hand on one wall and your hand is on the other wall. And that's your living room, dining room, and kitchen's ridiculous. So the units are nicely laid out. My only criticism is on the basement level where you have to go into your bedroom to go to the bathroom. That is about that's as big a peeve for me as having to go through the bedroom to go to the backyard. So when you have company, you actually have to go in your bedroom to go to the bathroom. So that's problematic, and it's a lot of rooms. But you know, I guess that's the nature of the old buildings. So if there was a way you could make that so you don't have to go in the bedroom to go to the bathroom, I don't really have an issue with anything else that I've seen.
Thank
Anyone else?
But somebody else probably is going to talk about trash and whatnot.
Well, we
I
got
just
trash.
wanna-
I think you
Got trash
mentioned
back
trash.
here.
I just want to confirm that you're gonna have a full separation for that basement unit to that laundry room. Right now, I understand that they have to have access to it, but it's reading like it's all part of the unit.
No, everyone has access here from the
That door.
50th Street. Yeah. This here would be a steel door that my client could access from his unit to the laundry room. Uh, that's the plan. That doesn't mean it has to stay that way, but that was the plan.
Okay, and then the 60th Street entrance into the laundry room is pre-existing because I thought I only saw one.
You only saw one
door.
because a car is blocking the other. It is pre-existing.
Okay, all right. And then where is that also where all of the meters are going to be? I'm assuming since this was already subdivided, that there's already separate meters for all of the units in the building existing?
Yes, there is. All
Okay.
three.
Okay.
Okay. And my question is, why are we here? This has been 3 units for this long a period of time.
Yeah, but it's zoned the underlying zoning since the remapping is RSA 5, and that third unit was commercial, remember? It
Okay.
wasn't residential. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Ramsden.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Oh, well, questions or comments from the audience, the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2022 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. This property appears to have been built as 2 dwelling units with a ground floor commercial space predating the adoption of zoning. The appellant requests permission to convert the former ground floor commercial space into a dwelling unit. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed use variance for a 3rd dwelling unit.
Thank you. MI 2025-005-490-5001 Chestnut Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
I win. My vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Number 6, MI 2025-005-493-5801 Ridge Avenue. Mr. Patterson, Ronald Patterson is the attorney. Mr. Patterson, you were here awful early today. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Good afternoon, Ronald Patterson.
Just for the record, spell your last name.
Patterson.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure. Novacare Rehabilitation is the tenant, and Ridge Avenue Property LLC is the owner, and I'm here on behalf of both.
And the Roxborough Development Corporation formally expresses their support and also aligned with Central Roxborough Civic Association. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Great, thank you. So this application regards 5801 Ridge Avenue. It's at the intersection of Ridge Avenue and Rector Street, and as the aerial shows. To the right on this photograph is the Roxborough Memorial Hospital. So the application is for a special exception for a Novacare Therapy and Rehabilitation Office, an outpatient use. It's characterized by the zoning code as a medical health and group practitioner, where you're having more than one practitioner and one assistant, which is the case here. The property is a 4-story mixed-use building having 50 residential dwelling units with commercial spaces on the first floor as I'm designating here. There are also, so I'll go through here. This is the space that we're proposing to occupy here. On the side on Rector Street, there's an entrance to a covered parking garage that has 17 parking spaces. The NovaCare is proposing to occupy the one space, and I'll go through the, here's a space here. It's approximately 2,493 square feet. There has not been a tenant placed in there yet because it's a fairly new building.
Is that commercial space number 2?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Poster from the side. There's our referral. And we're going to start looking at the floor plan.
Nice.
We did meet with the Roxborough Development Corporation in November on the 6th, 2025, and that's Exhibit 2 is there's a letter of support. With that said, I want to have Mr. Junta testify.
Sure. Sure. Mic on?
Now it is.
Yes. Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Justin Junta, J-I-U-N-T-A.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Yes.
Yeah, move it.
Yes.
Great.
Okay,
Thanks,
please.
Justin.
Yeah.
By whom are you employed?
NovaCare.
And what's your position there?
I'm a market manager, so regional manager.
And so you're familiar with the location and what's proposed at this location?
Yes, sir.
It's fair to say. And you've heard my testimony. Would you agree it's true and accurate?
Yes, sir.
And you would adopt it as if it were your own?
Yes, sir.
Great. Could you just briefly tell the board about NovaCare and what's proposed here while I flip through the slides here?
Sure. We're a physical therapy company. We provide physical therapy in local neighborhood clinics all over 38 states. We work with patients who recovered from orthopedic injuries, surgeries, things like that. We're not a gym. We have appointments, so people aren't going to be coming in willy-nilly. And at any one time, our goal is to get to 2 to 3 full-time employees in the office. So having at one time probably no more than 6 patients in the office, with a goal of 22 visits per day based on our market research. So that's the most amount of people in and out in the day.
And the photographs of another facility is pretty close to what you're proposing here. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, this is a little bit larger, but yes.
Yeah. Okay, let me go back to the floor plan. This is the floor plan that we're going to pursue, correct?
Yes.
And it's accessed off of Ridge Avenue. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And where's trash? Tell us about trash. Is collected and placed where? In the rear?
Yeah, we have maybe 1 bag of trash per week in any of my offices, something this small.
And is that trash medical waste, sharps, and the like?
No.
Okay. And it's placed in a common area in the rear here?
Yes.
And then it would be handled by the landlord for removal? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And what are the days and hours of operation that are proposed?
Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 to start, and then adding nights as needed. But,
And you mentioned the number of patients per hour was approximately 6?
6 would be the max, yes.
And you heard me mention there are 17 parking spaces in that covered garage. Are any reserved for NovaCare?
Yes. So we're negotiating that with the landlord at this point, but the plan is for about 6.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Junta? I'll conclude.
Why do you conclude?
Okay, sure. I'm showing you the letter from the RDC. This is a special exception case. The proposed use, we believe, will not cause or create any adverse impacts upon the public health, safety, welfare, or traffic. Also, the proposed use will cause no greater impacts, if any, greater than would be expected by a permitted use. I would add that, as I mentioned, the Roxborough Memorial Hospital is across the Rector Street. It occupies a full 1.5 blocks, and hence we believe this use will comport with the character and context of that neighborhood.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the present audience?
I do not see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. David Vecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX 2.5 commercial use zoning commercial mixed use zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2015 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. The appellant has shown that the proposed medical dental health practitioner group practice will have no detrimental impact beyond what might be expected. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed special exception.
MI 2025-005-493, 5801 Ridge Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Use limited to first floor commercial space 2.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes, with proviso.
Snyder Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams,
Proviso.
my vote is yes with proviso.
Owen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. We
Thank
accept the
you. Thank
proviso.
you.
Thank you.
Number 9, MI 2025-005-802, 508 Federal Street. Gabriel Fellis or Olak Sokoloff are the attorneys. There's a recommendation of the unanimous support from the Dickinson Square West Civic Association. 14 total votes. Non-opposition also from Councilmember Squilla, and a petition signed by 34 neighbors, including 12 in the immediate. Council?
Council, please raise your hand to wait to be sworn in.
Okay.
Okay, they'll be rejoining as a panelist shortly.
Okay.
Gabriel Fellow.
Okay. Gabriel,
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
It's Gabriel Fellis, Gabriel. Last name is Fellis, Fellus.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
My client is Brandon Hale, who's the owner of the property.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon, council. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, you can share your screen and proceed with your case.
You guys see the table of contents?
We can, sir.
Great, thank you guys. So we're here today seeking approval to legalize the existing use of the property for two-family household living. The property is zoned RSA 5, which expressly prohibits two families. When my client, Mr. Hale, purchased the property in August of 2025, the property was already being used as a two-family dwelling. The property was marketed and sold to Mr. Hale as a legalized two-family structure. And when we spoke to some of the neighbors at the RCO meeting, a few of them did mention that they believed that the property was being used for two-family living for a number of years before Mr. Hale took possession. So to confirm, Mr. Hale took title to the property in its current configuration under the misrepresentation that it had been legally zoned. He's made no material alterations to the property and does not plan to do so. So here we have our floor plans. Property in its current condition is a 3-story property with an unfinished basement. There's a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom unit on the first floor, and then a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom unit on the second and third floors. Tenants at both units can access through a single door in front of the building. The upstairs tenant can access their unit through the entranceway here. The basement is unfinished with a washer and dryer and mechanical systems. All right. So here we have a link to a video walkthrough of the entire property and some pictures of the entire front view of the property, some interior photos, as well as some aerial view and backyard area photos. Through here. This would be the first floor living room with bedroom and the kitchen. This would be the second unit up top. One bedroom. This is the second bedroom with the living room and kitchen. We have our unfinished basement. Again, it's all mechanical and a washer and dryer. Some aerial views of the property and then a small backyard as well. So this is our zoning map. Again, the property is zoned RSA 5. Now turning to our community outreach efforts. This is the community notice letter that we sent on October the 2nd. We then met with the Dickinson Square West Civic Association on November 18th, where we received their unanimous letter of support. As you mentioned, my client also spoke with nearby neighbors and gathered 34 signatures of support from them, including the immediate neighbors on both sides of the property. This is the new deed to the property, showing the my client taking title to the property in August of 2025. This is our application for
Was it
appeal.
already a duplex when he bought it?
Yes, it was. And project information form. We have our posters notifying residents of the hearing here today. It's the statement of real estate tax compliance and our proof of mailing of the RCO notification letters sent out for the November meeting. So with that, I'd like to bring on my client, Brandon Hale, on to adopt my testimony, answer any more questions that you guys might have.
Okay.
We're coming back in as a panelist, huh?
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Branton Hale, Brandton. Last name Hale, Hale.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Brent, have you heard my testimony here today?
Yes, I have.
And was it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it was.
And would you adopt it as if it were your own?
Yes, I would.
Great. Any questions for me or Mr. Hale? We'll be happy to answer.
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. A prior owner appears to have recently converted this property into 2 dwelling units without the benefit of permits through no fault of the current owner. This is a primarily single-family block face. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for 2 dwelling units.
MI 2025-005802-508 Federal Street. I vote yes.
Bill Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Owen, my vote is yes.
Okay, we're gonna go one case out of line here because the attorney has to go to a meeting. MI 2025-005864, 2043 Frankfurt Avenue. Alan Nachumson is the attorney. There's a letter of opposition from Fishtown neighbors and a letter of opposition from Councilmember Squilla. Council, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Alan Nachumson, A-L-A-N, last name Nachumson, N-O-C-H-U-M-S-O-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I too.
Mr. Nachumson, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes,
Go ahead.
my,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, my client is the Slider Company LLC, the proposed tenant for this property, and to the left of me is Chef Will Johnson, one of its members. As well, behind me is Anisha Garrett, another member of the restaurant establishment.
All right, and I understand that the protestants have an attorney, Samuel Franklin. Is he here? Mr. Franklin, why don't you come up? We'll sit you in the front here and we'll give you an opportunity to cross and things of that nature, all right, once they testify. Our vice chair has a few questions. You sure?
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
All right, thank you. And I do apologize in advance that we're going to have a pretty comprehensive record established here for appellate purposes potentially. So just letting you know.
What's that mean?
We're,
Yeah, I got him. I'm just digging him a little bit.
I just need to be promoted to a panelist. Thank you. I know I say this a lot. This should be a straightforward one, and
People were using your words there.
I know. I
ahead, yeah.
think imitation is the best form of flattery, but honestly,
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Honestly, this should be a straightforward one. This is a referral. You'll hear about my client. We will meet the legal standard, and it's rather disappointing the opposition that we do have.
All right, well, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Again, this should be a case where we celebrate the.
Why don't we just start the case instead of?
Yes. So, so I have 13 exhibits here. We'll first go over the notice of referral. So we're on the Frankfurt Avenue commercial corridor in the Fishtown section of Philadelphia. The only reason why we're here is because we're part of the overlay that requires a special exception for CMX2 properties. If we were on the other side of the street, we wouldn't even be here today. And, but we embrace that legal standard. And, the board needs to understand the legal standards this. We have to establish that our use is no worse than whatever other type of use you would expect of a restaurant establishment of this type.
I understand.
It's a very, very low burden. We're not talking about a variance here. Under the Philadelphia zoning code, our use is conditionally approved. And so we're going to embrace that burden. Factors to consider, traffic or transit congestion, overcrowding of land, impairment of light and air to adjacent properties, overburdening public facilities, permanent injury to adjacent property uses, threats to public health or safety, and inconsistencies with the city's comprehensive plan. Once we meet that burden, very low burden, then the objectors have to meet a burden where it has to be fact specific. It can't be generalized. It has to be specific to this particular applicant. And I will cite several cases: Bray versus Zoning Board of Adjustment, Philadelphia, 1410 A2D 909, Pennsylvania, 1980, which specifically states that burden. And then the shifting of the burden back to the objector. Farrow versus Darby Township Zoning Hearing Board, 873 A2D 807, Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court, 2005. Reinforce that objectors must provide credible, fact-based evidence of harm. Inree Thompson, 896 A2D 659, Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court, 2006 case. Emphasize that generalized neighborhood opposition is insufficient. The board must rely on substantial evidence, not set sentiment. All right. So we met with the Fishtown Neighbors Association on 2 occasions. They have a pre-community meeting, so we met with their executive board. They made some comments about how we can improve the restaurant establishment, which we always try to embrace. Some of the comments were as follows. They wanted bike racks installed outside. We did that. Like you'll see that we have U-shape bike racks, 3 sets along the perimeter on the Susquehanna side. Add a fence around the trash storage area that's outside. We agreed to do that. And then they wanted our hours of operation to be aligned there's two components here. So let me just explain what the Slider Company is planning to do there. They have a downstairs component, which is more of like, and Chef Will can explain the food, but it'll be sliders and different types of foods and things like that. Then it's almost like a speakeasy on the second floor. Is it a speakeasy?
Speakeasy.
Yeah, it's like it's like an interesting concept. So the second floor, it's an elevated concept with a liquor license. And, so we're going to have lesser hours on the ground floor than the second floor. And there was concern that, well, you have this second floor, the speakeasy. Well, the ground floor, it's not activated at all hours that the speakeasy is. We stated to them that, obviously we would have employees on the ground floor, to make sure people are directed to the speakeasy. But they also wanted to have as many hours downstairs as possible for the Slider Company. So my client agreed to kind of extend those hours for the Slider Company. And so that, on Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, it would be from 4 to 11 p.m. just for the Slider Company, the first floor. And there's extended hours for the speakeasy. And then on Sundays, it would be from 4 to 10. So there would be a lot more overlap with the hours of operation. So we go into, probably like a week before the community meeting, expecting this is a pretty basic project, and honestly, and you'll hear about Chef Will and his story, and it's something we should be proud of and embrace. And we're expecting to have a straightforward project, and then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. We're getting word that, there's a petition of the next door neighbor who's a business who operates their entire commercial premises from first floor to third floor, and they feel uncomfortable that there's a restaurant here on the Frankfurt Avenue corridor. That's not unheard of to have a restaurant on Frankfurt Avenue in Fishtown. I can think of it from their point of view. Okay, you're hearing Slider Company, you're thinking, maybe smell. You're thinking, okay, there's someone operating, before me. Someone operating maybe extended hours. So there's the smell, maybe it's the noise. But let me put this in perspective. When the owner purchased this property, this two-story property, you'll see it. It was completely dilapidated. The person who owned the property at the time lived there. He used literally a bucket as their toilet. He sat in front of this property and was smoking, this is my understanding, smoking and then drinking and throwing bottles at people at all hours of the day. This person was pretty disruptive. So when my client purchased this dilapidated property, got rid of this, disruptive person in the neighborhood, you're thinking about, okay, here where we were and here where we're going in terms of a restaurant established from a responsible operator. So we were prepared to make this presentation in front of Fishtown Neighbors Association. We made our presentation. There really wasn't much questions. The only questions we had were, are you going to sprinkler the building? And I'm like, of course we are. Well, it's not in your plans. I'm like, but we explained that this is a use application, and you're not going to see that in the use application. You're going to see that when we hopefully get past this, the zoning part of it, and get apply for building permit.
Right.
And so we explained that. And I think that's one of the things in their letter that they reference about the sprinkler system. And again, we talked about a little bit about the smell, right? Because they want to make sure that, we're going to vent through the roof, like we have responsible, commercial hood. That was the extent of it. It was a very strange meeting where it was only a few questions. We were let out, and I can tell what was happening there. No one was asking us actually questions to wanting to know answers. They just were like, okay, we want you to be done with your presentation. And then and then the people in the audience are going to tell the board and the community what they think, which is sad, because at least have an honest and open conversation. I'm glad we have a hearing today. I'm going to be very interested to see fact-specific objections that the objectors have to this project, which is their burden, but I've not heard anything to date regarding that. So The other things that are in this letter, and by the way, they're in opposition. It was, if you look at the vote, it was a very close vote, even with the fact that, there was a little bit of an uprising here. Trash, would be picked up 3 days a week, which we stated. We would put that as a proviso, commercial trash pickup. We did state that the trash cans were going to be located outside in the rear in the enclosed area, and that's where we pointed out that we also would install a fence, right, to hide that. It's corner property, makes sense. So that was another point. And then, will there be beer coolers for takeout alcohol sales? And we said, no. I mean, it's not a zoning related thing, but we don't intend to sell 6-packs or things like that. That was not the intention. I mean, again, you'll hear a little bit about the Slider Company, its history, its owners, and what they do in the community. But that was not the intention. And then, a confusion about like when the first floor would close up and then the second floor would stay open. So we try to explain that. And then just the whole question about this speakeasy thing. I don't know if they didn't get it, they didn't understand it. We tried to really explain it to the best of our ability. But there wasn't much discussion with us. So I have no idea what the objections are. So again, that's their burden today. And if you see the vote, it was a pretty close vote. Again, Fishtown Neighbors Association is a very sophisticated group, like the executive board. So if they applied the legal standard, I don't know what their objections were. I to this date, I still don't. And then, but we do have community support, right? So we didn't even ask this person, but I believe her name is, I just want to make sure, Ashley Tracy, who was the former president of the Fishtown Neighbors Association, put it upon herself, we didn't ask her, to distribute a petition. And, in this letter of support, the former president of the Fishtown Neighbors Association stated that this use represented the commercial character of the Frankfurt Avenue corridor. It's a high-quality restaurant. It would have minimal impact to the businesses nearby. And it also references the fact that this North Delaware overlay has been problematic. It's overextended itself. I think it was to protect about businesses on Delaware Avenue, and it's just an unintended consequence by impacting businesses in this part of Fishtown. And then they talked about also the thoughtful operation where we're going to do private trash pickup 3 times a week. We're going to install a bike rack, things that the Fishtown Neighbors Association, which is a very sophisticated group, asked of us. And they talked about inclusivity, just in general. So they distributed a petition, and we didn't do this. We got this from again, Miss Tracy. And these are the people who signed this petition. I guess it was DocuSigned, and we don't have a record of this. But the comments are very interesting. Burgers can't hurt us. No discrimination in this neighborhood. This is, there's been some overtones here. I'm not saying that the neighbor next door is, but like there has been some, this is an African-American business that's trying to operate here. They have operated, they are operating in the neighborhood themselves. I mean, honestly, if like there's Huda Burger is, well-known operator, moved to Fishtown, did not have to like go through this process. But if Huda Burger switch Huda Burger for the Slider Company, I don't think we would have that issue here. It's the same thing. Huda Burger sells burgers, right? It's the same thing. There's nothing going on here. But if you look at the comments here, there's a lot of comments about this being a Black-owned business and why are we doing this to a Black-owned business. And I just think that I feel like it's
because of the overlay, everybody has to go.
It does overlay,
Right, but you're saying the comments.
Yeah, I'm saying the comments from the people in the audience from that community meeting felt like there were racial overtones here. And what's sad is we should embrace, Chef Will and Anisha, because they're born and raised Philadelphians. They are responsible operators here. And what I felt in that room was that you have to be part, this is our club on Frankfurt Avenue. And it's almost like you need to like apply to be a member of the Frankfurt Avenue Club. And that's not how it works. Like just because you were there first doesn't mean you get to decide who's next to you. Again, there's nothing stopping the person next door to leave, right? If they don't want to work, have a business on the Frankfurt Avenue corridor, they don't have to be there, but they don't have to prevent others who are responsible business operators from being there. So this is the Slider Company. We wanted to give you like the operations and kitchen hour plans, but you know, you'll see during the presentation that the basement level is just, for the prep area, dishwashing, storage, no customer access. The ground level is for the Slider Company. Fast casual dining contains the building's own kitchen and seating. And then the second floor is going to be the mezzanine 1909, which is seated cocktail lounge.
It's a speakeasy.
That's a speakeasy with elevated dining. No cooking on this floor. All the cooking will be done in the kitchen on the first floor. Then the hours of operation for the kitchen is going to be from 11 to 11 on the weekdays, and Saturday, and then Sunday will be at 10 p.m. And that's for the entire establishment. Food is shut off at 11 o'clock, whether you're downstairs or upstairs. And then the hours of operation, as I stated, was Wednesday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., and then Sunday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then that's for the Slider Company. And for Mezzanine 1909, it's Wednesday and Thursday from 4 p.m. to 12 a.m., and then Friday and Saturday, 4 p.m. to 1 a.m., as well as Sunday from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Again, we're activating a corner in the Fishtown area that has been, dark for some time on many levels. And you'll see the difference in just the landlord has already started doing light work on the exterior, anticipation, hopefully the Slider Company coming here with permits. And we'll talk about now, I think it'll be good to talk about the track record and how we got here today. So I would like Chef Will to be like sworn in. I'll have some questions for him.
Sure. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
William Johnson, WILLIAM JOHNSON.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Yeah, Chef Will, can you tell the board how you originally got into the restaurant business?
Sure. I started as a dishwasher about 30 years ago. I was 16, and I worked my way up. Just hard work and realizing, that I wanted to be in this business. And I knew I was talented. And so from 16 to 18, I washed dishes in Narberth, right outside of Philadelphia. And then I went to Wayne and worked under Christopher Ty, who's my mentor now. He owns Christopher Neighborhood Place. And
Just get a little bit closer to that mic for me. That's it.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah. That's it.
And I worked in Wayne on the main line for about 5 or 6 years, catering and working in different homes out there, private chef cooking. And from there, I went to World Cafe Live downtown. I opened that up in 2004. And from there, I went to country clubs where I was a private chef, would travel with the different members and things of that nature. And 2012, I opened up Mia and Me Catering. It's a private catering company that I own now. And I've been to 46 countries across the world, really just like eating burgers and trying different foods to really come up with this concept. And so we were excited to get to this place where we are now and possibly open it up in Fishtown.
All right. And how did you meet Anisha? And then how did you start the concept of the Slider Company?
So I met Anisha in 2016, and we met online actually, and she was doing baking and things of that nature. And when we would travel together, we realized that we wanted to have like a burger spot because we were eating so much in different places. And so it didn't materialize right away. However, in 2021, we both moved to Delaware, and I was introduced to a lawyer down there who had a space downtown, right there at Orange and 10th, right across the street from where the New Angelo's is and Deco, right downtown. And so we opened that in 2021 with the lawyer down there. It was formerly called DE Slider Co., Delaware Slider Company. And we closed it down in 2025 last year, February, because we had this opportunity in Fishtown. We wanted to come back home to Philadelphia. and embrace the Fishtown area. So that's how all that came about.
Yeah, but you also have kept alive the concept of the slider company because you also do work with Aramark, right?
Yes, we have non-rotating locations within Aramark system. It's called a local restaurant row where they do business with different restaurants. And so we can open up in any local restaurant row in America. But we have 9 rotating through all their Jefferson hospitals currently.
Okay, so you're at all the Jefferson hospitals locally, or in some of them at least.
Yeah, we have one in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, but we rotate those monthly.
All right, and then, but you also have developed roots in the Fishtown, Kensington area. How so?
So we have a pop-up now that we were awarded the RFP for the NKCDC. We occupy a space maybe about 150 yards from where our brick and mortar is going to be.
What's the address of that one?
2211 Frankfurt Avenue.
Okay, and and that was a competitive process where you had to compete against other restaurant establishments to get that that RFP accepted.
Yes, we did. It took about 60 days for them to decide on who was going to occupy the space.
Okay, and then what do you do at that establishment in terms of operations and organization?
So it's basically a restaurant, but it's outdoors. We had a lot of different families come by, and we would do our sliders. We had different sides that we do fresh. The Slider Company is basically a quick service restaurant, and we offer high quality sliders and homemade sides, homemade beverages. And we kind of, from that space, we catered from that space. We fed on-site dining from that space, and it was takeout from that space. So that opportunity that we had during the summer, in conjunction, not that only being the only one, we had another one maybe about 5 minutes away that we operated another pop-up. So they were going simultaneously.
Well, why don't you tell about the other pop-ups you have in the neighborhood?
Okay, so we had.
I think I understand the pop-ups.
No, I'm talking he has other locations.
Yeah, I know. I think I'm getting a picture of he's all over the place with the pop-ups and things.
Well, and he's also in some nice establishments too, Deluxe, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So Deluxe, which is a Scan
He's
the
also
Pico.
Jefferson, right?
He does Jefferson, but he's in an apartment building that is run by the Scan the Pico family.
Yep.
You also, what
We
about the
also-
breweries?
We also
and
occupy 3 distilleries and breweries in Fishtown. One is Sacred Vice. The other one is Four Humors Distillery. And the one that we have to do tonight is Lost Town Brewery.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it's not me that has to go to a meeting. It's my client who has to serve people at 6 o'clock today. That's why we asked for, to be pushed up there, because my client was getting concerned. So, and I'm going to try to be as short as possible so he can get there in time.
Well, I'm hoping, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
well,
All right.
I get it,
Let
but
me ask you this. Do you have any more other questions for him? Do you want him to adopt your testimony?
Yeah, he can adopt my testimony. I mean, yes. So you heard everything to date, what I've stated about your zoning matter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it true and correct of what I stated?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes, I do.
All right. So we'll see how much longer I would need, Chef Whale. But in the materials, that was submitted to the board, we submitted about their vision. This is straight from their website, their mission, a little bit about them, which kind of goes into what Chef Will stated. And I just want to make sure it's not, the board understands. The reason why you closed the Wilmington operations too was because the downtown there is limited, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So, there's not much of a opportunity for business after business hours.
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't because you were unsuccessful there.
No, not at all.
Yeah. And then, again, the Metro, we have an article about the Slider Company and what they're doing. And just because they have pop-ups doesn't mean that, they don't want.
I didn't think pop-up was bad to say.
No, I know, but I just want to make sure this is what they want to do,
Right.
is the brick and mortar to have their dream come true in terms of the Slider Company itself, plus this elevated, speakeasy.
Right.
So it's a little bit about Anisha as well, and I'll bring Anisha on a little bit later, and she has a very interesting story. And by the way, Chef Will, you born and raised in Philadelphia, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, both of you. So, all right. And then also in 2023, you were Best of Delaware
Yes.
for your sliders. Okay. And then, and I'm gonna have the architect testify as to this, but ultimately, you received requirements from the architect who's designing your space, right?
Yes.
And his name is Ian Toner.
Yes.
Okay. And from there, you received a quote for a commercial hood system,
Yes.
and the quote's for $30,000, I think, right? It's 29,500. And you're prepared to install that hood.
Yes.
And your understanding is also that the venting for that, for the restaurant will come through the roof. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then you understand too, that there is, accommodations not just for odor, but also for sound.
Yes.
Okay. And that's part of the scope of work that you agreed with the landlord.
Yes.
All right. All right. And then again, part of the analysis is it consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, right? So we took from the actual Philadelphia 2035 River Wards District Plan, this is page 30 of the plan, talks about community serving facilities and access to healthy foods. And I highlighted the fact that in the plan, second paragraph, fresh food choices can be difficult to find in many urban neighborhoods. And and I think you stated this, but why don't you talk about the choice in foods that you put on your menu?
So
I don't, Alan, I don't want him to go over the whole menu.
Okay, that's fine.
I
Okay.
understand that. I mean, because you could say, well, how do you cook it? I mean,
Yeah.
I just think, you painted a picture of what he does, where he's been, and what he's doing up there. So,
Okay. Okay. And then also in the comprehensive plan, it says it's also, they're seeking improved access to healthy foods through community agriculture and farms. And, he's, collaborating with, a CDC. He's doing pop-ups in different areas, kind of goes towards the comprehensive plan.
Right.
And then I also shared a page within their own business plan. And I highlighted that too, that their focus is on gourmet quality, community engagement, and sustainability.
Yep.
And then the maps of the area, again, we're a CMX2 property. Again, if we were on the other side of Frankfurt Avenue, we wouldn't be here today. And then this is what the property looked like some time ago. And that's from Susquehanna, Frankfurt Avenue. And then these are our orange hearing notice posters. You can see the work has started on the facade. And this is Frankfurt Avenue to the right of the property, to the left of the property. And I know the board knows Frankfurt Avenue, and that this would fit well within Frankfurt Avenue.
Yep.
And this is East Susquehanna Avenue to the right of the property, to the left of the property. And then these are our plans and drawings. It's just cleaning it up, like nice new windows. It could be more soundproof. I'll have, I guess if Ian Toner looks like he's been elevated. So if you could just swear in Mr. Toner.
Well, should we let the other attorney have a chance to cross?
Sure. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Hillary, we want to give the other attorney, would you want to
Yeah.
cross?
Yeah. I'll step aside.
Well, I want you to go over here. Yeah. Sure.
I was just
Could
going to
you
say,
please-
I have no questions for Mr. Johnson.
Okay, just out of curiosity, state your name and I'll swear you in for the future.
Samuel Franklin, Eckert Siemens, Samuel Franklin.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
And I'll let you know when we'll come back.
If I may, I would just like to put one objection on the record.
You can.
Okay. That object to the inclusion or any consideration being given to the petition, given that the signatures are unverifiable.
Well, we'll evaluate that. We'll take that all into consideration when we evaluate
Thank you.
that petition. Thank you. All right, what do you have next now?
Yeah, let's, Anisha, do you have to go for the same event? Okay, so let's get Anisha up here, and then, so, if do you have any questions? All right, so then let's get them out here.
So how much longer do you think you need?
I don't know, like 15 minutes? Okay, all right.
All right, so that 15 just.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get through this.
Yeah, because we have another case.
No, I know,
Another
I know.
side of the case to this present, right?
Yeah, I hear you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, what else do you need?
Mr. Toner to be sworn in.
Mr. Toner, did we swear him in already today? No. I heard his name somewhere along the line today. Mr. Toner? Okay,
They'll be coming back in as a panelist shortly, sir.
sure.
Okay, I'm here. I made
Hi,
it back in.
Hi,
Hi,
Mr. Toner.
everybody.
Could you please state your name and spell? This is your first time here today. I don't know why that.
It is.
May have heard your name today, but go ahead.
All right. Um, yes, Ian Toner, Iantoner from Toner Architects.
Sure. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
All right, Ian, you've been engaged by the landlord and the tenant to design this as a restaurant, this as a restaurant establishment at 2043 Frankfurt Avenue, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have experience designing restaurants in Philadelphia?
Yes.
All right. How many restaurants would you say you have done over the years?
Maybe 20, 25, something like that.
Okay. And again, I want to show your drawings. So you made these renderings, right? So this is the rendering of the property from Frankfurt Avenue and Susquehanna.
Yes.
Okay. When you first visited the property, what was the condition of the property?
I was in horrendous condition. And so we had a separate set of permit drawings done to do repairs and exterior improvements, including a new roof, new windows, structural repairs. The exterior will be restuccoed. An addition in the back had to be reconstructed because it was completely rotted through, and some foundation work as well. And then all new utilities coming into the building. It was in worse condition than we thought once we started opening it up. And in fact, the neighbors will remember that there was one point when the entire wall along Susquehanna had to be braced because it was just starting to fall apart. I think half of L&I enforcement was out on site to look at that one morning and help, calm the neighbors down that everything was being done correctly to repair it.
All right. So these are interior renderings of the first floor. You also prepare that, right?
Yep, these are a work in progress, but yes, this is where we are right now.
All right, and it shows the seating. I believe there's like a half a dozen high chairs along a common countertop that face the windows.
That's right.
And
And those
there's-
other tables that are shown should be lower. They're misrepresented here, but one of the things we talked about with the neighbors was that we would have some seating that was at a height appropriate to a person in a wheelchair. So that seating will be lower and appropriate for that use.
And then over here is where the kitchen area is, right? And the
That's
counter.
right. Yeah, that whole area is, you'll see that blue door there is a dumbwaiter that takes the food. The prepped stuff from the basement up and then from the kitchen up again if it needs to go to the second floor. And then the hot line is behind that area where that hood is that you talked about earlier.
And then you have like a bathroom area and an area that leads to the outdoors for the trash to be stored.
That's right. And I think maybe Will could talk about this more intelligently. I think there was a time when we talked about potentially having pickup at the rear, but I think that may have moved to the front where that woman is standing in the silhouette there.
Okay. And then where this Coke is this is not a Coke machine. This is actually a door, right?
That's right. That's sort of the fun of the speakeasy is the hidden door to go upstairs. So that is not a vending machine, but it will look like one, maybe.
Okay. And
An idea we're working with for now.
And you can't see it, but when I'm putting my cursor right here, maybe you can't see it. It's like kind of like where the front door of the property, because everything gets funneled through that front door into the slider company, and then there's this speakeasy door that goes from the interior upwards to the second floor, right?
Right. Yeah, this view is actually as if you're standing right inside the entrance.
All right, and we'll go through the floor plans. And then this is the second floor where the speakeasy is, right?
Right.
And then, we'll go through the floor plans, but I believe there's like around 20 or so chairs up there, and then there's a bar area as well, right?
Correct.
All right. And then can you explain what you did? Because obviously we have to deal with the effect that it could have on the neighboring properties and the businesses. Let's focus first on the odor. What did you do to design this property or this restaurant establishments to minimize the effect of odor coming from it?
Yeah, so I mean, with any old building where we're going to have a restaurant, this is always an issue that comes up and an issue that we want to pay attention to and be respectful of. So, in the case of this building, the interior is completely exposed and gutted right now. So we have good access to that common wall with the neighbor. So step one was repairing all the damaged structure, and then the next step is using mortar to infill all the gaps in the wall where mortar was missing, where there were joist pockets that were never filled in the first place, that allows things like smoke and stuff to get through. I mean, I can smell my next door neighbor smoking in her house all the time. That all gets sealed up. Then the next step is to parge that wall on the inside to really seal it. So now you're down to the level of like pores being sealed. After that, we frame a 2x4 wall in front of it. Not to jump ahead, but in terms of sound separation, all those holes being filled does a huge amount of help to keep sound from moving between the spaces. But we'll also have mineral fiber insulation in the framed part of the wall that will absorb sound and also, you know, any kind of temperature that might move through. Then that wall gets drywalled. Then, as you can see from I mean, in here, it's just going to be like a finish on the drywall, whether that's a paper or it's a plaster. We don't know yet. Downstairs where the cooking happens, if you go to the previous rendering here, you will see, yeah, there we are, that right now we're looking at tiling that whole wall. Behind the hotline, I'm not sure whether that will be tile or whether it will be a sheet of stainless steel. There's different ways to approach that.
Alan, you got to tell me how much for a time, because I still have 3 other
Okay.
court cases.
All right.
What I'm saying is, I got people waiting here like crazy.
I hear you, Mr. Chair.
Right.
So, okay, so you've done a lot in terms of about the odor and then the commercial hood as well as the venting, right?
Yeah, there's a hood with outside air intake. It vents to the roof as per code. And it's going to be a nice one. It's a brand new hood with a full fire suppression system inside of it and everything as required.
That's what he testified to, too.
Yes, the invoice that you've seen that invoice too before, that's at your direction to order that commercial hood.
Yep.
All right, and then in terms of the noise, how protecting against the noise as well?
Like I said, sealing the wall is a huge first step. Then we have the insulation, we have the drywall, all that mass absorbs sound. We also have lots of broken up surfaces on the inside that contain sound transmission and echo. Soft furniture, that sort of thing upstairs will do a lot.
All right, and then again, just to quickly go through the floor plan so the board can see it. There's one main entrance here, Ian, right, on Frankfurt Avenue. That's where you saw these higher tops or probably lower tops. This is where you saw the common countertop over here. This is where the kitchen is. This is where a bathroom is. And this, Mr. Chair, members of the board, is where the outdoor trash is collected. And we would agree to a proviso, commercial trash pickup 3 days a week, where we agreed to put a fence up here. And this is where you're also proposing to have the U-shaped bike racks, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then this is where you stated where the storage area is and the walk-in cooler and the prep area.
Dishwashing and prep. Yep.
All right. And then and then in order to get to the speakeasy, there's and then there's a rear entry on Susquehanna, exit on Susquehanna, right?
Yes.
And then if you go, instead to the speakeasy, this is where the door is, where the Coke machine looking door is, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then I would just have Chef Will testify that he intends to have someone operate who would be in here to facilitate people to go in there. But I will have him testify, or I can, if the board wants to, as an officer of the court, to try to streamline.
Well, I think that's okay, because you mentioned it once before.
Okay.
Right, you said that at the meeting too, am I correct?
That's right.
Right,
And this is where, again, which we didn't state, where someone from the speakeasy would be here to, as a hostess.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then going up a flight of steps, these are the floor plans that we saw in the illustration.
Yes.
And
bar in the front, seating in the back.
And to clarify, of course, this property would be sprinklered, right?
Whatever the building code requires us to do, we are going to do it.
All right, great. We have other exhibits. They're the same exhibits you would always see, proof of the community meeting mailing, the lease, and a tax clearance certificate.
Why don't we bring the other council, why don't you come up and sit at the other table here, sir? Yeah, but maybe I bring them up. That's what I'm trying to bring them up for that.
No questions.
Okay, but why don't you sit here? Because, how long do you think your case will take?
Mr. Bergman, we just have a brief statement to read into the record.
Why don't you do that?
And I'd like to bring my client.
Sure, why don't you read the statement into the record?
I believe there are other objectors as well here present and in the virtual room.
Right.
But if you'd like, we can go first.
Well, why don't you go first, right?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna go. Yeah.
Hi, so you're not going to read the statement first, they are?
I'm going to read the statement.
Why don't you read the
on your
statement?
behalf first,
Sure.
and then I believe.
Sure.
Ms. Gleason has a few remarks as well. Okay, so again, Samuel Franklin Eckert Siemens. I'm here as counsel on behalf of Midway Properties Associates, LP, and Vestige Vintage LLC. Midway is the owner of 2041 Frankfurt Avenue, and Vestige presently occupies the building. 2041 directly abuts 2043 Frankfurt. We're here today. I'm joined by my client, Ashley Gleason, who is the owner and operator of Vestige Vintage, a women's boutique clothing store. We're here today in opposition to the proposed use and the grant of special exception. Our motivation is strictly based on the merits of the case and the proposal as a drinking and eating establishment. We are motivated by no other feelings towards this case. So if granted, the special exception is substantially likely to cause detrimental effects beyond those which normally might be expected from the proposed use. Those effects and the underlying conditions we've outlined as follows. As far as overcrowding and congestion of the space, the subject property is small and narrow confines, which would be unsuitable for a high-volume, full-service commercial kitchen, bar, and restaurant with 30-plus seats and late-night service. To put simply, this property and the proposed use are a bad match, and that's why we're here, to express that sentiment. As far as a few specifics, trash removal to a trash storage area in the rear yard, that storage area is less than 4 feet in width, and despite 3 times removal per week, would substantially likely cause unsanitary conditions and uncontrollable pest migration. As far as accessibility, which was a major concern of the community and was expressed in the FNA meeting, the ramp on the front of the property would not be fully compliant if not for a variance that was granted. Architect stated to L&I that a fully compliant ADA ramp is technically infeasible, and even with the entryway ramp as currently proposed, the majority of the restaurant and bar would be unusable by those with accessibility needs. As far as congestion is concerned, there's no off-street parking, dedicated parking, metered parking, or delivery loading zones available to serve the subject property, which would increase demand on already limited off-street parking. The increase in delivery, takeout, rideshare, and sanitation vehicles by nature of the restaurant as well as its to-go service would exacerbate existing problems with double parking. It would impede existing bus routes along Frankfurt and Susquehanna Avenues, as well as a bus stop in front of the subject property, and would also create safety issues at the street and sidewalk level. As far as injury to my client's property, as well as possible issues with public health and safety for the community at large, we've obviously heard testimony with respect to the party wall, which we would note is nearly a century old, if not older, and was originally constructed with the intention of separating private residences. As such, this type of party wall is not intended to withstand the types of odor, noise, and other activities produced by the subject property and proposed use, which, given its physical composition and its small and narrow confines, would be uncontainable. The continuous production of cooking odor, smoke, and grease would damage the inventory of goods, including garments and other products at my client.
Well, he didn't object to anything you do. So, I mean, I think he'll put this out, he'll put people on, you could cross, but I think he don't object to anything. Let him put it laid out there, okay? Good.
As I was saying, the continuous production would likely damage products such as garments in my client's boutique clothing store, and the lack of a fire suppression system noted in the plans, which I will say, Mr. Toner stating that fire suppression system would be included if it was required. I believe the confusion at the community level was that if it wasn't required, it wouldn't be included.
Okay.
So with respect to community at large, our understanding is that the sale of alcohol at the site would be based on a liquor license being sought by the applicants that's not subject to a conditional licensing agreement, which would permit them to sell alcohol until 2 o'clock in the morning every day of the week. Now, notwithstanding the hours of operations that's been stated, some of the confusion at the community level was based on the fact that this so-called speakeasy is going to be open till midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
However, the ground floor level will remain open until that time. So it'll be virtually open late, the entire premises. To our knowledge, the applicants have no prior experience with owning or operating a premises licensed to serve alcohol in Pennsylvania, and per their liquor license application, have no intention to employ a manager to do so. So given that lack of experience to not only oversee the sale of alcohol, but also manage the issues that have been described here, our position is that this would create a chaotic environment at the premises conducive for disorderly conduct and the like. Furthermore, the oversaturation of premises licensed to serve alcohol in the immediate vicinity would fundamentally diminish the character of the neighborhood so as to be incompatible with its historic identity, which we would note is residential and retail. Restaurant uses are more common in the lower part of Frankfurt Avenue, not on this block.
Okay.
That concludes my
Your
statements.
client?
Yeah.
So could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Ashley Gleason, ASH. Ashley Gleason, ASHLEY, GLEASON.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed.
First, I would just like to say that I take personal offense the fact that there's any suggestion that this is racially motivated. So I'd like to put that on the record. Second of all, I'd like to say that I'm very confused by the council's comments that they were surprised at the F&A meeting, because from the very first moment that we found out that there was going to be a restaurant next door, we reached out to both the owner and the developer for the past 6 months. No one has ever agreed to meet with us. So for them to say that they were blindsided, I'm very confused by that. So far, since June, I've met with the Fishtown Bid. I've met with Councilman Squilla. I've met with the F&A. I've met with anyone who would talk to me to voice my concerns. So no one has ever come to the table and said, what are your concerns? We would like to work with you. No one has ever said, so the fact that they were blindsided, there were over 75 people on that call for the F&A. I'd also like to mention that the close vote, actually the people who live within 500 feet, it was 17 opposed to 4 approve. So it wasn't so close in the people who are actually immediately affected by this. But so I just had to get that out of the way first. But I do want to say that I'm also Philadelphia born and bred. I've lived in Fishtown for 10 years. I've operated my business on this block for 10. I'm also a minority business, but there's also 12 other women-owned businesses that are on this block, several of them that are objecting to the restaurant that are either here with me or online. And that our block is not like the lower part of Frankfurt. It doesn't have the bars and the restaurants and It is mostly residential and retail. So it is out of character for this block to have a speakeasy and a restaurant. So I would like to just state that for the court. I'd also want to just talk about that when they mentioned that like L&I was out there to brace the building. That was all because we called L&I because like it's already caused so much financial, and I'm sorry I'm going to get emotional, but like a lot of financial difficulty for our business. We've had to already limit our hours. The noise has been unbearable. The trash, the street closures. I've had to be on the be on the phone. Like the captain of the Fishtown Police Force came out 2 weeks ago for an illegal sidewalk closure. So the time that I should be spent running my business, I've been spent playing like police officer with the construction that's going next door. And it has been, for the 8 females that I also employ in my company, it's been super stressful. So I just, for them to say that we're like, just like, oh, we don't want the smell, that's completely a misrepresentation of that. So what I am also really, because I do live in Fishtown and I've lived here for 20 years, I can tell you that it is a nightmare to go down Frankfurt Avenue. The double parking, the Uber Eats, it could take you, this is not an exaggeration, 15 minutes to go 4 blocks. The neighborhood is overrun by Uber Eats and by just like all the food takeout services. So we're very concerned about this being another hotspot in the neighborhood. There's no loading zone. I get about 30 boxes delivered and about 50 that get sent out a day with UPS. There's issues with our deliveries coming in and out. The parking is already an issue. There's just the congestion, aside from obviously the fear that we have with the odors. And then I would just like to bring up, he mentioned Huda Burger. Huda Burger actually didn't get the proper zoning that they needed. We've actually been in touch with the FNA to confirm that they did not get the variance that was needed. It's not on record going through the FNA purpose. The bid doesn't have record of it. So it's there and existing, but there's no proof that the neighbors voted for it.
Okay, thank you. Alan, do you have questions? Cross? Well, do you have any other witnesses?
No, Mr. Bourbon, I would just like to, we do have Mr. Gleason as well.
I mean,
but
Mr.
if-
Gleason, why don't you let me swear you in first? Mr. Gleason, state your name and spell for the stenographer.
My name is Colin Gleason, Collin, last name Gleason, Gleason.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Thank you.
Gleason, is there anything you're going to offer that your wife has not said?
Yes, I would just like to, I know that it's been a very emotional process for my wife, and I would just like to add that our main objection in this process was this developer who has wreaked havoc on this block for the last several years. Every project he has touched has had
That's
disingenuous
not this
purposes.
gentleman here.
It is the
It's
the
not
owner
this
of
gentleman here, but
building.
the owner of the, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Who is currently constructing this restaurant.
right.
And pulled improper permits from the beginning and proceeded the same way he did with Huda Burger to build a restaurant when he shouldn't have.
Okay.
And we had to hire counsel, and we had to monitor this process, and we had to call L&I every week. And I applaud everything Chef Will has done, and I wish him the best. And I wish that this developer would buy a new building to put him in instead of
Okay.
this ancient building that is improper for this use. But we're here because we've expended a great deal of money to make sure that this developer is kept in check because the city is not. And I really, my heart is racing and my stomach is sick and I want to run to the bathroom because of the way applicants' counsel characterized us and the nature of the FNA meeting. And I wish they had let applicants' counsel stay in that meeting to know that there is no racial overtones with this.
Right. Okay, I
Thank you.
understand your points. Thank you. Alan, do you have questions for him? Okay, do you have any other questions? Okay, well, that's not your witness, right?
No, it's
Okay.
not. And to the
Ma'am,
extent
when you
it's-
come up, when you're not a witness, you have 2 minutes to make your presentation, okay? What, I'm going to take her just to get it done, all right? You have 2 minutes.
My name is Kelly Samoji.
Sure.
Oh, yes. I live 150.
Hold on. You state your name and spell for the
Oh,
stock.
okay. Kelly Samoji, Somogyi.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I
Please
do.
proceed.
I do. I live 150 feet from the property. I run a business out of there. I purchased my house in 2011. I also live there, so this would affect me greatly.
Yeah.
My main concerns are also the street congestion. There's a lot of accidents at that corner as it is. Adding double parking and delivery, I think is going to be a nightmare for everybody. I also want to say that the main issue with this is all the contradictory information that's been presented to us. At the FNA meeting, we were told there was no more speakeasy. It was just going to be a bar upstairs. Now we're hearing there's a speakeasy again. We're hearing no sprinkler system. There will be a sprinkler system. And my final thing I want to bring up is that that space where their trash is going to be stored is shared with a residence and a retail business. And the resident that lives there is elderly, and he's been there for a very long time.
Okay. Thank you very much for spending so much time here. Is that your case? You're done?
Yeah, to the extent you need either of these two to
Okay,
adopt my
no,
testimony, we
you're-
can do
yeah,
so. Otherwise, we
Right.
can let
we're-
it stand.
We're good. Are you done, Ellen? Well, no, wait 1 minute. Could you check to see how many people are in the audience relative to having comments about this? Could people raise their hand if they're in the audience, if they want to testify about this?
Hi, Chair. This is Ian Haggerty, Executive Director. We have one person in the virtual
Thank you
audience.
very much. Alan, go ahead. What are,
Addressing some of the concerns about the business operations.
Okay.
Chef Will, and I'll be very quick. Chef Will, just come back up. You're still under oath. So
just state your name for the record.
William Johnson.
But
Oh,
Go
so
you
first of all,
stated his name.
all right, so Will, there was some indication in the previous testimony where the trash area would be. It's your understanding that where the trash area is outside, that's on the 2043 Frankfurt Avenue property, right?
It's in the rear of it.
Yeah, so you're not sharing with
No,
anyone
it's been
else?
closed.
Okay. In terms of the whole operations of the speakeasy, in terms of the takeout component, what's your expectation of how orders would be handed to any delivery drivers, and what form of transportation do you expect?
Well, in that area, we noticed that there's a lot of bikes that are coming to pick up orders from restaurants. And it's not only just vehicles, the people are traveling in different ways to pick up orders from restaurants.
Try to get closer to the mic.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
All right. And in terms of supplying, employees downstairs when the slider company operations are closed on the first floor, can you just explain how you understand that's going to happen?
So the slider company closes 11 p.m. Every day that we're in operation. The kitchen closes. It doesn't serve anything upstairs. It doesn't serve anything downstairs. When we originally told them that we weren't going to do speakeasy upstairs, that's just a term so everyone can understand it. We still want to be a seated area upstairs for people to eat and have cocktails. And so as far as not having or not operating a business with a liquor license, we've done that in our flagship store in Wilmington where we had a liquor license and we have experience using that.
Okay. And you have to go through the whole PLCB process anyway?
Yes.
Okay. And I have no further questions for Chef Will. I would like to address a couple of the comments made by the
How
artists.
long is it going to take you?
Not long at all.
Well, okay.
Yeah, so in terms of, there was some indication about accessibility or the lack thereof because of the second
Yeah.
floor, not, having steps. Here are the following bars and restaurants with upstairs and no elevators. And it's throughout the city. So these are places I've been to. So I could just tell you from experience. Ashton Cigar Bar, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Vernick Food and Drink, Revolution House, The Dandelion, Wilder, Mulherron Saloon, Front Street
So
Cafe.
there's numerous you're telling.
Oh,
me.
yeah. So
Okay.
again, it's not against the law to have a second floor with restaurant establishment with no accessibility.
Right.
We added seating even on the first floor at the request of the community members to address that. And then there was an indication, well, we don't have a loading zone, and that is out of character for Philadelphia. And here are some nearby properties that have a takeout component, but no loading zone. Huda Burger, Walkworks, Shake Shack, Taylor Chip, Hap Sandwich Shop, Cloud Cups Fish Town, and I'm going to butcher this, Casa Barinquena, which are all have a takeout component and no loading zone. And in terms of, we met our burden to show specifically why our use is no worse than what you would expect of a restaurant establishment. Their burden now is to be specific to us. The one gentleman,
You started off by telling us that.
Yeah,
I think you went into pretty good detail in the beginning to tell us that.
but the testimony here today, the gentleman has apparently a gripe with the developer, not with us. So
I think I raised that.
yeah,
I
no,
did. Didn't I say that?
Yeah,
And He
yes.
said it wasn't him, it was the developer?
That's
Okay.
right. And in terms of, there was some discussion about, the lack of a fire suppression system, a sprinkler system. That is not going to be the case. In order for us to get a CO, there are building code requirements we need to deal with. There was indication about this is an inadequate party wall because this is a residential community, which is not the case. This is a CMX2 property. There's many different restaurants along this commercial corridor, and there's nothing specific to our use. That's the point.
Okay.
So,
All right.
I'll stop. I'll stop.
Thank you. Thank you. Council, you have anything? Okay. Okay, thank you. Questions on the board?
I do just have one question, and that is the hours of the speakeasy or the sit down restaurant with cocktails. What are the hours?
So the speakeasy is Wednesday and Thursday from 4 to midnight, and then Friday and Saturday from 4 to 1, and then Sunday from 4 to 10. Am I missing?
What's
anything, Will, like on Tuesday? Okay, just want to make sure.
And what's the capacity of that second floor? What are you assuming the capacity of?
We have
How many people?
22 chairs at a table, and I counted 7 stools at the bar. Oh, what?
So like
10 at the
20,
bar, 10 at the bar.
25.
Say that again, Elm.
So
I just want to
30,
make
about
sure.
30.
Yeah, around 30. I think it's a little.
Now,
more.
are you looking to have any? Are you looking to have any dancing, music, DJ?
No,
Okay.
no. I mean, there would be probably an like a system, like to play background music. Is that correct, Will? We'll let the
Okay.
record reflect that. This, Will stated that that's correct. So if there's a proviso, in terms of no live music,
Don't
yeah.
worry about the provider. Let him finish, okay?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get. I'm just trying to
I
get an
know.
understanding of what the feel of the space will be. That's the only question. That's it. I'm done.
All right, thank you.
I have a question just for clarity purpose. So the first floor and the second floor, they are being operated by the same person, but they're two separate businesses?
two separate type of concepts.
I get the concepts, but in terms of operating, the Slider company will operate the mezzanine thing too,
That is
or
correct.
vice versa.
That's correct.
And the intent is to get a liquor license to sell alcohol
That is correct.
for the second floor.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So my question is, if you get a liquor license, I'm not understanding how these hours jive with having a liquor license in terms of no food. Where's the food coming from? If the first floor business, the Slider company, is shutting down its food operation at 11 o'clock. If you have a liquor license, you can stay open till 2.
Well,
So there's going to be, can I just finish? Okay. So how are you going to have food and drink in this other space? Where, what food are we talking about there? And you have to serve food with alcohol. You can't just have folks up there drinking. So how's that gonna work?
Well, so the kitchen closes at 11, so there will be no food served after 11 in the upstairs operations. I don't go out as much as I used to, but I think that most bars, like, they do stop serving food at a certain time.
They
Yeah,
So
but you're talking like 3 hours or so?
2 hours.
I mean, like,
2 hours.
2 hours.
2 hours, and not, yeah, and on Thursdays, we're open to midnight, so that's a 1 hour. And then on Sunday, the kitchen stays open as long as the operations are open at 10 p.m. So it's 2 hours Friday and Saturday where there'll be no food upstairs. And by the way, the kitchen closes at 11.
Right.
So that means the last food is served at 11. People are eating, beyond 11. And then I would assume, and then Wednesday and Thursday, you have an hour of between the kitchen closing at 11 till midnight. But again, I assume people are ordering, and the food, when the kitchen closes, it closes, but the food will be delivered upstairs.
if you're closing at 11, you can't have people ordering the food at 11,
I'm
right?
not
The
saying literally.
kitchen, the kitchen is closing at 11. That means whatever orders are going to be made, it has to be made in time so that that food can be served and what have you, and the kitchen can close.
What I meant
My
was,
concern is not about. My concern is that if you have a liquor license, part of what you have to do is you have to provide some kind of food. All right, along with that, I think that so if the kitchen is closing, but this speakeasy is still operating with no food but the alcohol, how is that going to work? I don't think that you can do it that way. All right, now.
Yeah, but I think that's an LCB issue. I think it's how the Liquor Control
Well-
Board decides to run it.
Yeah, but okay, it is an LCB issue, but it's also an issue in terms of, how is this going to operate if the idea is that there's going to be 30 people in the space, wanting to have food and drink.
yeah, again, I'm no liquor license attorney. All I can tell you is from experience, when I go to establishments, the kitchen is not open until like last call. And we're, again, I'm not saying they're going to.
I'm not. Okay, again.
But the other thing is, I'm not saying people are going to order food at 11, but if they're ordering it at 10:30 and it gets delivered to them just before the kitchen closes, I would think then they're enjoying their meal. Again, just from experience.
Okay, any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair, I have a hand up from Ashley Tracy. I will allow them to speak. Ashley Tracy, you have been allowed to speak. Please unmute.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
I most certainly can. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, my name is Ashley Tracy. It's Ashley, Ashlei. Tracy is Tracy.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Okay, I just had a comment. I think my other comments and questions have been pretty much other people have said them.
Thank you.
There was a note about this side of Frankfurt Ave not having as many bars as the south side of Frankfurt Ave. And while that is somewhat true, just 2 blocks away, there's a new bar called Cormant or something like that. And literally the next block south, there is the Nut Hut Saloon, which is a bar and restaurant. So this, a food and drink concept is not out of character for that end of Frankfurt Ave. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Alan, do you have any questions? Counselor, do you have any questions? Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair, I have a hand up from Robert Everett from
Yeah, Mr. Everett.
like-
Hi, Mr. Everett. Mr. Everett?
Hold on, sir. I think I lost him. Okay, he's been allowed to speak.
Hi, Mr. Everett. How are you? State your name and spell for the stenographer.
Yeah, I'm coming online now.
Okay.
My camera's on. I'm just waiting for it to click on.
Your camera's not on, but we know you well.
Okay.
You get testify. I recognize your voice right away.
Promoting you right
Well-
now, sir. You should come back in shortly.
All right.
Excuse me, Chair.
Sure.
Okay, here I am.
Hi, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. First name is Robert. Last name Everett. Everett.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, sir.
My usual, you have our letter in hand. I'm sure you all
Yep.
read it, so we'll leave it at that. I just did want to mention the petition that was shown on the screen earlier. I did catch several names on that petition who are not Fishtown Neighbors Association verified members, nor do they live in Fishtown. One as far north as Harbison and Levick. So to the opposition attorney's point,
All
we
right,
don't
thank
know
you.
if they're legitimate.
Do you have any questions? Questions, counsel? All right, thank you. Anyone else in the audience?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Samuel
How many more
Franklin
hands do you
has
have,
been-
Jace?
That was the last one. Mr. Samuel Franklin has been allowed to speak. He's now a panelist.
No, he's here. He's here. He's here with us. Thank you. Planning Commission, what do we do with that, Hillary, next week?
So no, Liz Fuselier is on. She's just on virtually.
Oh, good,
So
good.
yes.
Yep.
Hi, Liz, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, first I just want to say I'm sorry, my video is not working tonight and I'm very frustrated,
Well,
but
we know it's you, Liz. I just-
got it. You know it's
Okay.
me. This is Liz Fuselier, Liz, last name Fuselier, Fuselier with the Planning Commission.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
All right, please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX2 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The appellant has shown that the proposed sit-down and takeout restaurant will have no detrimental impacts beyond what might be expected. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed special exceptions for a sit-down and takeout restaurant.
Thank you very much. For both council and everybody else, we've had a tremendous amount of testimony. I'm going to take this to our executive session. We'll vote on this next Wednesday at 9:30 a.m.
All right, thank
You
you.
don't have to come, but you'll come on air and you'll hear the results of the thing, okay? And we listened to everybody, and I think we've really hashed this around, and I appreciate everybody. Okay,
All right,
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Number 10, MI 2025-005-805-14250 to 60 Bustleton Avenue. Rachel Pritzker is the attorney.
They'll be back in as a panelist shortly, Mr. Chair.
We'll get them all seated and then we'll let them seat and then we'll go take a 5-minute break. We'll take a 5-minute break and I'm sorry, everybody. We've all been sitting here a long time and 5 minutes, we'll be back. So number 10, MI 2025-005805, 14250 to 60 Bustleton Avenue. Rachel Pritzker is the attorney. There's a letter of opposition from the Somerton Civic Association. The vote was 15 in opposition, 11 in support. Rachel?
Yep.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
Rachel, you've already been sworn. Just for a record, state your name.
Rachel Pritzker.
Okay, and could you identify your client in the relationship to the property?
Yeah, so my client is the tenant of the property, Sarvar John Kushbatev. If I'm pronouncing that right.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Sure.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes,
Okay,
sort
thank
of.
you. Just share your screen and start your case.
Thank you. Okay, can you see my screen?
We can.
Okay. So as mentioned, this is 14250-250-60 Bustleton Avenue. I'll go through this, but the property is on the base zoning RSA2. However, this property received a variance back in 1983 to be used for CMX2. So it's treated as if it's CMX2 for the sake of all applications on this property. Basically, what we're here for is just for use as a smoking lounge. It's an existing smoking lounge in an existing structure that has been there since at least 2013, if not earlier than that. The only refusal we have is for the smoking lounge. Eating and drinking establishment, the smoking lounge is now under that category. As mentioned, this was an email that we asked for clarification from L&I related to the CMX2 uses because the site is zoned RSA2 despite it being a long-standing shopping center. So all the uses are to be treated as CMX2 per an earlier variance. Just gonna go to visual of the site. This is the tax clearance. I think I just want to make sure that it's clear that we're not here because of any violations on this property. The reason that we're in front of you is because the city has decided to randomly now enforce use permits for businesses after 2020 for smoking lounges. Prior to 2019, there was no zoning classification specific to smoking lounges, so they were approved under eating and drinking establishments and/or for retail sale of consumer goods. So this wasn't triggered by any violations, no complaints by near neighbors, no 311 calls. As I'll go through in the packet, the client decided to renew the tobacco license as a result of getting a document from the city that required that. And then the health department let them know that they're now finally enforcing these laws that have been on the books since 2019. And so we have to go through and get a whole new permit. I'd argue that this is grandfathered in because it has had a permit since 2013 for eating and drinking establishment, but a smoking lounge in particular, retail sale of consumer goods. This is just a copy of the lease. And so the only way to get relief from this is to go in front of the zoning board, but this has not changed uses for many, 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 many years. This was the sort of notification that the current tenant who purchased the business, so he doesn't own the property is owned by somebody else that owns it's a six retail center, 6 stores. He purchased the business of this smoking lounge, hookah lounge, from the prior owner who had this. So at that time, in 2020, there was no violations on the property. The tobacco license was active. There was no issues. When he went to change it over to his name and renew it, This was the information that was provided to him, which is, the tobacco retailer permit. He was able to get this, but then when you go to the health department, we got a notification. He had conversations with her, and she had said, specifically, L&I put zoning regulation on the books in 2020. We as a health department found out this year that we are enforcing it now for whatever reason. So the retailers that had a permit and exceptions prior to 2020 are not required to get zoning. The business came after 2020, so the zoning is needed. Even if there was another hookah business at the address before, it's not relevant. So the current business owner, needs to apply for it. I don't believe that's an accurate representation of how grandfathered in works, but all to say, either way, we decided to move forward with the process so he could keep his business open. Again, this was brought on by the city's unenforcement of their own rules and their interpretation of that. But either way, we're happy to come before the board and get a permit. It's just obviously caused time and other considerations. So just aerially, like this is the site, it's Bustleton Avenue. It's a very busy commercial area. This building in particular is 6 retail units set back with a parking lot. It's been a retail shopping center since, again, 1983, when the zoning board at that time granted permission to build this. And again, the CMX2 uses. It's a small shopping center, and these are small spaces. So it's not a massive 2-story smoking lounge or hookah lounge like you see at Van Gogh or any of those. It's a small minority-owned business that's, again, been established for a long time. This is the interior of the space, just so you can see, kind of what we're talking about. This isn't, again, a massive place. It's clean, nice, vented, and again, has been in establishment since 2013. Just like a front view of it, so you can see it's all surrounded by, again, there's a flower shop. I think there's a pawn shop. There's a beauty salon. So just these small businesses directly adjacent on Bustleton Avenue. Next to it, there's other pawn shops and things of that nature as well. This is directly across the street, another shopping center across Bustleton Avenue. Directly adjacent businesses. A lot of these smaller buildings have been converted to businesses. This one has a unit above, but kind of a mix, but really all commercial. This is the permit from 2013, which was for the retail sale of consumer goods in that space. It's technically Suite 1 is the space, although it's been a little bit difficult with the records because it wasn't cleanly laid out that way on Atlas. So as you can see, this was applied for in 2013, and this is the permit that resulted. The application for that permit said specialty tobacco establishment, and the permit that was issued as a result, the zoning classification was retail sale of consumer goods. Because again, it wasn't until 2019 that a smoking lounge was a use that was even identifiable in the code. This is just the uses in CMX2. I think it's important to point out that we could have a marijuana dispensary here by right. There's other uses that we could have, building supplies and things of that nature that we could have by right. But again, we're just trying to get this existing business in compliance based on now the city's enforcement. We met with the Somerton Civic Association. I actually went in person to this meeting with the tenant. There was no representation from the council office at this particular meeting, so I'm just going to do my best to explain kind of what went on. So we went to this meeting, and we actually brought 5 or 6 letters from all the directly adjacent businesses right there, because it was important that we showed that, the directly adjacent business owners, he's not had any issues with them. There's no problem with the way he's been operating. They don't feel like it's going to affect their business. And we provided those letters in person to the RCO. Nobody who voted on this project lived in the neighborhood. There was a prior project for a new hookah lounge that a lot of people were very upset with. But we made the distinction that this is not that project. It's not the same owner. And this is an existing establishment that's been there. And again, no violations, no 311 calls. Like this has not been an issue, and nobody lives near this. It's on Bustleton Avenue on a commercial corridor. The votes that are shown on this paper, 11 votes in favor, 15 opposed, did not take into consideration the 5 letters that we brought from all the adjacent property owners. And at that meeting, the community said to me, or the leadership on the board said, could you actually have the people write out which shop it was that, they had, because we just had the address. We said, sure, no problem, we'll go do that, and we'll provide it to you. Obviously, I couldn't provide that at the meeting. We had provided already those 5 letters, but they wanted some more detail. So we went and did that. A lot of the concerns you'll see, and I'll show you those letters in a second. A lot of the concerns you'll see is just about smoking lounges in general. It's a little bit of just a disdain for just this type of use, although again, and things like air quality and quality of life issues, although obviously all that gets addressed by the building code. This would be one thing if this was a nuisance property, I would get it, where if there was, people outside and they're angry about it and the near property owners were pissed, I think you'd see them here if they were angry about this, but there's been no issues with this property at all. And again, because of the 2019 legislation that's now being enforced 5 or 6 years later, I guess it's 6 years later, it is why we're here. A lot of, again, their concerns were not relevant to zoning, and we're just for a disdain for this type of use in general. We, as requested by the community group, because of the 11 to 15 vote that didn't take into consideration the 5 letters we already submitted to them, which would have made it 16 to 15, which is not monumental, but it's not 15 to 0. It would have been 1 more in favor, and we would have moved on with our lives. We ended up having the neighbor, the tenant, go back, get everyone to sign those letters. And then also I had him walk around and get other letters of support to make sure that we really covered, the area. So as mentioned, we were asked, I wrote the community group, we were asked to send these letters. Here's the letters you asked for. And I followed up with them. Do you want us to come back and any of that? And said, we received the letters of support, but we're not going to update the vote to reflect these letters that we asked you to get, or the letters that you had at the meeting that would have made it 16 to 15. So these are the letters that, we went back and added, exactly which businesses in particular signed, because a lot of these all have the same address, or it says Suite 1 or Office 2. So we went and did all that and submitted these as well. So it's the 5 owners that are directly there, and everybody, across the street as well. Down the street, 1,400 or 4,200. So you can identify every single. It's also worth noting there's another smoke shop at, I guess, 14,230 that has had no issue as well. And some of these businesses like buy, trade, sell, they're all these smaller owned, businesses, given the size and nature of the properties. Or these are the directly adjacent ones, the flower shop, DGLM Gallery. There's a food market across the street. So I guess the point, Hair Salon, the point I'm making is we not only went back and did what they asked for and would have had more support than not, but also we made sure to get across the street and down the street as well. Just want to just sort of lastly mention that, again, the use that we're providing is an existing use that's already been there. We believe it's grandfathered in, and don't believe that this small business owner should be required to move their business, try to put something else there after being there for so long. Believe there's a hardship given the fact that the city is deciding to enforce rules late. And also that, again, in order to comply with the code, we could do a medical marijuana dispensary tomorrow, which I don't think anybody would like and probably have more concerns. Or you'd have to have this person move out of break their lease and move out of an existing small business, which I don't think is the goal of this code. It's also worth noting in 2035 comprehensive plan that Bustleton Avenue is a priority corridor for commercial activity and investment, specifically page 27, and calls for the city to concentrate commercial zoning with active commercial areas to reinforce previously planned public-private investment and also explore opportunities to introduce more commercial nodes in residential areas, which this is not, to promote walkability. I think that what I tried to express to the community group was that it's really not our job to discriminate against certain businesses or certain owners. It's to decide if there's a real hardship here and if we meet those requirements. And I do think that this is somebody who's been a very good member of the area. He has the respect and support from the directly adjacent businesses. And I don't think him relocating his business and breaking a lease is the lease modification. And again, there's no violations, 311 calls or any issues caused for this property. So if I can bring my client on.
When do you bring your client on?
Saver John, if he could be promoted. While we're bringing him on, I think also just from a hours of operation perspective, this operates from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. This is not an all day operation as well, so minimally impactful as far as the timing. And again, it's on Bustleton, so it's not in the middle of a residential area or next to a school or anything of that nature.
I've been promoted to panelist.
Thank you. Sir, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Can you hear us?
Hello? Do we see his hand?
Yeah, I think it was up, but then went down.
Okay,
Put it down.
okay.
They were there for a moment, but then they broke off. They might have gotten kicked out. Now I
Counsel,
can't see them.
You see him now? No, okay.
No, sir.
Okay, so counsel, you're an officer of the court. We'll take your testimony.
Okay.
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
Just a clarification, and you'd mentioned that the zoning history was a little confusing because there are multiple units at this site. Is there a particular suite or unit number that goes along with this business where this use is being requested?
Yeah, it would be Suite 1.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilman O'Neill's, I think Chief of Staff is sitting in front of me. Alice, could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Alice Udovich, Udovich, on behalf of Councilman Brian O'Neill.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. I want to dispute a couple of the things that Ms. Pritzker said. A use permit for retail sales, even if it was for tobacco, never covered a smoking lounge. And an eating and drinking establishment, as far as I know, in the city of Philadelphia, hasn't allowed smoking for many, many years. This gentleman has only been here a couple of years. These are popping up all over the Northeast without getting the proper licenses or permits and then asking for forgiveness because there's a hardship because they've renovated the place. But that use permit is not grandfathering anything that's happening here. She is right, though, that the neighborhood does have a disdain for these types of things, and mainly because they allow them to bring bottles in, and there's no regulation from the Pennsylvania Board of Liquor to control it, and they've become a real nuisance.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Yeah, just so if I can respond. So,
Rachel, why don't I do this? Why don't I see if there's anybody in the audience
Sure.
first, okay?
Sure.
All right, is there anyone in the virtual audience relative to this?
Do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Okay, please proceed, Rachel.
Yeah, so and Alice and I talked about this because I went and poured through this because the first time I've seen a situation where the health department was like requiring this. And so as I had on the screen, this is what came from the city, right? That they basically said that, this has been on the books since 2019, which it was legislated. And then they're now going back sort of ad hoc and trying to enforce all this. So this isn't a situation where it was operating and there was a violation on the property or someone had called. And so then he was like, oh, shoot, let me, now go do this. As you know, this was operating, since 2013. He bought that existing business from the person. And so that was operating a hookah lounge. And so when he went to renew the tobacco license in his LLC, this is what triggered all of that. If he had known that this was going to cause all this in the beginning when he purchased it, he probably would never have purchased this site in particular, but this was not flagged at all at the time he purchased it. If there was a violation and he had to correct it, I get all that. And this is different just in this instance, particular to this instance, where this is an existing building, that's the existing property that's operating, an existing business. He's not trying to open a new one. He has, I think it's a year left. He had a 5-year lease with at this location. So this was not something that, it is brand new for him. And so again, I get what you're saying completely. And I had that conversation with the community. It's just in this instance, he was already there. And it's the city, as he was trying to do the right thing by renewing the tobacco license, that they said, hey, you need to get a zoning permit. And that's why, we're here. There's no violation. He could have continued to operate. That's not how we moved. So I get it. But in this instance, I just want to flag the difference there. And before 2019, there was nothing that you could apply for like a smoking lounge. So like Vango and all those places were just, I think, eating and drinking establishments or a retail sale of consumer goods. This one in particular, he had it as, I guess, retail sale of consumer goods from 2013. And the application for this exact one said, specialty tobacco establishment, but there was, there's no use for that. So I guess L&I determined that this was going to be the use. So, and I agree with you and understood the concerns around alcohol. You can go into any restaurant and have a BYOB. We had said to them, they're only open from 6 to 2 a.m. and he's got, security, he's got people checking IDs. And again, there's been no complaints from any of the property owners there. It wasn't like all the property owners that have businesses next door were complaining. That was not the representation. So, I just would ask that this one gets looked at for this case in particular and not as a whole. Because otherwise what we're asking is for this guy to try to get out of his lease, lose his business, and figure out how to relocate in our city where you can't put one of these anywhere. Like we have made it so you cannot do this anywhere. And I'm not personally a smoker, but I'm not going to, put that on, someone else's business. There's other stuff that goes on socially that I don't like either, that we open up all over our city. So, I just don't want to not acknowledge your comments, Alice. I don't disagree. It's just in this particular instance, this is the facts that we have here.
Okay. Planning Commission.
Good evening, Liz Fuselier on behalf of the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from RSA 2 single family to CMX 1 commercial mixed use. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1977 in a council-supported map change. This property has a documented history as a smoking lounge dating to at least 2015. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for a smoking lounge.
Thank you. Rachel, we're going to take this and we'll vote on this next Wednesday at 2:00.
Okay.
We just want to sit and talk about it a little bit and try to understand where we want to be with this. And
Okay.
thank you, and thank you, Alice.
Thank you very
All
much.
right. Number 11, MI 2025-005-853, 526 East Rod Avenue. Vernon Anastasio is the attorney.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
I see. Thank you, Vern. I'm sorry we're so late.
quite all
Just for
right.
the record, state your name.
Vern Anastasio.
Right.
The system won't allow me to turn on my video it says that the host will not allow it. So
Okay, so could we help him with that?
I don't necessarily need it, but I know you like that. So
We might want to see some presentation, right?
certainly my presentation. You don't need to see me for that, but okay.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
Either way, it's all good.
We're good. Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, I represent Mr. Narish Reddy, the owner of the property.
And you have unanimous support from Fishtown neighbors, 21 votes, and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squill, and applicant has 7 signatures from neighbors. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Let's share your screen and begin your case.
Thank you. So 526 East Girard Avenue is a pre-existing building, and what we're trying to do is just get some parking. There is a space for parking, and it's just we're doing it for it'll be an accessory use to the single family dwelling, which is above the commercial space on the first floor. But we are refused because the parking is on the side. That's not technically in the rear, and that's why we're here. So with that, I'm gonna I have more photos, but this is the property in question. It's a very handsome, beautiful old commercial mixed-use property. And then as you'll see, we'll zoom in a little bit. This is the garage that they would like to have legalized. It's already a curb cut here. This was already done and you know, as it is, but it's not legal. So we are trying to legalize it. We have the support of everyone in the immediate area, including the owner of this garage right here, who came and testified at the RCO meeting on our behalf. I'm going to pull out. Here's the corner property in question. And here is the garage parking pad. It's on Eyre Street. I'll show you some additional photos. As you can see, there's no parking on that side of the street, and the curb cut already exists. So it's pretty straightforward, although I hate to say that. These are just interior shots. The commercial first floor is staying as is. There's proof of posting. There's some basement of the building itself. This is the outdoor space in the back. This is looking at that same rolled down gate from inside. As you can see, there's still ample space for a little patch of grass and a table and chair tucked in the corner there. So it's a nice property, very handsome inside, very convenient to have the parking in the rear, but for it not being in compliance. And I'm going to leave it there. You have our signatures of the immediate neighbors in support. You have the RCO's unanimous support as well, where immediate neighbors testified, and you have Councilman Mark Squilla's letter that I was able to get earlier this week. For all those reasons, I respectfully request the granting of this pretty straightforward variance. And with that, if my client is still with us, I'd like to call Narish Reddy, but he may not be.
Do we see his hand?
All right, Council, what is the name of the individual again?
The last name is Reddy, R-E-D-D-Y. Narish.
I do not see them in the virtual audience.
Very
Okay,
good.
well, Vern, you're an officer of the court.
Yep.
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
Is this open? Is there a roof over this, or is it a enclosed garage, or I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, I can show you the picture again. There's no roof.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Just a
right.
gate.
It's just a roll down gate.
Okay. That's what I thought. Okay.
There it is. See?
Yeah. Okay. Because otherwise I'd be concerned about ventilation or something like that. But since it's open, it's okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions or comments from our attorney?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify because the refusal didn't make any mention of the commercial, but you did note that there was commercial on the first floor, so I assume that's remaining.
Yeah, we're not touching that. I mean, it'll be used by the owner for her own business, not open to the public, but the property remains CMX2.
Okay. All right, I just, we might, if the board decides to grant, we may just want to include a proviso that, says previously approved uses to remain.
Yes,
just because
please.
it looks like there were a couple other, there's a permit also for limited lodging that was issued around the same time, so it's, yeah, I just want there to be confusion that they're.
Yeah,
Pardon
my
me, there's-
applications typically, although the examiner don't usually put it on the refusal, is for whatever it is I'm seeking, plus all previous approved uses. That's
Right. So I was a little bit confused when I looked at this because I thought it looked like there was commercial, but there was no mention of it or previous uses. So.
Yep.
Okay.
It's still CMX2 and the front still is, the first floor there is that.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Don't see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Good evening, Liz Fuselier on behalf of the Philadelphia County Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX2 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The city rezoned the neighborhood in 2015 in a community requested map change. There is no unique physical condition or circumstance of this property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The property has a curb cut on Iris Street, which the appellant seeks to use for off-street parking. The City Planning Commission recommends granting the proposed variance for accessory off-street parking with a proviso for the existing commercial uses.
Thank you. MI 2025-005853-526 Girard Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Previously approved uses to remain.
Great.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with provisos.
Iowan, my vote is yes with provisos.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Number 12, MI 2025-005-863, 28 South 2nd Street. Dan DeMoro is the attorney for the owner. The support from the Old City District RCO, 7 votes, and non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla.
Coming back in as a panelist now, sir.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. DeMoro. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. Daniel DeMuro, DANIEL DIMURO.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure. So I'm with the law firm of Gordon and Reese, and I'm counsel to the property owner, 28S2 LLC, which is owned by Mr. Alexander Sweetwood.
Okay. Our vice chair has just a few questions.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And do you stipulate to the waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy? Referral.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Sure. We have our consultant here today, I believe, Mr. Jason Perini of Melrose Consultants. And I believe he will be handling the presentation before the board.
He cannot do that.
Oh, he
Either
cannot.
An attorney or the owner, am I correct? Or is this a?
you know, no,
The
the,
business, we need the
right,
attorney.
so this is, property is owned by an LLC. It has to be represented by an attorney at the hearing. The attorney must make the presentation. You can call witnesses, but you need to give the presentation.
Okay. Well, the property owner is here, so I'd like to call Mr. Alexander Sweetwood
Well, so
as a
you can
witness.
you can call him as a witness, yes, but he wouldn't be able to testify because the property, like, he wouldn't be able to give the presentation because the property is owned by an LLC, so they must be represented by an attorney.
Okay. Can I have I guess a 2-minute break, recess, just to coordinate with my client?
Sure. For
I
2 minutes,
appreciate
yeah,
that.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Yes.
sure.
All right. Thank you.
Can't he let the other guy just put it up and then he testifies off what the guy puts up? Does he ever? Mr. DeMoro?
Yes,
How we doing?
doing well.
I mean, relative to making a presentation, are we okay with that?
Yes. Share my screen.
Do you want to share your screen?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so here's the notice of
Yep.
referral. And my client is seeking the roof deck for non-residential use, which requires a special exception approval. My client has reached out to the required RCO and they voted to approve the roof deck. I believe that was in the application that was submitted. We have here as a witness, if necessary, the architect who designed the plans, Ms. Elizabeth Heisick. Here's a little bit about the property. It's a home of Unique Photo, which is a photograph company, and they sell cameras and provide other significant experiences concerning the photo world. This property is seeking a rooftop deck. Here's a drawing of the deck. Let's see if I can make it a little bigger. So it would be up here is where the requested deck is. We don't believe that it would be a detrimental impact to the neighborhood. The public notice did go out in accordance with 14-303-13. And I believe that was in the application. And we would respectfully request that the board approve the special exception. And I would like to have Mr. Sweetwood joined as a panelist to adopt my testimony here today.
They have been promoted to a
Could you
panelist.
do me a favor?
or
Could you
vote
move it up a
shortly?
little bit so we could at least see the drawings?
Sure.
Is that there? You can move that up maybe?
I'll provide those drawings for you if you could.
Okay, sure.
Make me the presenter. I apologize for that. We had a little miscommunication here.
All right, sir, please state your name and spell for the.
Sure, Alexander Sweetwood, SWEETWOOD.
Do you
I'm the
swear
owner
or
of the
affirm-
actual property as well as Unique Photo.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Mr. Sweetwood, have you been in attendance on Zoom and have heard everything that I presented to the board?
I have, and I appreciate this board's patience. And Daniel, I appreciate you jumping on that last minute.
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, of course.
And do you adopt or affirm the testimony and evidence that we presented as your own?
Yep.
And you're the owner of 28S2 LLC, correct?
Yep,
And you're authorized to act on its behalf, correct?
absolutely.
Okay, thank you. We respectfully request that the board approve the special exception set forth in our application. And we have Mr.
Just out of
Sweetwood.
curiosity, this is just out of curiosity. Why do you have two pilot houses? Just curious.
So
Well, no, counsel.
no,
could you-
I was told. So this.
Wait a
this
minute,
is
wait a
the-
minute, wait a
sorry.
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. We got to go to counsel for this, right? Or he can call him as a witness.
He can have his client answer the question if
But
that.
could you have your client answer the question?
So
Sure,
we went up and back. We went up and back in this, and the fire code has changed multiple times. And we were told that the requirement is there's two pilot houses with a minimum distance apart from each other.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, could you clarify like the need or the use for the rooftop?
Sure. We've been in Old City since 2019, and we really are big on community. We have built a big photography community, and I didn't realize the attorney was making the presentation. But we have a nice video for you. And this is just part of our experience that we hope to expand. There are some rooftops right nearby that are at like bar scenes, and we are not a bar. We have people in the area that our motto is create better pictures. So our goal is that people can continue to come to the space and enjoy it. It's a beautiful view of the Ben Franklin Bridge and of the area, and I think it'd be a continuing event space. To say that we only sell cameras or lenses is selling us short. As our building and my vision is that we have multiple class facilities. We run multiple art galleries late at night. And, it's really would be a nice space. Everyone loves a roof deck is actually what the Old City, commission and the board, which, as you saw, gave unanimous recommendation for it. And they agree that, it'd be a nice area to be.
So you're saying it's just going to be open to the public, or just like upon your invitation, you guys can come up and maybe hold classes or workshops and stuff like that?
Sure,
there?
it's actually both. Yeah, we run a lot of free classes and events out of there. It wouldn't be like you could just walk up necessarily during the day, you know, on without anybody. But yeah.
Thank you.
The questions?
Is the business the entire building?
Yeah, so we purchased that building in 2017. I apologize for that pandemic that occurred after we invested heavily, but I've been in this area for about 20 years. I love it. And the vision was that we have a space where people can really come and just, you know, kind of grow as photographers, artists, young artists, adults, everybody.
So understood. So all 4 floors are currently unique photo. This would just
Yes,
be okay.
I would love to play that video, but yeah, the first 2 floors are retail, what you would call retail, like shopping. You know, if there's an event, there's manufacturers reps there, and the second 2 floors consist of classrooms and flex gallery space. Sometimes you run a local photographer could put up all their pictures on the 4th floor, for instance, and have a little wine and cheese party at 7 o'clock or something. We really care about the community. Anything that we would do would be positive.
And then is there a plan of the new deck?
Yeah, I could pull up the exact architecturals. We have the architect on by also, but essentially we've been through every single particular board, and essentially the final step of issuing the permits, they told us that there is a requirement for a special exception. So that's actually why we're here. But we, you know, fire, you name it, we've complied or worked to comply, or it is in compliance. I could pull up those exact plans, but they were made submitted. Sure.
And
That'd be great.
Yes, can we see the plan?
Absolutely. This is the rendering. Is the architect on? Can you, Daniel, can you have her pull up the plans?
Sure.
I'm not making this presentation. I apologize. I could drop you the PDF, Dan, if you want.
Fan from Beth Johnson.
Yes.
Ms. Isaac, are you on? If she could be added to the panel, that'd be great.
He'll be coming back in as a pen.
Thank you.
Okay. And Alex, if you could send me the plans, I'll
Yeah, I apologize.
share
You
the
don't have
screen.
them.
Beth Johnson Heisek, I'm the architect.
Hi, could you state your name again and spell it for the stenographer?
Beth Johnson, BETHJOHNSON.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, counsel?
Just waiting for the
It's in.
the plan.
It's sent. It's just sent to you.
Give me a second.
Board, I'm sorry. I know you guys had a long day. I apologize. Thought this would be a different flow. That's just, you know, I shared the set that you sent me recently. Hope you're okay. Thanks for waiting on that call for that time. I know it was long. Dan, did you receive this?
Not yet, no. Maybe it's due to the size.
Sorry, board.
I really apologize for the delay. Hopefully we can get this done quickly.
Someone else have the plans more readily available that can share their screen?
Sure,
Beth,
Mr. Sweet.
Beth has them for sure.
I do have them if I'm able to share. Let me see.
So Demuro, you'd have to unshare your screen and then Ms. Johnson can share her screen.
Okay, here it is.
That should give us.
Why don't you start talking about it?
So this, just the easiest view of it, is the kind of code compliance sheets that shows the lower level where new stairs would be installed And then the rooftop deck is set back about 11.5 feet with, as we said, the 2 pilot houses. And as Alex described, that is required due to the egress distances, separation between them. And just another fact to point out is that the occupancy would be 29 people. So it would never be a large group up there.
Thank you.
All right.
Other questions for the architect?
It looks like the safety railing is set back, so you from the street you wouldn't be able to see people on the roof.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Just point, this is Second Street is on the left-hand side here.
Historical came down a few times. I'm sorry.
It's okay. The elevator does not go all the way to the roof, so the only way to access this roof deck is to walk up the stairs through one of the 2 pilot houses.
Yes, and we hope to have an elevator there, financially be able to do that
In the future. Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson.
Not so much a question, just a comment. You mentioned that you're having events here. So technically that's not included within the uses necessarily, unless they're considered accessory to all the uses that you have. It's possible that you may also need a special exception for some sort of assembly and entertainment. I can't.
I apologize. The
But-
term event, though, I more used is what we use it internally. It's really photography classes or photography walk, like essentially seminars. So I think we were approved for that use.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure because that it is a little bit different use, so, thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Good evening, Liz Fuselier on behalf of the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX3 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The appellant has shown that the proposed non-residential roof deck will have no detrimental impacts beyond what might be expected. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed special exception for a non-residential roof deck.
MI 2025-005-863, 28 South 2nd Street. I vote yes.
Michael Aram?
Oh, sorry about Michael Johns. My vote is yes. That was on, but this wasn't on.
Yeah. Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Iowan, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your
night. Sorry.
patience.
Right,
Really
thank you.
appreciate
Is there
it.
anyone in the audience whose 330 case has not been called? Oh,
do not
oh
see any
my
hands, Mr.
goodness
Chair.
gracious. It's from the 2 o'clock case. Is there anyone else? Oh my God. It's only 6:45. All right, here we go.
Oh, Lord.
Good evening. My name is Bill Bergman. I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Secretary Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Still here, Mr.
He's there.
Chairman.
He's- Board Member Taya Wynn,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
So here is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, our zoning board director, Ian Haggerty, and our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before testifying. Any person may enter their appearance. There are 3 ways. You can identify the case property address on your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. Following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. Second, if you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. Third, the webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. And fourth, if you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. Let's look at our schedule. Number 1, MI 2025-002-467, 5861 Willows Avenue. No exhibits to first listing. Enid and Kenneth Breckenridge are the listed owner applicants. It's a pro se.
Mr. Chair, the applicants were previously on the Zoom and were advised that the case would be continued because of the lack of exhibits. So they did leave the Zoom. So I just want to know that they were here, but they've been advised.
Give a date?
No, we did not give them a date, I don't believe, at the time, but we'll put it on the record now.
Right. So this case will be continued to 6/3/26 at 3:30 p.m. And then number 3, MI 2025-004-618, 341 Church Lane. This case has been withdrawn. We're going with number 2, MI 2025-004-603, 3941 Aspen Street. Dawn Tangradi or Clementa Amazon are the attorneys.
Good afternoon. Well, good evening, Chairman.
Good evening. We're sorry we're so late. We hate when we ruin people's night late like this. Could you state your name and spell it for the court stenographer?
Of course. Clemente Amazon on behalf of the property owner. Name is spelled CLEMENTA. Last name is spelled AMAZAN.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And our vice chair has just a few questions for you.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you very much. All right. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I understand that it is almost 7 o'clock, and so I will do my best to be brief. This is a very straightforward case. What we're discussing here for 3941 Aspen Street is a pre-existing use. It is currently zoned residential single family. However, as you will see in my presentation, it has been a duplex that was granted by variance dating back to 2008. My client purchased it. It was already fitted out as a duplex. She did no work to convert the property. There was a rental license that was previously issued. However, the prior owner did not keep up with the rental license, and so we have to start the process all over again for the duplex use. We have the refusal here, just showing that the only refusal we have is for the duplex use as the property is zoned single family. At the time of my submission of the presentation materials, I had not yet received a letter from the community organization. I did speak to Dwayne Drummond, who is the head of Mantua Civic. He advised me that he is out of town and unable to provide the formal letter. However, he did send this email indicating that there was a vote in favor of the project 5-1. As you can see, this is Dwayne Drummond's email, my contact information, and my follow-ups just requesting for the letter of support. So once we receive the formal letter, I will request that he submit it to the board directly. But in lieu of that, we do have this email stating that the community voted in favor.
Thank you.
This is just one of my follow-up emails. This is a view of the front of the property. Again, this is a pre-existing use. There is no construction that's being done here, no demo that's being done here. We did post the property. As you can see, this is a view of the side yard. I have multiple photos just showing the 2 units. It's a 1-bedroom, 1-bath on the first floor. The second and third floor is a 2-bedroom unit. The first floor is currently occupied. The second floor is not occupied at this time. As I mentioned, dating back to 2008, Michelle White was a prior owner. She did receive a variance for the duplex use, as you can see here, March 14th, 2008. And it was approved. This is the MLS listing showing the listing that my client saw indicating that it was a duplex, 2 units when she was looking to purchase the property. This is a rental license that was on file with the city. It was issued March 10, 2008, again for 2 units. We did notify the community of the March 15th meeting as well as today's ZBA hearing. I would assume that there's no one present, but if they decided to stay on, that'd be lovely. We included a copy of the notice of refusal, a list of the properties that were notified, our certificate of mailing. We have the deed. As you can see, my client purchased this property from Michelle White, who is the same person who had the rental license and filed that initial application, however, did not maintain the rental license, and so we have to go through the zoning process once again. Our application for appeal, project information form, and we attempted to obtain the tax clearance certificate. We were unable to do so, although it did say that the zoning board clearance was passed. So we did just pull the clearance showing that the only balance due is for 2026, which is not yet due. So with that, I believe my client is on, or I hope she is. She may not have been able to stay. It would be Zineb Anor, if she could adopt my testimony.
Nebanor has been promoted. She will be back in
There you
shortly.
go. She waited.
Lovely. Zineb, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hi,
could-
everyone.
Hi, good. Could you state your name and spell it for the court stenographer?
It's Zineb Anwar, Zineb Anouar.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Zineb, did you hear my presentation today?
Yes, Clementa.
And was it true and correct?
Yes,
Would you adopt it as your own testimony?
I do.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes, we were declining,
didn't see any
the residents
images.
store the trash.
The trash is going to be stored in the front yard as it is currently stored. It is an enclosed space, as you can see right here.
Do we have a floor plan?
It's a pre-existing
Are pictures of
structure,
the
so we don't
inside?
have a floor plan. Yes, there are
Yeah,
photos
what
of
about
the inside.
pictures
that
of
were
the inside?
uploaded. Yes. So here we have the entryway coming into the property. If you go up the stairs, that gets you to the second floor unit. We have photos of the kitchen as well as the living area. One of the living areas as well, the kitchen and unit washer and dryer, one of the bathrooms. This is the upper level unit. So these are pretty sizable units. Again, this is not new construction. We aren't doing anything but using the property as it was purchased. So these are the photos of the interior that were submitted with the presentation.
Other questions?
Are the utilities already separated?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And I mean, it looks like every picture you've showed us is of the second floor. Are there any photos of the first floor unit? And can you tell us what the how many bedrooms and bathrooms are in each unit?
Sure. The first floor unit is currently occupied, so we don't have pictures of that right now, which is why we focus on the second floor unit. The first floor unit is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, and Zineb, correct me if I'm wrong. The second and third floors, 2 bedrooms. How many baths?
2 baths. 2 bedrooms
2
and
baths.
2 baths.
Okay, and then is there a basement? And what's the
There is
situation?
a basement, however, it's not accessible to the tenants. Currently, it's not finished.
Either tenant.
Either tenants. No one has access to the basement.
So how do you access the basement?
Zineb, how is the basement accessed?
It has its separate like stairs and door, like through the the hallway, but like the door to the basement is separate.
Okay, so
So
there's
the door to the
it's not
basement is
in
off
the
of the
first.
main hallway.
It's in the main hallway.
So
It's
who
not-
has access to the rear yard?
The tenant that currently occupies the first
First floor.
floor. Yeah.
Questions?
And then, I mean, I guess this is for the attorney. It does look like there was a use permit pulled to convert this from single family to multifamily in 2008 that you didn't talk about. Is it that the previous use was never completed?
I did pull that use permit. So this is the application March 14th, 2008. It was stamped as approved. Thereafter, this rental license was pulled. So because the rental license wasn't maintained, we now have to go through the zoning process again.
Understood that, but the original zoning permit was for 3 units and you've only talked about 2, which is why I'm asking. And
Oh,
the
we are
permit
on.
from 2008 says that it was subdivided and that there's a multiple bedroom unit on the 2nd floor and a multiple bedroom unit on the 3rd floor. And you've only addressed that there's the 2nd floor unit. We've seen photos and we've heard about the existing tenant on the 1st floor. So what's going on the 3rd floor?
The 3rd floor would be part of that 2nd unit. So the second unit would be the 2nd and 3rd floor. So we're not looking for 3 units here. We're only looking for 2. One on the 1st floor, and then
I got what
Okay.
you're asking for. I'm trying to clarify because you said that there's no work being done and that's why you didn't have plans and you didn't have all the photos. And it's not really clear from the city's record what is existing. So I guess I'm also clarifying what is there because your client bought the property in 2018, which is 6 years ago. So I'm trying to like understand what is it that we're trying to operate.
Zainab, can you clarify how
Yeah.
many bedrooms are on
Yeah.
the
Sorry,
3rd
let me
floor
make a
versus
correct.
what's on the 3rd?
Yeah, sorry, let me make a correction, Clementa. You do have pictures of the 1st floor, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor will be like, 1 unit. It's like 2 bedrooms. Each one has like 2 bedrooms and each one has 1 bathroom. So it will be 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, and then another 2 bedrooms and 1 bath. So they will be combined, 2 and 3 will be into 1 unit. And then
They
the
currently
first,
aren't, or they currently are.
Yes.
What's the current condition? They're separate units.
Sorry, what do you mean by the prior condition?
So currently, the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor are nobody lives in them, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
I'm saying, are they currently separate units?
No.
So there's only 1 kitchen.
Yes.
Okay.
And then if you want to scroll, Clementa, so I can show, the pictures that pertain to the 1st floor. This one. Yeah. So this is the 1st floor.
Okay, so this is the front living room and the kitchen.
That's correct. Yep.
Could you walk us then through the layout? The kitchen is in the middle of the apartment or is it at the rear?
It's in the rear. There's the kitchen and then there's a small laundry room and then there's like the door that will take you to the backyard.
Okay, and the 1st floor unit is the only unit that has access to the backyard.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Zamzan, if you can just submit a copy of that email from the RCO by close of business tomorrow, so we have that for our records, that would be great. Thank you.
Questions or comments
Absolutely.
from the virtual audience?
Chair, I have a hand up from a Michael Jora. I will promote them right now.
Sure. Michael?
Hey everyone, I am
Hi,
Michael
Michael, could
Jara.
you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yep, Michael Jara, Jara.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Michael, are you a neighbor?
Yes, I purchased the property right next door actually.
Okay. Please
Three,
proceed.
four, yeah, 3943
Okay.
Aspen Street. I was following the case because it's my next door neighbor.
Yeah.
So that's fine. I'm okay with the variation because I believe they have like 2 units already being renting out, or 1, she says. Not too sure. But just want to make sure everything's, okay, structurally wise. because I was following the permits online, and I believe one of the panelists did mention that there was the permit was for 3 units, but now I'm hearing 2, which is fine. I don't care as long as it's like fine structurally.
Okay.
That's all.
All
But
right.
but I as a neighbor.
We appreciate you taking the time to call us, and thank you.
Yeah. Thank you
All
guys.
right.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Chair, if I could respond.
Yeah, sure.
So the notice of refusal, to clarify, we're just seeking 2 units here. The prior permit, as we discussed previously, was for the 3 units. So we're just looking for 2 units here.
Yep. Okay.
Mayor, can I request that if we do this, that we proviso requirement for a CO? Because there's never
Yeah,
been
I
any
will.
L&I
Absolutely.
permits pulled
Yeah,
for this.
yeah. We'll get to the CO. We're good. Questions from comments from planning.
Yes, good evening. Liz Fuselier on behalf of the Philadelphia Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2017 in accord with the recommendations in the comprehensive plan. There is no unique physical condition or circumstance of this property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. This is a solidly single-family block face. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the proposed use variance for 2 dwelling units.
Thank you. MI 2025-004603, 3941 Aspen Street. I vote yes with provisos. Maximum 2 units and certificate of occupancy to be obtained.
Can we also include that trash be stored inside? They've got enough room for both the units.
Sure, trash.
Or
stored
the
inside.
first floor, then the rear yard,
Yeah,
and the
right.
second floor
Right,
inside.
Right. Yeah. So you hear that, Clem? It's in the front
Yeah.
yard now. It should be either in the rear or inside. Okay.
Understood.
All right.
So in terms of wording for that
Michael John's my
proviso,
vote.
Okay.
I was going to say, in terms of wording for that proviso, just say no trash storage in front yard, and then they can figure out where the best put it
Okay. So
otherwise.
why don't we start over it again? Right. So it's I wrote yes. Trash not to be stored in front yard. Right. Maximum 2 units and certificate of occupancy to be obtained.
Michael John's my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes with provisos.
Owen, my vote is yes with provisos.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Is there
Have a
anyone
good
in the
night.
330 list whose case has not been called?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate the long, lengthy day. And Tanetta, I would say that I just want you to know that you were much more happy when you would say, and I think it had to do because you're not getting ready to say to Cheryl, how are we getting home tonight? Because usually this time of night you're saying to Cheryl, how are we getting home? Are we taking Uber? What are we doing? So I noticed neither one of you are worried about how
No,
you're
you
getting home.